Tasty AF by Tyla Walker.
Hey there, hot stuff. Ever wondered what happens when a little white lie spirals out of control?
Oh, I can only imagine the complications that might arise.
You have no idea. It's all about the tension, the secrets, and the unexpected twists.
Sounds risky. And a little thrilling.
That's the beauty of it. It's about crossing lines you never thought you'd cross.
So how can our listeners dive into this tantalizing situation?
Simple. They just need to visit TylaWalker.com.
And don't forget the special password.
Haha, you mean the discount code SAVE40?
Exactly. For all the romance lovers ready to take the plunge.
Like and subscribe for more of Miss Tyla's content, and leave a comment telling us what you think.
Ready to uncover some sizzling secrets.
This is Tyla Walker's Tasty AF.
Chapter 1. Tom. It's not how it was supposed to be, but then I've made a habit of living up to that. Casting my eyes around the large hall, packed with people who all showed up for me, I can't help but think that I at least did something right when I moved here from Scotland. "Here's to you, bro," says Eddie, my best friend and teammate, as he claps me hard on the back before handing me a Jack Daniels. "Won't be the same without you, man." I take the drink and knock back a good few mouthfuls, letting Eddie's words sink in as the alcohol works its way into my system. It's a party after all, my party, and I'm going to make the most of it. When I came to the States, I never would have thought it would have ended up with me retiring at 29. But then, the lifespan of a pro athlete is never guaranteed. While the injury I sustained has been fixed, retirement is the only option if I'm to finish at my best. Not that I did that after 6 months on the bench. As a kid with the athletic build and capabilities of those almost twice my age, I was always destined to be on the field. According to my father, this should have been the rugby pitch, but in true Tom Mackenzie style, I went another way. Football, or American football as they call it back home, isn't the most obvious choice for someone with my skills and talent, but I've never been one to do what was expected of me. I wanted something different, something more. And when I was signed to the Vegas Raiders, I got it. It's a very different life from the one I would have had in Scotland. Like the football pitch, Nevada isn't a natural choice for a Scottish lad. We're made for the wind and the rain. But I'm no ordinary Scot, I guess. Since being here, I've made the most of what it has to offer, from the weather to the nightlife. Then there are the women, of course. Last, but definitely not least, there's Inferno. That's not something I'd be willing to give up, for sure. Before getting here, I never would have believed such a place existed, but I know better now. And hell, I'm glad I do. Amongst the crowd, there are plenty of my fellow Inferno members. Between us all, there could be secrets enough to write a book or two, but that'll never be the case. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and what happens at Inferno, well, that never even happened. "Everyone showed for you, man," says Eddie, looking around at our teammates. Though I'm not in the mood for celebrating as such, it's still nice to know that these guys have my back. It almost kills me that we won't be on the pitch again together, but I can't focus on that now. After being benched following my knee injury, I had plenty of time to get used to the fact I might never play again. Not professionally, at least. It's a hard pill to swallow, but I can't let this setback take control of me. That's not who I am. Nevertheless, it's not been easy figuring out what comes next. I've already made the hardest choice and decided to retire, but that doesn't mean it's over, far from it. Now I have to work out what to do with my future. It's a strange kind of limbo and not something I'm used to. I've always known what I wanted, what to aim for. Now I have no clue. It's like I'm too young to be done, but too old to start over. Tonight I can't let that get to me, though. These guys have organized an amazing retirement party for me. They've turned up, brought gifts, and have nothing but good things to say to me. I can at least be grateful for that. "Well, better do the rounds," I say, throwing back the rest of my drink before picking another one up from a server who is standing nearby. The booze is doing the trick, and I'm starting to feel the buzz, glad to be among the people that have welcomed me here in the States. From across the room, I spot Katie and make my way over to her. As Eddie's sister, I know her fairly well. There have been plenty of parties, BBQs, and fixtures where we've spent time together. It's as if she spots me before I even get to her, as she looks up from the empty glasses that she seems to be collecting. Her dark curls fall over her bare shoulders, and the cream strapless dress she's wearing makes her dark skin almost glow. "Here he is, the man of the moment," she says, her smile dazzling as usual. "Not many moments under the spotlight anymore," I reply with a wry smile. "Oh, come on now. Not many things can keep Tom Mackenzie down, surely. You'll be okay." "Well, I've got my people anyway. That counts for something." She smiles and her head tilts to the side. "Sure does." "You working or something?" I ask, gesturing to the glasses she's carrying. I know she's not, of course, but that doesn't mean I can't have some fun. "Force of habit," she says. "Somebody's got to keep things going, right? Plenty of bartenders here tonight, but I'm sure you're needed." I smile. She narrows her eyes and tries not to smile back, but I can see she's struggling not to. "I'm always needed," she replies. "Just ask my brother." "Yeah, he has mentioned it a few times," I say, feigning seriousness. "Always one in the family that thinks they run the show." "Now, you had better be making this up," she says, "or I'll be having some serious words with him." As if I would lie to you, and especially about my best friend Eddie. She puts the glasses down on the table beside her, making sure they're neatly stacked together. Then she calls a server who comes straight over and collects them, loading them onto a tray. "Well, you never know with my brother. He might be the oldest, but that doesn't always mean they have their heads screwed on the tightest," she says. "I'll make sure to let him know." "Don't you dare. It might be your party, but that's an order." I look down at her, almost a foot shorter than me, and wonder where all that confidence comes from. It's almost infectious. She's so different from her goofball big brother. "Well, like you say, it's my party and I can give orders too. And I'm ordering you to have a good time," I say. She laughs and I join her. She's always so easy to be around, even though there's that little spark of competitiveness between us. She's friendly and sweet, but certainly no pushover, and I like that. "Well, in that case, I suppose I better do as I'm told. For once." "Best do, and there's a first time for everything," I reply, raising my glass as if to celebrate this. "You really are something," she says, rolling her eyes. "I will do exactly as you say, Mr. Mackenzie, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to powder my nose." "But of course," I tease. "Don't be too long. Fun, remember?" She taps me jokingly on the arm. "Fun," she says, before smiling and leaving. She walks away. It's only when Christoph, one of the Inferno guys, sidles up to me and begins to talk that I realize I'm staring after her, his voice almost taking me by surprise. "I didn't realize you had a girlfriend," he says, getting a good look himself as she struts towards the door. I laugh, wondering if it sounds sincere. I take a sip of my drink, then another for good measure. There's no doubt about it. Katie is an attractive girl, but she's the sister of my best friend. "I don't," I reply. "She'll never be a girlfriend."
Chapter 2. Katie. Sometimes I have to laugh at myself. Here I am at a party with some of the best football players in the business, and other pretty cool people besides. And I'm still acting as the bartender. Well, given the fact I actually am a bartender, it's not really an act, but still, I'm here as a guest and should be enjoying myself. Just as Tom says. As I head back from the ladies' bathroom, I see him in the distance. It looks like he's practicing what he preaches. He's surrounded by a group of friends, including my brother, and they're laughing away like teenagers. "Hey, Katie," calls Ebony. She beckons me over and tells me to take a seat at the bar table that she and some of the other wives are sitting at. It's the first time I've had the chance to speak with them tonight. "About time you sat down and had a drink instead of clearing them away," she says. "Don't you start. I've already had Tom on my case about that." "So I see," says Jennifer. There's an edge to her tone, as if there's something I'm not quite telling them. I didn't realize you guys were an item. No, I mean, what would make you think that? I blurt out, surprised and a bit embarrassed they make such an assumption. Well, you seem very invested in making sure his party is going well, almost like a hostess. I just assumed you might be an item. No, sorry to disappoint, but we're just friends. I squirm in my seat, uncomfortable at the thought of being anything more with Tom. He's my brother's best friend after all. He is so hot, though, says Leslie. They all turn, casting their eyes over Tom, who is now the life and soul of the party, as if they were the ones that were interested in him, despite the fact they're all happily married. And that accent, purrs Ebony. Have you ever heard anything so damn delicious? Aye, it's quite summin'. Jennifer completely murders the Scottish accent. We all laugh so hard that I nearly snort my drink. That is the worst impression of an accent I've ever heard in my life, I say, trying to catch my breath. I know, but what I said still stands, she says, wiping a tear from her eyes. That man is hot, and Lord knows we are experienced in that area. Looking around, it's easy to see just how right she is. The whole place is swarming with beautiful men, so many chiseled jaws and bulging biceps that it's enough to take your breath away. But then again, most of them are footballers, or guys with money from the private members club. I mean, I'm not saying they're not the lucky ones here, but I think we did okay for ourselves, ladies, Ebony says. I'll drink to that, agrees Leslie, raising a glass. Fine men, fine husbands, and fine fathers. And they don't look so bad either. I don't think it'll be long before Tom gets snapped up, especially now that he has more time on his hands. Jennifer is looking at me as if I'd know anything about this. And I bet he's good with those hands, Ebony jokes. I wonder if he ever wears one of those things. What are they called? We all look at her as if she's losing the plot. You know those skirts that Scottish guys wear? You mean a kilt, says Leslie. Yeah, that's it. I heard they don't wear anything underneath. At this, everyone's mouths fall open. Though I've never seen him or anyone else wearing a kilt, it is a thought that I just can't help but pursue. Just a little bit. It seems I'm not the only one either, given the sudden silence that's befallen our table. It's not like I don't agree with them, but there's a part of me that's a little uncomfortable talking about him this way. I have to admit, he is as fine as they say, but it's Tom. If Eddie even knew I was in earshot of this conversation, I think he'd probably go insane. Jennifer still looks at me, her eyes narrowing. Come on, Katie, you're being a bit quiet about this. Don't tell me you're not into strapping Scottish men with eyes to die for and an accent that makes you have to change your panties. Oh my God, cries Leslie as we all dissolve into giggles. Okay, I admit it, I say, throwing up my hands. Tom is a very handsome man. They all continue to laugh. That all you got? Ebony pursues. I shake my head as I can't believe I'm about to say this, but it comes out anyway. Okay, so he has nice eyes, and his butt is just... There we are, says Ebony, slamming her hand on the table. Just like I said. Tom McKenzie, newly retired midline backer, is one to watch out for. I honestly can't believe I got dragged into this, but it's the most fun I've had in ages. It's nice to be in the company of some awesome women, even if the conversation is a touch weird when it comes to Tom's physical prowess. We sit and chat, laugh, take in the atmosphere, as well as a few drinks, and generally just enjoy the party. But I'm snapped out of it by my brother who strides over, almost joining himself to my hip. Really? The look I throw at him is enough to let him know I'm not in the mood to be messed with, especially not when I'm enjoying some much-needed girl time like this. I mean, he's my brother, not my keeper. Why does he always have to do this? Haven't you got people to speak with? I ask. I'm sure Tom's looking for you. Hey, Eddie, say the women around the table. I let him get on with taking my place in the conversation, though it's obviously taken a much different turn. From across the room, I notice Tom, who isn't as jovial as he was earlier. If anything, he seems more sullen, a bit like he was at the start of the party. Looks like all his talk of making the most of the party was just that all along. Talk. I can't really blame him. No one wants to retire from the game when they're not ready. He's had a tough 6 months. I know if this was Eddie, he'd be absolutely devastated at the loss of his career before he's even turned 30. Now, Tom seems to be deep in a private conversation with Jeff, and it seems much more serious. I can't help but wonder what it's about. Not that I'd ask or anything, but I hate to think that something may be wrong. I know he's finding the party hard, but it would be a shame for it to pass completely without committing anything good to memory. The evening passes quickly. Eventually, the crowd starts to dwindle aside from a few stragglers. I have to work hard at not clearing up the glasses, but I manage. With Eddie still by my side, the party starts to draw to a close, with many of the guests saying goodbye and leaving for the evening. It's a retirement party after all, not a bachelor party. A lot of the guests are athletes who need to be in practice tomorrow. That's my call to leave too. Eddie walks me out to my car, though I have to grit my teeth to keep from reminding him that I'm a grown-ass adult who doesn't need her big brother to babysit anymore. As I pull away, I see Tom standing outside, still looking as serious as he did earlier with Jeff. And he was the one telling me to lighten up and have fun. Waving. I wonder what's going on with him. This was his party after all.
Chapter 3. Tom. Katie gives a half smile as she waves to me, much different from the one that almost lit up the room earlier. Waving back, I watch as her car disappears. Then I see Eddie, walking back from the parking lot. My head is fuzzy, but I still feel like I could manage another drink or two. After all, it's not like I have to be up and on the pitch tomorrow. Besides, there are still some guests left. It would be rude to stop the party too early. Eddie takes long strides toward me. Not ready to leave? I ask, knowing the answer already. And leave you alone to wallow? No chance. Just seeing Katie to her car. Always the big bro, huh? Better believe it, man, he says. More like he's her father than her brother. No wonder Katie looked a little less than happy just now. I don't say anything, though. It's their business and not mine. Come on, he says. Let's finish this party like we're supposed to. Yeah, I reply. And I know how unenthusiastic it sounds. But I can't help it. I've got so much on my mind. And there's me thinking there was nothing that could keep Tom Mackenzie from partying. You sure everything's all right? Any other time he would be right. We've shared some nights together that I can't even remember, and I'm not sure I want to. That's part of being young, single, and a football player in Las Vegas. If you didn't know how to party beforehand, then you sure as hell will after. I draw my hand through my hair and let out a deep breath. I know, sorry, dude. It's been great, thanks. I'm not being ingenuine. I really do appreciate all the effort everyone has gone to, and it has been great seeing everyone. Look, I know this is the last thing you wanted to be having a party for, but it's not over for you. Plenty of people go on to have a successful career after retiring from an injury. It's never going to be the same. I know that. Football has been my everything since I was a kid. I get it, bro. Something will turn up, though, I just know it. He's doing his best, and I love him for it. But little does he know. It's even worse than he realizes. Maybe it's time that I told him. He should really be the first to know. I'll get it in the neck if he's not. Come on, one for the road, he says, trying to coax me back inside. What I really need is to be by myself, even if that is with a drink, after playing host all night. It's been a never-ending cycle of conversations about the future, and what it might hold, as well as the obvious remarks about how this must be difficult for me. But Eddie is like family, and being with him is easy, so I find myself agreeing. He places a large hand on my shoulder and leads me in. When we get back inside, I see there are still a few guests left. Nothing like the amount that were here earlier, though. It's a relief to not have to continue making small talk with people. Instead, I settle into a corner with Eddie and a strong drink. "So, did you manage to enjoy some of it at least?" he asks. I take a sip of my drink and nod. "Course," I say. "It was a great turnout. Don't think I don't appreciate everything you and the other guys did for me. You know that, right? Don't even mention it. It's the least we could do. I just wish it didn't have to be this way for you, but, like I said, who knows what the future holds now?" When I don't say anything, he guesses that something's up. I swirl my drink. The sound of ice clinking against the glass is the only noise I make. "Tom? Tom, what are you not telling me? You've been like this all night. It's not like you." He looks at me with that face he usually reserves for his sister, all stern and serious. Looking him straight in the eye, I break the news. Thing is, this might not just be a retirement party. It might be a farewell party. Once the words are out, they can't be put back. Instantly, I regret them, as it makes it all the more real. "What the hell's that supposed to mean?" he asks, his face screwed up as if I'm talking another language. "I might have to go back to Scotland now, like, for good." "Huh?" he asks, visibly shocked. It's not like this is news to him, but obviously it never would have occurred to him had I not said anything. Why would it? I never thought that this would be an issue, even when I made the decision to retire. It was just one of those things that bypass you, and that you take for granted. I'm here on an athlete's visa, remember? If I'm not an athlete anymore, then there's no visa. Bye-bye football. Bye-bye contract. Bye-bye Tom. I can't help the bitterness in my voice, my tone making the statement all the more biting. I get no pleasure from saying it out loud, no relief from finally putting the thought into words. At this, I down the rest of the drink, wincing at both the burn from the whiskey and the sting from the ice. But now I need another one. This is harder than I thought. Wow, man. I never even thought of that. I mean, I just assumed this was your home now. His words drive a dagger into my heart. It is, I say. I mean, Scotland will always be home, but this place is just as important to me now. I've made a life here. Friends. But that's the way these things go. Well, there must be something you can do. Money talks, right? And you've got plenty of it. This ain't right. I can sense how shocked he is by this bombshell of mine, but he hasn't had the time I have to think this through. The obvious first thought is to throw money at the problem, especially when you're rich. But money doesn't always talk. Even in America, it seems. Doesn't work like that. Besides, I've already spoken to Jeff from the club. He's a good lawyer, told me about some of the options I have, but even he says it's not as easy as just writing a check. Eddie sits forward, smoothing his beard as if deep in thought. I can't believe this. No way they can just kick you out. Well, it seems there is. The good thing is Jeff is on hand to help. Money isn't going to do it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a problem. But even folks with money only have so much pull with immigration, apparently. Jeff better sort this stuff out. Seriously, bro. I can't have you leaving me like this. This brings a smile to my face. You'll miss me then, I say, attempting to lighten the mood. Don't even joke, he says. Look, it's a long process, but I know Jeff will do what he can. Until then, I just have to get on with it. Got plenty of time on my hands now to sort stuff out. It'll be fine, I'm sure. He's obviously been caught by surprise with all this. I feel guilty burdening him with it, but in the end he'd have to know. May as well get it over with. He sits back and stretches out his long legs, crossing them at the ankles. Say something, I urge. This is supposed to be a party, remember? Shaking his head, he knocks back his drink and raises his hand to call for another. Well now, you could always just get married. I know it's usually the other way around, but I'm sure some crazy chick will have you, he jokes. For Christ's sake. This guy's my best friend, but he's also an idiot sometimes.
Chapter 4. Katie. On the drive to work, I think about Tom tonight. He was the guest of honor, but he seemed so out of it. Maybe he's just having an existential crisis about retirement. He's taking the end of his career better than Eddie would, probably. There aren't many cars in the parking lot when I pull up. Slow night ahead, probably. More time alone with my thoughts when I could really use the distraction, not to mention the money. Katie, it's been so dead in here. Glad you're on closing shift to liven the place up, Gina says to me. Gina, the head bartender and part owner of the Lightning Bulb, where we work, is one of my best friends. She got me the job here within my first few weeks in Vegas. Ever since, it's been like my home away from home, and she's been like my family who doesn't check up on me constantly. Have a drink, chica. It's Fireball, your fave. It so is not, G, I say. Oh, right, that's my favorite. Well, what's your drink of choice again? Vodka cran, since I was in college. Keeping those UTIs at bay? Oh my God, Gina! I yell at her and pretend to throw a wet rag in her face. But no, not much risk of that. It's been about as dead down there as it is in here tonight. Gina's that person you can always count on to have no filter. Everyone feels so awkward on her behalf that they forget to feel awkward themselves. I'm an extrovert naturally, but Gina makes me look like Ariel after the sea witch takes her voice. We can't do much about the other part, but maybe we can try to find you a guy to talk to tonight, she says. You see any? I ask with a smile. There are only a few people in the bar. An elderly couple, at least in their 70s, is seated near the front vestibule, pulling the arm of the slot machine over and over. Yeah, no, not yet. And who knows if any hot guys will show up before your chaperone makes his entrance. Where is Eddie anyway? Shouldn't he be running interference to block anyone who comes close? I roll my eyes. They always tease me about my big brother, the Shadow. What happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas when he's around. Eddie's having a late night. You remember Tom? His BFF? Also a player on the team? Of course. He's so super hot. Remember I asked you to set me up with him. That was before I met Ronnie, though, Gina says, talking about her husband. What about him? He had a retirement party tonight. He retired? Isn't he like 30? Well, 29. But yeah. Except he injured his knee really badly. It's better now, but he's done with the game. Or the game is done with him. I know that with Eddie, he worries a lot about the wear and tear on his body, not to mention his brain. But I don't know what Tom will do next. Maybe Big Brother can watch him instead of you, she suggests slyly. A girl can dream, I say with a sigh. Anyway, knowing him, he's probably casing the parking lot for marauders. You know how he is. Go poke your head outside. I bet you $5 he's there, idling and listening to an ESPN podcast, Gina says. In Vegas, it's the law that we have to place bets on everything, at least according to Gina. I peek my head out. You owe me $5, girlie, I say. Here, have a vodka cranberry instead. On the house. I breathe a sigh of relief knowing that he's not outside, tracking my whereabouts. I moved to Las Vegas for a new start, to live a life on my own, to have a wild adventure as a young single woman. Then Eddie got traded to the Raiders, and I suddenly had a surrogate mom wannabe tracking my every move. I still have my suspicions that the move to the new team might not have been a coincidence. I know I'm the only family he has here, and it's his way of being close to me. I just wish, like a normal person, he could call me up on the phone instead of tell me like a private eye. He was protective of me in high school, too. Besides, I know how much he loves me. He had a tough time growing up, and I was always there for him. He got a scholarship to go to the Catholic school with the powerhouse football program, but he never fit in. And as far as the neighborhood kids were concerned, he abandoned them. So when he cares about someone, he does everything he can to show it, in his way at least. This is the first Saturday in a long time, though, that Eddie didn't stop by the bar to say hi. I left the party a while ago. Where is Eddie? Did they go back into the hall? Or maybe someone put together a surprise after party. God, what if they went to a strip club? I don't even want to think about my brother putting singles in some poor girl's G-string, but it wasn't an after-party vibe when we were all saying our goodbyes. More like a wake. Could whatever's going on with Tom be the reason Eddie's MIA? I just hope they're both okay and that nothing happened to them. Two famous football players roaming around Sin City at night. Even if they didn't find trouble, trouble might have found them. It's a little unsettling, but I'm not going to obsess over it. You okay, sunshine? Gina asks. You've been staring into space, cleaning that glass for like 5 minutes now. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about Eddie. Even though he's not even here, he still manages to have a hold on me. I get that. I grew up with brothers too. I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm not going to worry about him. I don't feel a need to baby him the way he does me, thank God. I just need to get used to having a life of my own. Every time I have fun by myself, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Eddie's giant-ass football cleats are no joke. Eddie's an adult. And Tom is too. They're both older than me. But I can't stop thinking about that gloomy look on Tom's face. I've never seen Tom cry, but tonight he looked like he was really almost on the verge of tears. They've loved each other like brothers since they met each other in training. Because of how close they are, and how much Eddie adores Tom, Tom has always felt a little like my own brother. There's something about him that makes you want to take care of him. That tousled hair, maybe, that never manages to sit just right. That Scottish accent. That sounds like Mel Gibson in Braveheart when he's fired up, and like Scrooge McDuck when he's drunk. It's nice, being here in the bar. Just me and Gina and the old-timers. Some of the showgirls from the Bellagio come in and sit in one of the booths, dressed in feathers and sequins. There's a light dusting of hot pink detritus from their costumes, making a trail from the door to their seats. It's nice to have a quiet night to sit with my thoughts without being lonely. It's nice being here without him, but it's funny. As annoying as it is to have his constant presence, it does make me feel loved, protected. The last place I feel like being is my dinky, dingy, depressing apartment. It just reminds me of how different my life in Vegas is compared to the life I envisioned when I moved here. The lights of the strip made it seem like anything is possible. The darkness of my one bedroom tells me otherwise. If I'm honest with myself, I could maybe do more to have a little more action and intrigue in my life. But it's also really hard to do when your brother insists on always babysitting you. Or maybe that's just an excuse I make to justify why I sit in the same bar every night and never take any chances.
Chapter 5. Tom. The only way for me to explain how I feel is that I am itching. The feeling born of anxiety and frustration doesn't let up, no matter how much I try to distract myself. I'm usually up before the sun rises, in winter and summer. But since retirement, I've lost all motivation to wake up early. I've nowhere to go and nothing to do. But today has to be different. I need to stop lingering in the space of uncertainty that has overtaken my life. I need to do something, even if there is nothing I can do about my current situation. Well, there's nothing I can do but wait. I get out of bed around 6 and head straight for the shower. I check some emails while brushing my teeth, before finishing the rest of my ablutions. My hair has grown quite a bit since I've been out of the game. Seeing my barber used to be a weekly thing, especially when I was out in the public eye more. But now I try to trim it myself. The end result is semi-decent. Can't he day anything about it? My brow furrows in a slight frown, noticing a tuft of hair that won't cooperate no matter what I do. My Scottish accent, neutralized by my time in Las Vegas, slips out, and I smile to myself. Most Americans love the Scottish accent, especially the women. But they very rarely understand the thick Scottish brogue that comes back to me so easily when I stop thinking about it. It isn't like I have no options before me. I've received several emails from football scouts in neighboring states, sending feelers out about my interest in playing for them. My manager has also sent me several emails about sponsorship and partnership possibilities, but it will all be for naught if I lose my citizenship here. American companies won't want to partner with me if I'm all the way in Scotland. Not that I don't want to go back home for a visit. Deep down, though, I know I do not want to stay. I belong here. I just have to convince someone of it. I pull on a pair of pants and a shirt, then walk out of the bathroom and over to the window of my large loft apartment. I can see the sprawling desert from where I stand. My apartment is the penthouse, located in one of Las Vegas's most exclusive neighborhoods. And while more and more building developments pop up every day, the desert is still vast. It seems to stretch on forever, hard, arid, and unforgiving. And though it is stark and emotionless, the desert is one of the most beautiful things that I get to see every day. I can't imagine leaving this country now. I can't imagine leaving Las Vegas, leaving the desert. And most of all, I can't imagine leaving Inferno and all the people I have met through the club. Inferno, that smells like wealth and indulgence and caters to every one of the 7 deadly sins. Inferno, an establishment that leans into exclusivity and excess and demands beauty and perfection. A pang of anxiety thrills through me as I turn away from the window and go over to the fridge. I have 6 eggs, some bacon, and some black pudding, all simmering away within 5 minutes. I take several deep breaths as the living space of the apartment fills up with the salty, earthy fragrance of the bacon and black pudding. I am dishing up my breakfast, along with a cup of tea, as I think about my visa situation. 1,000 thoughts tumble across my mind as I eat. The food that I usually enjoy, tastes like dust in my mouth. I know that if Jeff is working on the problem, he'll come up with a solution. He's one of the best people in the industry at his job, and I've basically given him complete access to my various bank accounts and stocks. He has enough disposable income on his side to fix the problem. If he's working on it, do you really think Jeff would ignore this? You know he'd do anything to solve your problems. The voice in my head, my voice, reprimands me. Second-guessing my friends isn't really my style, especially not Jeff. A cold sun has risen almost completely by 7. The distant desert sparkles in the bright, almost harsh light. I have checked my phone for messages and my computer for emails almost every 10 minutes by noon. I know paperwork can be slow, and the American government administration system isn't known for its haste and efficiency. Jeff will update you as soon as he knows something, I tell myself sternly as the afternoon creeps by. I decide to answer some of those emails offering sponsorships. I may as well keep positive and grow my wealth while I'm at it. Eddie's words run through my mind then. I could always get married. Who the hell to? You don't even have a bloody girlfriend? 100 horror stories about immigration scams flood my mind. I shudder and push my laptop away from me. I'm not going to become the male equivalent of a Russian bride. Not in this lifetime. Don't be an idiot. My brogue is even more pronounced as I consider the possibility of hiring someone to be my bride. I don't want to live with a stranger in my house for a couple years, all to fool ice. Right then. Returning to Scotland doesn't sound like a bad idea compared to that, no matter how much I've grown to love the desert. When I look up from my laptop, an entire day has passed. I think about all the positives of moving back home while I go down to the garage. Eddie's invited me out for drinks at Katie's bar. I choose the black Audi for the night, and the valet hands me the keys. Moving back home would be cheaper, and I could find sponsorship deals at home too. Maybe I could open my own management company. I arrive at the bar around 7. Eddie is already waiting for me inside at the bar. I notice Katie right away. Her pretty hair is tied away from her face, her wide eyes glowing in the golden light of the bar. I wave at her and she smiles before gracefully sliding my drink across the bar to me. "You really like keeping an eye on her, don't you?" I murmur to Eddie, who is watching his sister like a hawk. He shrugs. "Someone has to. Katie is stubborn. Doesn't realize that working in a bar surrounded by a bunch of guys every night could get her killed." "She's a big girl, Eddie," I reply. A cook from the back kitchen interrupts us, bringing out a plate of food that Eddie must have ordered. It turns out he's selected dinner for me as well. I don't argue with his offer of food, though I'm not sure I'm in the mood to eat. Even though I am defending Katie's independence, I silently agree with Eddie. Katie is small and short. Her body is lithe but soft in all the right places. There is no denying that Katie is downright gorgeous. Any straight guy in their right mind would be attracted to her. And in all my years, I've learned that beauty is dangerous, but it also attracts danger. "She might be a big girl." Eddie is tucking into his chips fries as he continues speaking. "But she'll always be my little sister." "Yeah, but you can't be there to protect her all the time." "Never mind that," Eddie says gruffly. "How is the situation with your visa going?" I shrug, running a hand through my hair. I push the club salad moodily around on my plate. "Well, I don't know what you want me to say. It isn't exactly looking good." "Your own damn fault." Eddie isn't known for letting people down gently. I know. You could have applied for a green card years ago." I sigh in response as he chows down hungrily on his food. There is nothing bothering him enough to quiet his appetite tonight. I feel Katie's presence before I see her. She smiles the smile that always makes my heart stutter, and I try smiling easily back. I don't think I hit the mark. "What's up, guys?" Her voice is husky and sweet and bright. "Why do you look like someone's just shot your grandmother?"
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
"You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you."
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 6. Katie. Something is wrong. It is pretty obvious. Eddie isn't the type of person who can keep the emotions off his face. He is, and has always been, a very expressive person. The truth is on Tom's face as well, though what truth I cannot tell. I just know something is wrong. I examine Tom's face before I go over to question them. I have to admit that Tom is very attractive. This is a thought that has crossed my mind far too often over the last few weeks. I'm also thinking about him a lot more than I want to. He is looking down at his drink now. He has barely touched his food. There are candles on every table in the bar, including on the bar countertop itself. Right now, Tom's gray eyes are lit up by the candlelight. The golden glowing light highlights the beauty of his eyes. He looks up at me then and I drop my eyes. I don't need him thinking anything of the way I'm staring at him. You don't need to be thinking about him at all, I tell myself sternly. Tom and Eddie are whispering to one another, and my curiosity wins the war in my head. I wipe off the bar top, turning to the mirror, and adjust my tight white shirt. I smooth out my hair and ensure that my cleavage isn't on display too much. Otherwise, Eddie will have a heart attack. Then I slide over to the other side of the bar, where Eddie and Tom are sitting. I've had the feeling that something is wrong with Tom ever since the party last weekend. There were numerous times when there were whispered conversations between Tom and Eddie, or Tom and Jeff. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but I also rely on my instinct more than anything else. "What's up, guys?" I ask them. My instincts are probably right, because when I look at Tom, his face looks wan. There are dark circles underneath his eyes, and the corners of his mouth are downturned. "Why do you look like someone's just shot your grandmother?" I hear myself blurt out. Eddie and Tom remain silent, and the silence is so annoying it almost makes me itch with irritation. "Okay." I put my bar rag down, then I grab their glasses and put them behind the counter. I make sure they clink loudly, and both Eddie and Tom wince at the noise. What the hell is going on? There is more silence before Eddie launches into speech, and my heart drops further into my stomach with every new word that Eddie speaks. As he speaks, my eyes are drawn to Tom, who is looking down at his unfinished food. This man has 3 months before his athletic visa expires, Eddie says. He claps Tom on the back. Because he retired instead of returning to the field? What about a green card? My voice is unintentionally sharp. He tried that 3 months ago, but he hasn't heard back yet. This is serious then. My voice is smaller, and I grip the bar counter for support. My legs feel weaker suddenly. There is a sudden hollowness in my chest. Maybe it is because I have never seen Tom look this despondent before. Very serious. Tom speaks for the first time. But Jeff is helping me. We can only hope that he'll actually be able to help, Eddie says darkly. And Tom looks up at me. Even if Jeff can help, getting my green card can take up to a year. And I definitely do not have a year. I am frozen for the briefest of moments. I am frozen because I am thinking of solutions. And only one has popped up at me. Only one is hovering in the air in front of me, invisible to everyone else. It almost shines at me, blaring in the golden light of the bar. I can always marry you. The words fall from me before I can catch them. Girl, what the hell is wrong with you? I am an idiot. But I can't put Tom's face out of my mind. The way he looks as though his world is ending. Tom's head jerks up. His eyes wide, his pupils dilated. Eddie's mouth has fallen open, and I move quickly to explain. We're close, and I want to help out. It wouldn't be permanent, of course, but it is only an idea. Tom's lips press into a thin line as he looks at me. His eyes are narrowed as he examines my face. Of course he thinks this is a bad idea. I tell myself, the words, my idea, were just a reflex, and they were clearly very stupid words. See, I always knew my little sister was smart. Eddie is the only one of the three of us with shining eyes and a smile on his face. Tom looks at Eddie with a frown before shaking his head. No, hear me out. Eddie's brown skin shines in the light of the bar. Listen, like Katie said, you guys are close. This could be believable. You guys just need a piece of paper to say that you're married. It isn't that simple. Tom almost snaps the words. I recoil away from his voice, but when he looks back at me, his eyes are soft, gentle. Sorry. He sighs and rubs his eyes tiredly. But we can't just make a decision like this. This is a big risk. Yeah, maybe, if you didn't know one another, Eddie says, downing his scotch. But you guys have known one another for years. You know each other well, and there are even pictures of you together on social media. Yeah, but... Eddie cuts Tom off. Anyone checking in on this will see that you've known each other for a while and that it isn't a scam. But it is, though, Tom insists. None of this would be real. I don't know why the words hurt me as much as they do. And as Eddie tries to convince Tom, I think back to all the times pictures were taken of Tom and I. I can almost feel and hear the pictures as they were being taken. The environments were all usually the same. Restaurants, clubs, bars, bright warm lights, sweaty glowing skin. So much skin. So much of Tom's skin brushing up against mine. So much of his face close to mine as we took every picture. But where would she stay? We can't just move in together. My attention snaps back to the present. I can tell that my brother is starting to wear Tom down. That is one of Eddie's best and worst characteristics. Tom isn't frowning anymore and is instead starting to look contemplative. Man, don't be a fool, Eddie shoots back. You have a 5-bedroom apartment. You don't even have to see Katie. Tom looks at me and is frowning again. This was a joke, right? I mean, I know your brother is serious about this, but you were joking? There is a tone of hope in his voice, as though he is hoping I will say, yes, it was all a joke. I just want to help you, Tom. My voice is so soft that I shudder at it. I clear my throat, shaking my head. Would you really do it? Somehow I start to believe that this can work out. We know each other well enough. Our friendship, our chemistry is solid. We care about each other. Like Eddie points out so eagerly, we have known each other for years. We have a history. We already have all the tenets necessary to build a relationship, even if it is a fake one. I don't hate the idea of this, Tom admits. The tension dissolves from my shoulders. I lean on the bar, and for a second, our faces are inches away from one another. Then Tom sits back. I smile at him, and Eddie slaps him on the back. It's you, you know, Tom continues. Then he finally lifts his fork and takes a bite of his food. It wouldn't be as awkward because we know each other. With anyone else, this sounds like a nightmare, but not with you. Then it's settled, Eddie announces happily. Tom and I stare at each other with big eyes, almost as if we are daring each other to back out first. But neither of us does.
Chapter 7. Tom. Eddie and Katie arrange for Katie to move into my place 2 days after we have our conversation in the bar. I can't deny that I'm looking forward to having her in my place. My home has been empty for a long time. My last girlfriend, if she can be called that, barely set foot in the apartment, even though I wanted her to move in with me. Let's just say that she wasn't the settling down type. After Eddie, Katie, and I came up with the plan of the fake marriage, I went online and ordered a bunch of stuff to make the place look more homey. I sit down now and go through each box that was delivered by Amazon Prime earlier this morning. The items I ordered range from bedding to fake, potted flowers. I don't know what Katie would like, so I just ordered by randomly clicking around in the home section. I look at the floral bedding, something my ex would have liked, and realize that Katie certainly won't like it. I may not know all of Katie's interests, but she is understated and carries herself with a quiet elegance. Maybe this was a bad idea. I don't even know what bedding she likes. How are we going to fool an immigration officer? My phone buzzes just then, interrupting my current spiral. I look at the screen. It is Jason Rubin, a well-known jeweler suggested by one of my teammates. I placed a call to him the morning after Eddie and I spoke with Katie at the lightning bulb. This union does need to look believable, which requires a ring. And while the ring, because it is a rush job, will cost me a pretty penny, I also know it will be extravagant, which is good. I want Katie to have the best of everything while she is here. She is, after all, helping me stay in the country that I have grown to love. She deserves nice things and special care. The intercom rings, shrill and sharp. I confirm the design, stone, and metal with Jason before hurrying to buzz Katie in. I thought your brother was coming with you. Katie walks out of the lift elevator, that opens onto the penthouse floor alone. She's looking around her with interest in her eyes. Her bright eyes examine the artwork I have hanging in the foyer of the apartment. She doesn't answer right away, but goes over to the little room which I have dedicated to my plants. It was a coat room originally, but I found a better way to repurpose it. "These are beautiful," she murmurs. Her curly hair is pulled away from her face in thick braids that wrap around her head like a crown. And no, Eddie is quite busy today. Okay, well, I guess we have to learn to be alone. I smile at her and take her bag and jacket. It is slightly chillier in Vegas today. While I don't mind the cold, I turn the heat up as soon as we step into the actual apartment. Wow, this place is massive. Her mouth drops open as she looks around. Yeah, I had an overzealous real estate agent. She envisioned this place filled with kids, which never happened. I laugh awkwardly as I start showing Katie around. I'm sure it will be filled with kids at some point. There is genuine sympathy in her voice. So, I stick my hands in the back pockets of my jeans and turn to her. I think we should settle on the terms of our arrangement before I show you around. A look of relief crosses Katie's face, and her shoulders relax visibly. You'll have to learn to figure out when she is stressed out. I make a mental note to myself. Yeah, I agree, she says quickly. I lead her over to the wide, expansive living room. I think that the more clarity we have, the better. And it will make things more believable, too. What do you want in return for helping me out like this? The question comes out unintentionally blunt, and Katie's eyes widen. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I know you're genuinely trying to help me, but you should be getting something out of this, at least. The shock clears from her face. I cannot help but admire the soft yet structured lines of her face. I don't want anything in return. Katie speaks openly, honestly. She flashes her pretty smile at me. I just want to help you. Yeah, but while you're here, you may as well take advantage of it. I shrug and get up, heading for the cappuccino machine. I could buy you a car. Ha! She throws her head back, laughing. When I look back at her, she is biting her bottom lip. I have a car, Tom. Something stirs in me at the sight of her generous mouth. You really don't need to buy me anything. Well, I'll make sure you get the wedding of your dreams, I reply, bringing over her coffee. My thoughts flash back to the ring. A pang of anxiety tightens in my chest. I only hope that she'll love the ring. Katie giggles before taking a sip of her coffee. Thanks. I think it'll be the only wedding I ever have. I snort at the comment. When I look up at her, she isn't smiling. Instead, she looks completely serious. Don't be ridiculous, I say. You're funny, intelligent, and stunning. Any guy would be lucky to have you. Her eyes lift to meet mine. There is something both grateful and embarrassed in her expression. I suspect she does not know what to do with the compliment, so she does nothing. We both sit in silence, finishing our coffee. The silence is awkward at first, but then it becomes more comfortable as the tension of the moment lifts. Thank you, she says after a while. That was a nice thing to say. Listen to me, I say seriously. There is zero chance that this will be your only chance to get married. My own face heats up as Katie smiles shyly. I cannot help but feeling embarrassed at how earnest I sounded. You've been here before, but only in the kitchen and living room, right? She nods as we stand. I show her around the large dining room, the 2 bathrooms, and the study. This is nice, she murmurs, running a finger along the mahogany desk. It's really cozy. I laugh, not sure why her praise makes me feel as flustered as it does. You can use it if you want, I tell her, stepping slightly closer to her. Or I can clear out one of the spare bedrooms and put a desk and chair in it. She turns away from me, looking out the window. Katie's glowing skin seems to soak up the morning Vegas sunlight. I've always wanted a library, but you really don't have to make it happen. My mind has already skipped 5 paces ahead as I think about how I can turn the largest spare bedroom into a library. I'll see what I can do. My voice is unnaturally soft. I have to drag my eyes away from her and clear my throat. Let's have a look at the other rooms. You should pick out your bedroom. I'm not surprised when Katie chooses the bedroom furthest away from mine, although I am disappointed, though I can't tell why. The room she chooses suits her well. The entire apartment was decorated by a decorating firm. Her room is done up in shades of dove grays and eggshell blues. The sheets on the queen-sized bed are gray Egyptian cotton. The covers are burgundy silk. I am glad that she is still surveying the room because, for a second, I can't look away from her. I swallow convulsively. She'll look like a goddess in that bed. She's your best friend's kid sister. Don't go there. This is just an arrangement. The thoughts are like cold water that crash down on me, shocking me to my core. If you need extra towels and bedding. I clear my throat. Katie turns to me, smiling. You can find it in the hall closet.
Chapter 8. Katie. Eddie helps me move my things into Tom's apartment the day after we settle the terms of our arrangement, such as they are. I don't have that many things to move. My apartment is very small, and I hate clutter. Tom offered to buy me a bunch of new things, and I didn't miss the Amazon Prime boxes that he tried hiding in an empty closet. I can't help but find his anxiety about making me happy adorable. I also can't miss the way his Scottish accent becomes thicker every time he becomes anxious about making me happy. I know that he just wants to repay me for helping him out, but even living in his apartment for a while will be repayment enough. Tom's apartment is a palace compared to my small one, and I also know that living with Tom will mean that Eddie is around less. This arrangement might mean that Eddie is finally satisfied that I'm safe enough. Damn, sis. You haven't got enough stuff to even fill this room up halfway, Eddie says as he carries the last of my things into the spare bedroom. She'll have to put it all in the main bedroom, my bedroom, if immigration ever comes around. Tom calls from the kitchen, where he is leaning against the counter, watching Eddie and me as we come down the hallway. I don't miss the way he looks me up and down before looking down at his mug of coffee. I look down, slowing and allowing Eddie to step out in front of me, my cheeks burning. This arrangement won't last forever. You're not even going to be seeing each other all that much. Don't overthink this. I try giving myself advice, and the heat fades from my cheeks. I exhale slowly, clearly. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Eddie leans down to kiss my forehead. I know you guys have to get to know each other some more. Eddie pulls Tom into a one-armed hug before he leaves. The silence swells around us, booming, deafening, when Eddie steps out into the elevator. Tom clears his throat, looking me up and down again, and I cross my arms over my chest. So, I was thinking we could go out for dinner, if you wanted to, Tom says, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, sure, I say awkwardly. I suppose we'll have to be seen together in public more often than not. And all to fool some immigration official. I sigh inwardly. What should I wear? I ask him, moving to walk back to the bedroom. My bedroom. A dress and heels. I've gotten us a reservation at Fleur. It's a French bistro, though I think bistro is understating it. I can't help but laugh at the extremely serious look on Tom's face. Clearly, this dinner is very important to him, and he is approaching it with utmost care. Great. I'll take a shower and get ready. I call to him and head back to the bedroom. But before I get in the shower, I rifle through the clothes and shoes that I have yet to unpack. I find exactly what I'm looking for. A lilac dress and a pair of silver pumps. Then, grabbing my shower bag, I head into one of the most luxurious showers I have ever been in. This entire apartment is very opulent and plush, though most of the apartment is so plain that it could be hard to notice. But being around all of Eddie's football player friends, being in their homes, has taught me how to identify luxury. And Tom, or whoever decorated this place, didn't skimp on anything. When I get out of the shower, I pull my hair out of its braids and let the loose curls fall where they may. I know exactly how fancy Fleur is, and I want to look perfect for myself, but also for Tom. He is one of the most well-known football players in Las Vegas. He deserves a woman who looks good next to him. After a few handfuls of mousse and some gel, I have revived my tighter curls. Now my curly dark hair falls in ringlets to my shoulders. I have also tamed the front of my hair. After scrambling for my hot comb, I think my hair is finally done. I don't need much makeup, but swipe on some lipstick, some mascara, and some eyeliner. Then I step into the dress. It is form-fitting, with flowy sleeves and a square neckline that just shows off my cleavage. The dress falls to mid-calf, and the strappy silver pumps that I wear perfectly complement the dress. When I look at the clock, I realize that I have set a new record for getting ready, because only an hour has passed. Tom is standing in the living room, wearing a gray suit and dark, shining leather Oxfords. He is silent when he turns to me and looks at me in the dress. He doesn't say anything except nod. I notice the way his jaw tightens and the way he clenches his hands into fists, but he relaxes again almost instantly. Then he smiles his usual sweet smile and holds out his hand. I take it, and we walk out to the elevator. Fleur is in a casino, like most restaurants in Vegas are. It is lit up in shades of gold and is highlighted with other jewel-like colors. It is busy, with crowds waiting to get in, but the crowds part when Tom and I walk up to the maitre d'. Mr. Mackenzie. The maitre d' shakes Tom's hand and inclines his head in a small bow to me. Then he leads us to a table at the very back of the restaurant, away from any prying eyes. A bottle of champagne and a bottle of aged Bordeaux waits for us at our table. Tom and I sit down, and our first course is brought out. My skin prickles then, and my heartbeat speeds up as pangs of anxiety ripple over me. When I look up from my plate, Tom is looking at me, obvious concern in his eyes. "You okay?" he says, his voice tender. "He shouldn't be talking to you like that, and this whole thing shouldn't be this romantic." I nod, gritting my teeth and tightening my grip around my fork. He makes small talk then. He must notice my anxiety and stress about the situation. I relax soon enough, and I realize then how easily he makes me laugh. By the time dessert comes around, we have finished some of the wine and have both had a double espresso each. A sudden thought crosses my mind then. I speak it before I can stop myself, before I can even think. "There is no way you should be single. I don't know how you haven't found someone yet." He goes quiet, and I want to kick myself because it is clear that I have crossed a line. I thought I had found someone, that I had found the one, but it just didn't work out in the end. His voice is so quiet, so soft, that it is almost heartbreaking. The waiter comes with the bill then, and we wrap dinner up quickly. By the time we are walking out of the restaurant, I am leaning on Tom, and he has a hand around my waist. I know that we're both a little more comfortable. The camaraderie of the friendship between us has washed away any awkwardness. Now he is simply my brother's best friend. Now he is simply someone I can lean on. The drive back to his apartment is quiet, contemplative. We arrive home just after 9. He waits for me to take my shoes off before leading me to the living room. Then he takes a small velvet box out of his pocket, and my breath catches in my throat. I didn't want to do it at the restaurant, but I figured if we're going to get married, I need to get you a ring. The ring is stunning. It is simple, almost plain, but the diamond sparkles in a way that makes me light up inside. I didn't know if I should do the old-fashioned proposal or not. He shrugs at me. This is a fake wedding after all. I laugh, even though something inside me can't ignore the thought of an old-fashioned proposal.
Chapter 9. Tom. I open the refrigerator, greeted by the burst of its chilled air. Lined along the top shelf is a selection of different beers. "Hey, Katie, what drink would you like? I've got, lager and ale." "Grab me an ale, would you?" "Gotcha." I grab 2 ales and a bag of chips, opening the beers before heading to the living room where Katie waits for me on the couch. Got us a snack, too. I hand her the bag of chips and her beer before pulling the coffee table closer to us, where I have a pen and notepad. "To us," I chuckle, clinking our bottles together before taking a swig. "Let me get a handful," I say, motioning to the chips. "All right," I continue after swallowing. "So we're going to have to get all of this organized for next weekend. That way we have the wedding over and done with, and I can concentrate on the green card business." "Sounds like a plan," replies Katie. "Just so you know, money isn't going to be an issue. I've got plenty of that, so we can go as fancy as we want with this whole thing." "Oh, it's okay, Tom. The wedding doesn't have to be this super special type of thing," she says, laying a reassuring hand on my arm. "Please," I say warmly. "I insist. You're doing me a huge favor with this, so I owe you a good time in return. We'll make a memorable day out of it, even if it isn't exactly the real deal." She smiles and purses her lips at me as if I'm an adorable puppy. "Plus, this is going to be your only wedding, right?" I joke, finger quoting her. "Yeah," she laughs. "Right." As she continues giggling, an immense wave of joy overcomes me. I couldn't ever express to Katie enough just how thankful I am for her offer. I want to give her a day to remember, to make her feel special as if she was getting married for real. She deserves it. After all, she's my friend, not some stranger I am paying for a facade. And hey, the more legit this wedding looks, the more convincing a case it'll make for immigration. "Yeah, totally. So let's get this planning done then," she says, moving closer to me. Her scent hits me, and I try to decide if it's peach, mango, or some tropical mix. I can't tell if it's her perfume or shampoo, but I like it. Right, now then, what are you thinking for food? Vegas has every cuisine under the sun, so you've got a lot of options. Anything will do. I really don't mind. "Okay, well, I can get a proper list of options to show you a bit later on then," I reply, making a note to do so. "Here, this should be a fun one. Venue, the big star attraction where the deed gets done. Anything in mind for where?" "Not really, to be honest." She shrugs. "No? Come on, there's gotta be somewhere." "Did you ever picture yourself in a specific church or anything as a kid?" I ask. "Anywhere will do, Tom. It doesn't have to be some sort of extravaganza." She speaks in a tone with a hint of disinterest, like she'd rather be elsewhere. At that moment, a look of deep thought comes over her face, sprouting concerns of cancellations in my mind. "Hey, look," I begin, placing my beer back down. "If you're having second thoughts about this whole thing, then we can call it off." No, it's because I totally understand. It's not too late to get yourself out of this if it's not the route you want to go down." I throw my hand to my heart. "I swear I won't hold it against you," I tell her with a reassuring smile. She puts a finger to my lips. "Shush, it's okay," she laughs without a shred of that detachment I was detecting from her before. "Don't worry. I promise you I want to do this with you. Sorry if I don't seem all buzzed for it," she tells me, lowering her finger. "I'm just not the type of person who's into marriages. Never been wowed by them, you know? I don't remember even picturing the perfect ceremony as a kid, and this isn't even a real one." Strangely, in an unclear way, her words disappoint me. Ultimately, I know she's right, so I try to brush those feelings off. Yet, what she mentioned previously about this being her only wedding runs through my mind, and I can't help but wonder. Does Katie mean that she never intends to marry for love? The idea nags at me throughout the rest of our time together that evening, even when I try to ignore it. Eventually, by the time we finish our discussion and she retreats to bed, I convince myself that it's good she's not interested in marrying for a real type of love. If anything, it ensures me that she's perfect for what I have planned. I don't have to feel guilty about involving her in a fake wedding if I know the real deal doesn't mean anything to her anyway. "Is that everything then?" she asks before shutting her bedroom door. Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Katie. It really means a lot to me, I reply. Happy to help, hubby. She smiles as she closes the door. I linger there for a moment, bewitched by her smile. I think to myself that whoever ends up with her will be a lucky man before making my way back to the couch, grabbing a lager from the fridge. I sit there for another while, looking over the plans for the wedding down to the very last detail. Rubbing the back of my neck, I wonder how much of this will come to fruition on the day, knowing not many places can accommodate reservations for holding a wedding just a week in advance. Those concerns quickly change to thinking if Katie is truly all right with the choices I picked for us. Shooting a glance at her bedroom door, I decide enough time has passed for her to have fallen asleep. Then I look for her brother's number on my phone. What's up, Eddie? Tom? What's up, man? Are you coming out for a drink tonight? Nah, I think I'm good, I reply. Listen, I was planning the wedding with Katie tonight, and I just wanted to run a few things by you. Tom, I'm no wedding planner, he laughs. Ha, yeah, I know, man, but it's about Katie. Oh, is she being too picky? Nah, man, not even that. It's actually the opposite. She said she's totally cool with anything I choose for the wedding, like the venue, food, all that stuff. Okay? So I practically made every decision tonight, and because she seems a tad hesitant about having input, I wanted to ask you, as her brother, if she will like these choices I've made for us. All right? So for food, I suggested a high-end restaurant, but she said a buffet type of place will do. Something like a buffet-style type of thing. Does she actually like that kind of food? Yeah, Mom would always take us out to those sorts of places. Cool. So for venue, I wanted to take her to this church. Hey man, Eddie cuts in. Sorry to interrupt, but you really seem to be putting in a lot of effort here. Well, of course, man. It's a wedding. It has to look legit. I know, but what I mean is you seem to be going the extra mile for Katie, he explains with a hint of suspicion. You're reading too deep into it, Eddie, I reply, silently agreeing with his claim. Like I said, I need this to look as authentic as possible for immigration. I'm sure they deal with a lot of fake marriages already, and I don't want to raise any of their eyebrows. If you say so, my man. But just remember, it's a wedding. They're not going to deny you a visa because you didn't go all out on expenses. All they really want to see is the license and certificate for your marriage. Yeah, I know. And Katie isn't your real girl either, man, he continues, laughing as if it was never a possibility. She knows that too. That's why she's not trying to get you to cater to her every whim. Yeah, totally, man. I just want to make it a nice day and again, make it look convincing. All right, Tom, if you say so, he says abruptly, hanging up my call.
Chapter 10. Katie. I'm approximately 20 minutes away from my life changing forever, and there is only one thing I know with absolute certainty. The planetarium bathroom was not meant to hold this many women. Tom somehow managed to rent a planetarium, yes, an actual planetarium, for our wedding. Truthfully, I hadn't been prepared for anything quite this complicated. I thought we were just going to fill out a marriage license, and the two of us would run to a casino chapel. You know, nice and easy. Tom pointed out that didn't look very convincing, especially if we were going to have government officials inspecting the validity of our marriage. I couldn't really deny that he had a point. The next thing I knew, I was sardined in a planetarium bathroom with about a dozen female guests all offering me words of encouragement. Some of them, mostly the wives of his friends from the social club Inferno, know the circumstances behind our wedding. They don't say it too loud because it isn't something we want just anyone to know. I feel better, though, knowing I can at least be honest with someone. Aside from Eddie, none of Tom's teammates know the truth. Tom doesn't think they'll be questioned as part of his immigration process. But the truth is, neither of us is quite sure. It doesn't seem worth the risk. Other than that, we kept the guest list small, just enough to make the pictures look legitimate and appear like a real wedding. Technically, of course, it is a real wedding, though it's sometimes hard to wrap my head around. Some friends from Inferno, some old teammates, a few people I invited from work, and my mother. Inviting my mother was another part I hadn't been expecting. Eddie did it, insisting it would be too weird if she wasn't there. I don't dare tell her the truth. I doubt she'd approve. So now I'm stuck just having to grin and bear it, even if this is the only part of the whole deal that makes my stomach coil nervously. Plus, I'm about 90% certain she thinks I'm secretly pregnant. After all, why else would I be getting married in such a hurry? I can't really blame her for the assumption. To be honest, I'm just glad she is biting her lip over the whole thing and keeping any opinions to herself. "You look great," Jennifer reassures me. I flash her a grateful smile, examining my reflection in the mirror. I never really expected to see myself in a wedding dress, but the effect is somehow more pleasant than I expected. It isn't that I dislike the concept of marriage. It just wasn't necessarily something I saw in my future. I already have a mother and an overbearing brother. A husband just sounds like one more person to answer to. Not something I am really in the market for. Still, maybe every girl secretly dreams, at least a little, of looking like a princess on their wedding day. Because right now I am staring in the mirror, wondering who this stranger is looking back at me. She's gorgeous. I have to be honest, I'm not hating it. It isn't wildly elaborate compared to some wedding dresses, but I think that makes me like it more. I'm not an over-the-top kind of girl. It's just a simple white cocktail dress with a knee-length tulle skirt and spaghetti strap top, but I feel so elegant when I look at myself. "I can't believe that came off the rack like that," Diana chimes in. "Jennifer's right. It fits amazingly." "Thanks to Ebony," I admit. "She helped me find a dress that looked good as is. We didn't exactly have a lot of time to get alterations." Ebony waves a hand graciously. "Diana helped me find my dress. That's what we do, girl." The women begin to filter out of the bathroom slowly, one at a time, making their way into the planetarium for the ceremony. Ebony is the last to go. "Are you ready for this?" she asks, squeezing my hand. I take a deep breath, trying to decide. My nerves are starting to pick up again, but I don't think it's fear of getting married. I don't regret the choice I am making, and I don't regret doing this to help Tom. I don't love lying to my mom, and I'm a little anxious about the attention, about walking out there in front of all those people. The pictures, all of that. It feels weird to essentially be role-playing as a devoted wife in front of everyone. I can't help worrying that someone might notice or call us out. "Yes," I finally decide. "As ready as I'm going to be anyway." She squeezes my hand one more time between both of her own. "You'll be fine," she declares confidently. "You got this, girl." She lets go long enough to fix the strap of my dress, then leaves the bathroom. I'm all alone with my thoughts now, for better or worse. It doesn't last long. Someone raps twice on the door, and then Eddie tentatively pokes his head in. "Are you alone?" "Yes, you can come in." He enters, glancing down the row of stalls as if he doesn't quite believe me. I resist the urge to roll my eyes at him, like I'm trying to trick him into walking in on some poor girl peeing in the bathroom. "It's just about time," he informs me. "Are you ready?" I ignore the question. "I can't believe you told Mom," I complain. "I could have gone my whole life without her seeing this." "She would have heard," he argues. I get it. It's weird having her here. But it would have been worse if she didn't come. She'd find out and be mad at you, and then you'd really have to come clean. I wrinkle my nose at him, even though deep down I know he's right. It doesn't mean I can't give him a hard time for now. He sees my expression and continues pleading his case. "At least now what she doesn't know won't hurt her. She got to come to your wedding, and as far as she's concerned, that's what matters." When you guys split up in a couple years, she'll just think it was one of those things. I know. I finally agree, sighing. I just feel so weird lying to her. Me too, he admits. But think of it this way. You know it's not the only secret we kept from her. I giggle. Remember that time we skipped school to wait in line for concert tickets instead? He nods sagely. Now that is a secret. It doesn't matter if it was 12 years ago. You know if she finds out about that, she'd still whoop us both. A fake marriage is peanuts compared to that. I giggle again. Okay, fine. Well, let's go get this circus on the road anyways. He puts a hand on the small of my back, escorting me out of the bathroom to the doorway of the planetarium. I wait just outside the door while he signals to the person running the lights and sound. I can see the lights dim through a little glass in the door as the bridal march begins to play over the speakers. He returns with an elbow crooked. I slip my arm into it, and he escorts me to the center of the room to stand beside Tom. Our guests, seated in the audience, stand briefly as I walk up the aisleway. Then everyone sits down, and Eddie joins my mother in a seat in the very front row. Our officiant stands in the middle with Tom and me. He raises his hands, and someone in the tech booth fades the music to silence. The lighting shifts from resembling a sunset to a dark night sky, illuminated by the bright stars overhead. I hear a few people in the audience murmur to themselves, and even I am a bit stunned by just how beautiful it really is. I pause to tilt my head up, taking it in as my heart races. Tom picked the planetarium because it wasn't exactly an in-demand place for a wedding, and it happened to be available on short notice. But I have to admit, for a fake wedding, this is incredibly romantic. I can't help but study Tom's profile, wondering if he's as enchanted as I am. And to be honest, I'm not sure what answer I'm hoping to find there.
Chapter 11. Tom. I don't think our reception would make anyone's head spin or be featured in a magazine, but I have to admit, it isn't bad either. The restaurant even took the time to put up some twinkling fairy lights and balloons in the private dining room. Of course, it helps that the restaurant is one of many that my friend Jones owns. He offered to help me out by finding an option in his portfolio that had a private room open for us to use. Considering we got married on a Sunday, the only time the planetarium was free, it wasn't too difficult. I knew he was setting us up with the space, but I hadn't expected the decorations. A part of me wants to tease him, asking if he's secretly a romantic at heart. A part of me is feeling a little too romantic myself to bother. I shouldn't be feeling this. It's a fake wedding. Secretly, I'm just glad that it all looks real. I tell myself it's because I need this to be convincing, but part of the truth is that I want it to be nice for Katie, too. What do you think? Jones asks behind me, coming in from the main dining area. I startle at first, then relax when I realize it's just him. It looks nice, man, I praise. Did you really blow up all the balloons? He gives me a scornful look. Of course not. The women did that. Ah, of course. Instinctively, I know who he means by the women. The wives of our little in-group at the social club, Inferno. I should have known it, as they've been supporting Katie in their own way all day long. The men and their wives make up the bulk of our guests here, already milling about the room and conversing with each other. Katie has already slipped from my side into the crowd. I catch her eye as she chats with her mom and Eddie. Discreetly, she lifts a hand behind her mom's back to shoot me a thumbs up, her eyes flicking around the room to indicate her approval. Well, I guess Katie likes it too, I point out to Jones, then laugh. I flash my own thumbs up back at her, feeling strangely warm at her appreciation. Jones claps me on the shoulder. It's really not so bad, he admits in a low voice. Of course, I liked Amelia so much we ended up married for real, so maybe I'm not the best judge. He waves a hand toward his wife, who he originally met when they were pretending to be a serious couple just to help him win over some businessmen who were reluctant to work with him thanks to his playboy ways. She was a chef at one of his restaurants and willing to act the part for the sake of the company and her own job. It was an interesting start to their relationship, but obviously led to much more. Amelia is sitting at a table, talking with Erica and Creed, and cooing at their infant son. She is incredibly pregnant herself with her and Jones's first child, likely due any day if I had to guess. It's a strange position to be in. I want to tell Jones that we are not the same, that Katie and I are just friends. The words would come out easily, something I've said a million times before in various situations. But I can't, as not everyone here knows we are faking. And a part of me just wants to enjoy our wedding day, fake or not. I try to ignore the question of whether or not that's weird. Jones taps my shoulder again. Then, not waiting for a response, he disappears back into the main dining room of the restaurant. "I'll have them start sending the food in," he calls over his shoulder. I chat briefly, making my way around the room to greet our guests. Katie is doing the same, just like a good hostess would. We end up pairing together soon to socialize as a united front. I suppose it's good anyway, as we're supposed to be a married couple now. But if I'm being honest, the thought hadn't even occurred to me originally. It was more just a reflexive action, seeking her out. I enjoy being by her side for these kinds of events. She's so social and outgoing compared to me, and it takes some of the pressure off. She has a certain effortless way of making small talk that I've never been good at. Maybe it's something she learned as a bartender, I don't know. We only have a few minutes to try to greet as many people as we can, but fortunately it's not a huge party. Only about 30 people or so are in attendance, which makes the whole thing feel a bit more manageable. Then the food starts coming in as servers set various plates and trays up buffet style. When I planned this whole thing, doing a buffet was Katie's suggestion, and the most logical choice. Jones was willing to lend us some of his crew, but it was short notice, so there was only so much he could accommodate. Simplifying the process so that everyone served themselves and the staff just had to keep refilling bowls was the answer to keeping it possible. At the time, I hadn't really cared. The details were beyond me. I just wanted something that could pass as a reception. Now I find myself glancing at Katie and wondering if she is disappointed. I don't think she is, and I realize how silly that was only a minute later. Of course she isn't. She suggested the buffet, and I doubt she was just being gracious to make it easy for me. Katie is far too practical and down-to-earth for that. I probably could have offered her a picnic and peanut butter sandwiches, and she'd still be content. And it's not a real reception, I'll remind myself. Oh, yeah, that too. When the buffet is all set up, Eddie makes a quick toast. He winks at me a few inopportune times, and I have to resist the urge to smack myself in the forehead. He might as well make big air quotes every time that he says the word wedding. Is this obvious to anyone else? Compared to him, Katie might as well win an Oscar for her acting. Eddie is my best friend, but sometimes I swear to God his football helmet did not do its job. I glance around at everyone seated down the 2 long rows of tables. Katie and I have a little table of our own that she calls the sweethearts table near the front of the room. No one seems to notice Eddie, and I relax. When he is done talking, I am caught off guard by the sound of glasses clinking. I look around in confusion, and it takes me a minute to place just what is going on. "They want us to kiss," Katie murmurs as an explanation. The social convention flashes back to me with her words, remembering other weddings. I was always the one rapping my spoon against the glass to coax the newlyweds on, never on this side of things. For the first time, it occurs to me what an odd tradition this really is. Of course, if Katie and I were really married, I probably wouldn't be so uncomfortable. She squeezes my hand under the table, giving me a searching look. I try to keep my face relaxed, smiling as naturally as I can. "Shall we?" I ask. With my eyes, I try to apologize for what I am about to do. Katie is unbothered, leaning in as soon as I give the word. Our lips lock for the first time in front of all these people, and I have to pretend like it is perfectly normal. Like we have done this 1,000 times, because what married couple hasn't? I can't decide if the jolt I feel is because of the circumstances, or because she is my best friend's sister who I'm not supposed to be kissing, Or if it is just because it is a first kiss with someone new. Maybe all those things. I pull away, realizing we have probably lingered a couple seconds longer than was necessary. The sparks I hadn't been expecting distracted me, and my head feels a little fuzzy now. I have to remind myself that we are here with 30 other people, making an extra effort to regain my bearings and composure before anyone gets suspicious. I smile at her nervously. She's beaming happily, looking pleased with herself. I really had no idea she was such a good actress, but it makes my smile stretch wider in relief. Then I look down the long tables to our guests, and my eyes lock with Eddie. He isn't angry, not really. I know he understands the game we are playing. Still, there's a weird grimace on his face he's trying hard not to let show, and I can feel my own smile slipping away.
Chapter 12. Katie. So, how did it all go for you? Asks Tom as he closes and locks the door behind us. Not bad at all, I reply. In fact, it went a lot better than I had expected. I'm glad to hear that, Katie. Say, your mom was lovely. Was she really? I chuckle as I hand Tom my coat. Yeah, totally. He laughs. She's exactly what I thought she was going to be like. Asking me loads of personal questions, but I could tell it was all in good heart. Where's she staying while she's in town? He asks. Oh, she'll be with Eddie for a while. I see, he responds as we head to the living room. She loved every moment of us kissing. Yeah, I noticed that too. I almost feel sorry for her thinking this is all for real. Yeah, mutters Tom, before his eyes suddenly widen. What is it? I ask. Tom hesitates for a moment. Eddie looked really freaked out anytime we had to kiss. It made me feel a little weird, he explains. Well, I can imagine it looks a little strange for him to see his sister and best friend locking lips. But hey, what else can he expect at a wedding, real or not? After all, he's probably our biggest supporter, and this was half his idea, so surely he had to anticipate it. Yeah, you're right. I'm just overthinking it. It wasn't anything more than an in-the-moment type of thing, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. He pulls back the sleeve of his white shirt, exposing the veins and hair that run up his forearms. Distracted, I start to imagine what the rest of his body looks like, running my eyes toward his chest. Earth to Katie? He blurts, breaking my train of thought. Sorry, were you saying something? I ask awkwardly. It's only just gone 9 o'clock, he explains, pointing at his watch. The night is still young, so what do you want to do now? Up for a drink? I propose. Hell, you read my mind. Go take a seat and I'll grab a couple of brews. I sprawl out on the couch, hearing the hum of the refrigerator and the clinking of bottles. The weight of the day comes bearing down on me as I melt into my seat, sighing loudly. You know, I can't remember the last time I had a Saturday night off, I tell Tom as he approaches. Oh no. Normally, I'd be working at this time, reeling in all the tips. I reckon Saturdays are your busiest, says Tom, handing me my ale. You can say that again, I reply, taking a swig of beer. It's a strange feeling to relax in your home, just like anyone else who doesn't have a job in the hospitality industry. Well, you've got your new husband to thank for that. He jokes, igniting laughter between us. Cheers to that. So, what would you normally be doing on a Saturday night? Well, chances are I'd be out with some of the guys. But other nights I like to stay at home and watch a few of my games. You know, for studying my technique and whatnot. Alas, I don't have a reason to do that anymore. Are you still going to keep up with the tournaments and everything, as a fan? Nah, I think I'll steer clear of watching football for a while. I ought to cleanse it out of my system, says Tom regretfully. I get you. We clink our bottles again, saluting our fake marriage over a mouthful of beer. Pretty average conversation to have post-wedding, eh? I joke. Oh, 100%, he affirms with a smile. It certainly beats doing what real couples usually do on their wedding night, he says, gesturing to his open bedroom door. What do you owe? I exclaim, feeling my face flush at the realization of what he means. Yeah, you're absolutely right. As he takes another drink, I notice how prominent his Adam's apple is, perfectly complementing his sharp jawline that tenses with each sip. My eyes wander, picking up from where I stopped last time as some of his top buttons have opened, just barely exposing the top section of his well-defined chest. I force myself to stop before it becomes too obvious, finishing my beer and opening the next one. Tom? Yeah, Katie? Worn across his face is a devastatingly handsome smile. I just wanted to say thank you again for all of the effort that you put into planning this day. I had a ton of fun. Me too. I'm glad you did. I know I wasn't the most helpful when we were organizing everything, but I really don't think it could have gone any better. As far as a fake wedding goes, right? He jokes, sharing laughter with me. Don't worry about it, He hesitates, rubbing his nape. I just wanted to make you feel special. Well, mission accomplished. I felt like we really were for real tonight. Our eyes fixate on each other. The way his gray eyes seem to narrow on mine remind me of the currents of the sea. Hell, even his brown hair is like the sand on the beach. Neither one of us noticed the drink slipping from my hand. Oh, damn, I exclaim, jumping up from the couch. Don't worry, I got this, reassures Tom, standing to fetch some paper towels. I'm so sorry, let me help. Our hands reach for the paper towels at the same time, lingering together for a moment before I pull mine back. Sit down. This'll just take a second. I watch in guilt as he cleans up my mess. All right, he says upon finishing. How about some good old-fashioned board games? Yeah, sure. Listen, I'm really sorry. Please, it's okay, he insists before bringing over a chessboard. How about this? Chess, eh? Can't go wrong with a classic, I suppose. Though I have to admit, I haven't touched the game since I was a child. It'll be a very quick game then, he says, sitting down beside me. Hey, I retort, slapping his arm. Come on, be fair. Run me over the basics at least. I'm only teasing you. He laughs. I listen as attentively as I can while he shows me each piece, explaining what they're called and how they move. The whole time, I can't help but notice how wonderful I feel with him. His presence and voice comfort me in a way no other man has before. This one here is the rook. It can move any amount of squares, but only diagonally. Oh, looks like you're out of beer, he says, gesturing to my empty bottle. I've got some wine if you want some. Why not? Say, would you be up for getting something delivered? All this chess talk has me ravenous. I was so busy at our reception that I barely had time to enjoy the food. I hadn't thought much of it, but I'm now realizing that I'm starving. Yeah, sure, he chuckles. The next 2 hours fly by as we fill the air with laughter, jokingly talking about what we'd name our kids, what schools we'd send them to, as well as faking a conversation about wanting a divorce. The whole time I keep thinking of how bizarre this kind of wedding night might seem to others, but looking at Tom breaks that thought whenever it pops up. Empty pizza boxes, bottles of beer and wine, and chess pieces lay aside by the time I'm about to end our game. Are you having a good time? I ask. Of course, are you? Oh, absolutely, I say, eyeing his king piece. You're just lucky I'm going easy on you. Wait, what? He exclaims as I take out his king. Checkmate. Oh, so that's how it is. Eh, Olsen? He jokes. Looks like I taught you a little too well. He smirks as he gathers up the chess pieces, throwing sidelong glances that give me butterflies in my stomach. If there's one good thing that came out of my brother's presence here in Vegas, it's that he introduced me to Tom. I hadn't felt something like this in what seems like forever, and without Eddie breathing over my shoulder, I was really enjoying getting to know Tom. Only I wonder, does he feel the same about me?
Chapter 13. Tom. In the second game of chess, she beats me again. I'm too busy looking at her gorgeous face and sneaking glances at her toned body to keep a coherent strategy in my mind. "Hey, let's play Operation," she says. "You know, the surgery one." "ERR," I shout out, mimicking the buzzing noise of metal touching metal. I was the Operation champion. When I went to American football camp in the summer, we played this game constantly in the dorms. And then when I got my knee surgery, everyone brought it to hospital. It slips out before I can catch it, the decidedly foreign way of saying to hospital. Here in the States, everyone says to the hospital. Katie doesn't remark or comment on it, however. We laugh for a long time playing Operation with neck-and-neck scores, a pun she ridicules me with the entire time. I go for the butterflies in the stomach. I'm very familiar with those, so I might have a natural advantage, I say. The game disagrees, buzzing at me angrily. "Fortunately, I don't get butterflies," she says to me, and excises the game piece coolly. "That's because you don't have to stay calm looking at a face as beautiful as yours," I say. "You don't have to keep up the newlywed act anymore if you don't want," Katie says. It comes across like a gut check for clarity. The statement is her way of letting me know she doesn't mind, but wants to make sure I don't either. "Oh, I know, but it's kind of fun to play the part. At least for me," I say. "And it's probably a good idea to get into the habit of it." "Yeah? What did I get myself into?" she says with a worried look, followed by a smile. "I'm just kidding. It's mainly just kicking your ass at board games, right?" "Mainly. So you're in good shape in that department." "I'm in good shape in every department," she replies. "But yeah, we should have this conversation sooner rather than later. We'll want to keep up appearances for a little while." "Keep up appearances, how?" "Making it seem like we live together. Sleeping together. Sleeping in the same room, I mean. USCIS could come at any time to check." "They're going to come inspect us?" she says with a worried look. No, probably not," I say. "Just if they want. They mostly care about, like both of us being on the lease, paying rent from a joint account. But they've been known to ask about the living situation, and even coming to investigate. In the movies, they make you think it's as simple as sending a copy of a marriage certificate," she says. "Yeah, I wish. But listen, even if it's the day before the interview, it's never too late to back out. We can still get the marriage annulled now." "Absolutely not. I'm the one who offered, not you. I made a promise to help you, and nothing will stop me from making good on it. Serve me with divorce papers if you have to." "You're always free to change your mind, though. If anything about this ever feels off or takes you past your comfort zone, I'd sooner go back to the UK than make you uncomfortable. And I'd sooner live in the UK, a place I've never been to, where I know no one, than go back on my word. I'm not going anywhere until everything you need is sorted. Just tell me what I need to do, and I'm there. It's you and me together on this crazy adventure." I'm not much of a crier, but I swallow to keep tears from rising. It means so much to me. Something about how genuinely and eagerly she has my back is hard to ignore. "Thank you, Katie," I manage to say. "So logistically here, the thing is, we want to be as believable as possible, not just for other people. But when we talk about our lives, we need it to really feel like our bedroom, our apartment, like any couple would. They're known for asking questions like who sleeps on which side of the bed." "We better get a move on then," she says. "When do the questions start?" "As soon as we start the application. First thing you do is, you send a big packet with the story of your relationship. It's called a petition for alien relative." Extremely sexy terminology. "And you want to send it as soon as you can after saying I do. To get the ball rolling," I explain. "I might be the first husband to worry about his new bride dying from boredom on their honeymoon." So I'm saying our relationship is real. My husband needs a green card so that he can keep me, his wife, happy. Yeah, pretty much. We send forms to adjust my status to permanent resident later, but the petition for the relative, that's processed first, and it's what makes or breaks us. So this is why we need to sleep together, is what you're saying, she says. I almost choke on my beer. No! No, I say, my face turning beet red. Relax, I'm kidding. I mean that we might be sleeping in the same bed someday, but no funny business. She says the last part in a perfect imitation of Eddie. She also strokes my side with the heel of her hand, as if displaying exactly what Eddie's rules are meant to prohibit. Maybe it's the beer, or the intimacy of the conversation, or her touch. But I can't help picturing her wearing a nightie in the same style as the wedding dress, sprawled out on the bed that's now considered ours. Don't get too excited, mate. Katie's super hot, sure, but you know it's not going to happen. You have enough on your mind without Eddie murdering you, but no harm in a little fake fantasy about my gorgeous fake wife in our real bed. Why don't you take me down the hall and show me my accommodations, Mr. Mackenzie? She says. You also just gave me inspiration for the next game we should play. Never have I ever. So bring that bottle of wine with you. What's our rule about drinking on the bed? On our honeymoon, let's make an exception. Anyway, it's Prosecco. The bubbles will clear away any mess, she says. I carry her down the hall, past the threshold to the bedroom. Which side of the bed will you be claiming, my lady? Over there, by the window. The right side. Because my wife is always right. At least, that's the advice I've gotten so far about a good marriage, I say. Great, let's start with that. Never have I ever gotten advice for how to be a good husband, Katie says. Cheers, I say, and I take a sip. And then I think of one. Yup. Never have I ever stood someone up. What a Boy Scout you are, I have to drink, Katie says. You've stood someone up? With all I've heard you say on the topic of ghosting? It was an accident. I got off work late and I lost my phone. But I'm so fanatical about never standing someone up. I looked up his number on my cell phone bill once I got home and called him from Eddie's phone. We wound up going out the next day. That barely counts. I was hoping for something juicy from this game. Never have I ever paid for a lap dance, she says. Nope, I haven't, I say. No drinking for me. Oh, come on. You said paid, my dear. I'm an NFL player, in Vegas. You think I've ever paid for a lap dance? Received, sure. Paid? No. My turn. Never have I ever given a lap dance. Katie drinks. What? I nearly screech out my response. That was a joke. I mean, we were celebrating a friend's birthday. He had a crush on me. So his friend gave me a $20 bill so I would give him the time of his life with a lap dance. My. All the things I still have to learn about my wife. The idea of her writhing around another man's lap sets me on fire. I need to banish the image from my mind so I don't suddenly have to conceal a hard-on. I'm already playing with fire by being on a bed with her. Okay, so, my turn. Never have I ever been on a blind date, she says. I drink. Did you like any of them? Nah, it was like dating my best friend's sister, I tease her with a laugh. But no, blind dates for me always lived up to their reputation. You never know. Your turn, she says. Never have I ever. I've done a lot of things, though. Maybe we should switch the name of the game to I have, she whispers in my ear. I have had a threesome with a girlfriend of a player from a rival team, I say. I think we both drink. Me from the depravity, you to clear your mind from having to hear about it. Oh, and you think I haven't? She says. She doesn't clarify whether she's joking or not. My turn, she says. I have wanted to make out with my fake husband, my brother's best friend, on our fake wedding night, Katie says. According to Never Have I Ever rules, I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to drink. She kisses me before I can take a sip, instantly igniting a passion that has been building between us all night. She pushes me down on the bed and makes out with me on the right side of the bed. Her side.
Chapter 14. Katie. I swing one leg over Tom's hips so that I'm straddling him and bring my fingertips to his jawline. His hands move magnetically to my waist, drawing me to him as he melds his lips with mine. I can't help but grin against his mouth. "What's so funny?" he asks, noticing my smile. "This is going to make us very convincing newlyweds." I giggle. "Guess we'll be partaking in wedding night activities after all," he replies, grinning back, then suddenly pulls away a little. If you're on board?" he adds nervously. I smile again. "Yeah, Tom, I kissed you, remember?" "Right. Well, didn't want to assume we were gonna have sex because of a kiss," he says, leaning in again. My eyes widen and jaw slackens. Instead of leaning towards him, I pull my hands away from his face and sit upright on his lap. "Wait, did you think we were—" I ask quietly, trailing off. All at once, Tom's face mirrors the horror in mine. No, obviously we don't," he begins to stutter. Before he can form a full sentence, though, a chuckle escapes my lips. I feel Tom freeze, then relax as realization dawns on his face. "You were kidding, yeah," I say, fully giving in to laughter now. "But you totally bought it," I tell him through guffaws. He pretends to scowl, but can't help smiling too. As my giggles subside, I return my hands to his jaw, and I lean towards him. "It's just sex, Tom," I say, though I'm not totally sure if the words are meant to reassure him or me. He's hot as hell, and I'm definitely attracted to him, but a nagging voice in the recesses of my mind is warning me that this could end very badly. Before it can make that case, though, Tom bridges what little distance is still between us and kisses me again. I'm scratching an itch. I tell myself as I feel his lips connect with mine, their warmth somehow unexpected but entirely welcome. This will make our relationship seem so much more believable. And with that, I willfully silence the voice warning me to be cautious. We're both adults, and we're clearing out the sexual tension between us by indulging in it once. It's perfectly sensible if I don't overthink it. Thanks for listening to Tasty AF. Unfortunately, things are getting a little too heated for YouTube. You can access the full, unabridged version of this audiobook on tylawalker.com with the discount code SAVE40. I roll off him, and he stretches his arm out next to him. I oblige, curling up beside him. "Happy wedding day, honey," I say sleepily. Tom's throaty chuckle is the last thing I hear before I drift off to dreamland.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 15. Tom. Batting my eyes open, the first thing I see are the sun's morning rays shining in too harshly through the window. Rubbing my head groggily, I reach for the glass of water I always keep beside my bed for that middle-of-the-night thirst. Sleeping soundly beside me is Katie. The sun illuminates her natural beauty, making her skin glow with a magnetic radiance that pulls me closer. Her chest slowly rises and falls with each of her breaths. It's almost hypnotizing to watch. Am I still dreaming? I've woken up next to girls before, unwelcomingly greeted by regrettable realizations about what went down the night prior. Yet here with Katie, there's nothing but peace and comfort. God knows I need a lot of that from how the last few months of my life have gone. I mean, this woman is my wife now. I never could have predicted marrying my best friend's little sister. What will she be like when she wakes up? I silently mutter a prayer of sorts that there won't be any awkwardness. At the same time, I wonder if we'll even acknowledge having sex or just chalk it up to a beer-induced mistake. In that moment, she quickly inhales and opens her eyes, softly glancing around. Her eyes meet mine, welcoming her into the new day with a smile. "Good morning, Katie." "Morning, hubby," she mutters, the morning raspiness of a dry throat in full effect. Her lips, as plump and luscious as they've ever been, create an impulse to kiss them. I instinctually lean in, planting a gentle smooch upon them. Katie gladly welcomes it, pushing her lips into mine. We pull back from each other, chuckling like two high schoolers who just had their first kiss. "So, fun night, eh?" she asks. "Yeah, totally." I laugh, rubbing my nape. "So listen, Katie, about what happened between us. Does that mean that we—" The sudden ringing of her phone interrupts our conversation. "Sorry, just a second," she says, grabbing her phone off the floor. Her eyes widen. It's Eddie. "Hello?" She answers the call. "Yeah, all good. You? Oh, right now. I mean, sure, I guess. Okay, see you soon. Bye, Eddie." Katie grimaces as she hangs up. "Eddie and my mom are coming over for brunch." "Oh, damn," I whisper. "Yeah, he practically invited himself. I didn't know what to say in the moment. My bad." "Oh, don't worry about it. Duty calls. I'll throw something together in the kitchen. I'll give you a hand." We spend the next few minutes getting dressed in silence. Somehow it doesn't feel right to discuss our situation just yet, especially with family business on hand. I am happy to have Katie's family over, but the questions are going to start weighing down on me soon. Were we now something more than friends? Was it a one-night stand? Did we just complicate a very good friendship? "Thank you, dear," says Katie's mother. "Please, it's a pleasure to have you over, Mrs. Olson." "Oh, Tom, please call me Rennell. No need for the formalities. Besides, I'm no longer the only Mrs. Olson around here anymore." "Oh, Mom," giggles Katie. I pour coffee into her mug, then everyone else's, filling mine up last. Bringing the empty carafe to the sink, I look back at the table. It is lined with plates of food from scrambled eggs and bacon to English-style sausages and waffles. Bringing over the tongs, I motion for Katie and her mother to give me their plates first. As I portion out some food for them, I spot Rennell giving her a daughter an approving look before gesturing to me with her eyebrows. Realizing I have her approval, I try to hide my smile as I give their plates back to them. "You have a wonderful kitchen here," comments Rennell as she gazes around like a curious cat. "Thank you. I take pride in maintaining our home," I reply, portioning out an extra-large serving for me and Eddie. "Our home. Oh, how lovely it is to hear you say that," she gushes before turning to Katie. "You've landed an adorable man for yourself, darling." "I feel the same way," replies Katie, glancing at me. "I do my best, Mrs. Olson. I mean, Rennell," I chuckle. "Let's eat." "About time," says a ravenous Eddie, tearing into his eggs. "I'm starving," he continues with a mouthful of food. "Eddie!" scolds his sister and mother at the same time. "Sorry." "This is delicious," exclaims Rennell. "You know, Katie, I'm glad you're with a man who can provide and care for you. Las Vegas is a tough city. You've picked a sensible man." We exchange more casual conversation over the rest of brunch, with Eddie and I ensuring that not a single crumb is left behind. Over the course of the meal, Renelle keeps glancing around. "You look curious, Mom," says Katie. "There's more for you to see if you'd like a tour," she suggests. "Oh, but what about all of this? I can help with everything," offers Renelle. "We'll take care of that later," I reassure her. Katie and I lead Renelle around the place. Eddie, already knowing the apartment well, hangs around behind us. It doesn't stop him from feigning admiration and making shocked faces at my place's decor, much to our amusement. "I'd love to have that," says Renelle upon seeing the giant bathtub. "I bet you two are already having some intimate nights together with a bottle of wine." "Mom," grumbles Eddie, visibly disgusted at her remark. We take her into the living room where she shares more of her wild remarks when she sees the 80-inch TV and speakers to create a home cinema design setup. Sticking out on shelves are football-based movies and documentaries, as well as blank cases with seasons and years written on them with Sharpie. "Your old games, eh?" says Eddie. "Yeah, I don't think I'll be watching them for a while." "Totally get it, man," he says, resting a hand on my shoulder. Finally, we come to the guest room. "This is the guest room where we... Well, I guess it's self-explanatory," I tell her. Behind Renelle and Katie, I spot Eddie looking around suspiciously, as though he's studying every inch of the room. A look of realization comes over his eyes, causing me to look around and see what's catching his attention. It hits me. The room looks unused. From the fresh linen sheets to the perfectly fluffed pillows and empty shelves, it's obvious that Katie didn't sleep here last night. I pray he doesn't say anything. Renelle doesn't notice any of this tension and simply comments on how she should come stay. Each second passes by like a minute as she takes her time inspecting everything, while that dubious look stays on Eddie's face. "Well, that's about it for the tour," announces Katie. "Hey, Tom, there's something in your room that caught my eye when we walked by. Mind if you and I have a look?" asks Eddie. Crap! Before I answer, Renelle wraps her arm around Katie, walking off in the direction of the kitchen. "Come, darling, let's leave the guys alone for a bit. It's important to give each other space. I'll give you a hand with the cleanup." "Oh, Renelle," I call to her, ignoring Eddie's question. "Please, you're our guest. Why don't you go relax in the living room and I'll fetch some tea for us?" "You're quite all right, dear. You fed me so I'll clean. It's only fair. Though, I'll take you up on that tea after Katie and I are done." I nervously motion for Eddie to follow as I lead the way to my main bedroom. Once we enter, his demeanor changes entirely. "What's up with the guest room, man?" he asks. "What are you talking about?" "Come on, don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about. I thought Katie was sleeping in there. Why does it look so clean?" He stops, looking behind me. I turn to realize that we left behind all the evidence that Katie spent the morning in my room. Her comb is casually strewn on my dresser from when she got ready this morning. The pajama pants I took off her last night now lie neatly folded at the end of the bed. And then I spot the most damning evidence of all. From where I am, I see Katie's underwear from last night sticking out from the corner of the bedside. I quickly move to obstruct his view from them. "Her stuff is here," he mutters. Suddenly his eyes dart to meet mine, glaring a hole through me. I swallow the lump in my throat with a loud gulp. "Tom, is there something going on here between you two?"
Chapter 16. Katie. Tom and Eddie are huddled away too long for it to be a sign of anything good. If Eddie's quiet, that's usually scarier than when he's loud. While my mother is drying the last few dishes, I burst into the bedroom. Tom looks like he's just seen a ghost. Eddie, on the other hand, looks like he's about to punch a ghost in the face. "What's going on in here?" I ask Eddie, staring at him hard. "That's exactly what I want to know, Katie. What's going on here?" Eddie says. He motions at the items around the room, then gestures at me and Tom. "What do you mean?" I say with a laugh. "You know everything that's happening. We're married, sure, but you know we're not in a relationship." "I know you keep saying that. But look at this room, Katie. I'm not stupid, Eddie says as he starts rifling through the room. Your makeup is here on the dresser, Katie. Your bathrobe, your... He starts opening the dresser, and I put my hand up to block it. Look, you know us better than anyone, and we're not a couple, Eddie. You've seen us together for years. He's my second brother, I say. This feels especially weird to say just hours after Tom and I had wild sex in this very room. I'm remembering how his naked body looked on the bed behind me, the feel of his naked stomach against mine, the smell of our pheromones combining. I'm hoping that the scent of it has dissipated enough for Eddie to ignore it. Maybe that's why he's acting so weird. My main priority is getting him out of this room as quickly as possible. But I can't look like I'm trying to hide anything. Come on, Eddie, this is crazy. You can't just tear through other people's stuff, I say. What is it you're so worried about? I'm helping your best friend. I want him to stay in the country. We're not romantically involved or even remotely interested in each other. Just, you know that you don't actually have to act like you're married, right? Eddie asks. You just have to look like you're married. So why is so much of your stuff here in the same bedroom and not in the guest room? First off, you know how much stuff I own. But also look, the more we seem like a real couple, the better it is for all of us. It needs to look like I live here. USCIS can come down hard on us. The fact that even you can't tell the difference means we're doing something right. I guess so, Eddie says, but he's still on edge, still overly protective, still not convinced. I try to make my case, careful not to sound defensive. Look, Eddie, you know that if USCIS has any suspicions about it being fake, Tom could get kicked out of the country forever. The more believable we are, the better it is for his chances. I pat Tom on the shoulder without thinking. Eddie's eyes linger as if my hand burned a hole in Tom's jacket, and his eyes dart back. What was that? Eddie says accusingly. Are you really going to read into every gesture? It's going to get exhausting, especially for you, Eddie, I say. I start breathing hard. So many emotions run through me. I'm overcome with anger at my brother. How dare he think he's entitled to dictate anyone's choices but his own? This is my marriage, my relationship, my life. He may be my brother, and he may be Tom's best friend, but this has absolutely nothing to do with him. And so what if it is a real relationship, Eddie? What then? I don't have the courage to say this, at least not yet, but eventually I know I might have to. Don't you want him to be able to stay in this country? We all have to go along with this for him to get his green card, I say. Of course I want him to stay, he replies in a snit. How can you even ask that? But I have my suspicions, and I don't want anyone to be taken advantage of. I want to protect you, Katie, if I'm honest. I want to protect you too, Tom. I understand that, and I appreciate it, Eddie. I do, Tom says. I do too, Eddie. Just keep in mind, for our application they ask all sorts of questions, like, how is your bedroom decorated? Which side of the bed does he sleep on? Where are your towels kept? What color is her toothbrush? It's a lot easier to answer questions like that if you're actually cohabitating. Just ask Jeffrey. What else did he say, Tom? Yeah, Jeff says that a lot depends on who you get for your interviewer. Sometimes they don't ask any questions, even people who have been married for just a few months. Then they'll grill other people, even if they've been together for 20 years. We have to be prepared for anything. I improvise, half remembering more details to amp up the drama. Yeah, and he said they can come to your home at any time, unannounced, and do an inspection to make sure you both live there. Eddie, you should watch some of these videos from the lawyers. I push ahead. From people who have been in the process. Like, this one lawyer says he has just one rule. If you're in love, file a marriage case. So, I mean, Even the legal advice is you need to seem like you're in love. My brother visibly grimaces at hearing the word love. It takes everything in me to keep from telling him to butt out of my life, romantic or otherwise. I know it's because of how much he cares about me, but can't he see that it drives us further apart? I choke back my anger and soften a little toward him. I'm sure he wishes he weren't like this either, if he had a choice. Eddie, I know how much you care about me. I couldn't ask for a better brother. You know I know that, right? I say. With his arms still crossed, he gives a small nod. We have a lot to talk about, Eddie, but not right now, especially with Mom here. We don't need her to pop her head into the bedroom and start worrying about things. I have my hands full enough with you. I take his hand and start pulling him out of the room. Just don't complicate things, okay? Eddie says, reluctantly following me. I can see him making one last attempt at taking a visual inventory of my belongings, intermingling with Tom's. I know both of you better than anyone. I don't want to have to pick up the pieces if it all implodes. You'd better just make sure that your fake relationship stays fake. Of course. There's no way we would have gone through with this if there was any remote chance of there ever being anything more, I say. I signal to Tom that he should chime in too. Totally. Being married to Katie is about as romantic as being married to you, Tom says to Eddie. Nice touch, I think. Now everybody out. I'll make us some drinks, Tom says, walking us to the living room where my mom has been patiently waiting, checking out the art on the walls. Actually, Katie, you're the resident mixologist. Could you help me figure out a special cocktail for your mom in the kitchen? In the privacy of the kitchen, we finally exchange a look. We can read each other so well after such a short amount of time. It says, we'd better not get caught. So, I say. That went about as well as expected. Yeah, I thought maybe he'd chill a little bit, Tom says. Wishful thinking. But at least we know for certain that we can't let up. We have to be discreet because... I move closer to Tom, and without thinking, he puts his arms around me. Because if he finds out that we, Tom says. I crane my head to make sure Eddie and my mother can't see us. They're wrapped up in a conversation about team uniforms. Yeah, if he finds out we're having sex, then we're really screwed. I kiss him, and memories of last night flood my mind. He instinctively knows how to please me. I bet tonight's going to be even hotter. Oh yeah, Saint Germain is my mom's favorite. I think that's a great choice for a mixer, I say, making a show of yelling loudly so Eddie and my mom can hear. I can't wait to try what you've got cooking up for me, my mom yells from the living room. I squeeze Tom's hand and kiss him again.
Chapter 17. Tom. 3. The last 3 weeks, we feel more like a real couple every single day. It feels like newlyweds settling into the comfort of lasting love. I cook her eggs in the morning just the way she likes them. She lays out my bathrobe at night to make it painless for me to get out of bed and shower in the morning. We hang up each other's towels and put away the dishes for each other. Any kind thing we can do, we go out of our way. Despite neither one of us ever being selfie people, we take constant pictures of ourselves, no matter how mundane the task being photographed, from the grocery store to the symphony. For the application, she says. But the application at this point feels almost like an afterthought. It's for us. I see in real time, with the photos, how happy we make each other. I'm falling harder and harder for her every single day. It's a strange situation when you're painstakingly documenting a relationship, and also at the same time taking just as many pains to hide it. I don't know who I'm more afraid of, USCS or Eddie. At least with USCS, there's an appeals process. As much as I hate sneaking around, especially when it risks provoking Eddie's wrath, there's something about the forbidden element that adds heat. She wants me so much, and I want her, and we're both willing to go against our natural instinct to appease Eddie. Both of us know we could lose Eddie forever over it. But for both of us, being together and me staying here is worth it. We can't deny the attraction between us, even if that might be easier. Even more complicated is the fact that we aren't sure what the pull between us could exactly be labeled. Are we falling in love and we'll need to come clean with Eddie soon? Are we just friends with benefits? Is our magnetism mostly just a matter of physical attraction and proximity that will fizzle out soon? Katie's been showing me the scrapbook she's making for the USCIS application. It tells our story starting from even before it was a love story. I can't believe how many keepsakes from our time together she's held on to over the years. It makes me wonder if she's always felt a draw to me too. 5. It was 5 years ago when we first met. There's a photo from it, all three of us at a diner booth. You can see that I was a heartbroken, pathetic mess at the time, with a drooping head and unconvincing fake smile. My ex couldn't stand America and decided to move back to Scotland. I was clinging to Eddie all night, like a kid with abandonment issues. He told me his kid sister always helped when he was down, so we spent all night together. Katie gave me a pep talk that restored my hope in women. From then on, she always had a special place in my heart, like a little sister. Now she's so much bigger. She's everything. 4 years ago, I spent the first night getting to know her as Katie, not Eddie's sister. In the scrapbook, she has the scorecard from the night we went to kiss mini-golf a few years back. Eddie was supposed to go with her, but Coach kept him at practice. He asked me to come instead. I kept giving her mulligans, and she made a big show of protesting, but didn't actually insist on the score changing. I'm from the place where we invented golf. It's only fair that I go easy on you, I told her. I discovered that night that she has the best laugh. She killed me singing, "I was made for loving you," and sticking out her tongue like Gene Simmons. I still remember the electricity that went through me when she touched my knee after I made her laugh. 1 year ago, it all changed. She pulled off a flawless surprise birthday party at the Pinball Hall of Fame for Eddie, who is a lifelong gaming nut. That was the night I realized how sexy she is. There's a picture in our album of Katie bent over the pinball machine cake she custom ordered for the occasion, complete with working flippers. She's in her little Miss Pac-Man sundress, while Eddie and I feed each other cake slices like a married couple. The faint hint of her breasts in her flirty, low-cut dress made me crazy. Even looking at the picture, I harden at the memory. I could barely keep my attention on anything but her at the time. But because she's Eddie's sister, I knew she was off limits. 6 weeks ago was my retirement party. That was when everything started to really change. When she first offered to help me. Before she became my wife. Before she became my lover. Before she became the most confusing problem in my life I can't possibly live without. Even in their mom, I see a change. Especially the last few days when she talks to Katie. Renelle was always my best friend's mother, who took it upon herself to be my surrogate parent in America. When she mails Eddie cookies, she always sends a batch for me. She knits me sweaters for Christmas and invites me to family Thanksgivings. She asks if I'm eating enough. But now, Renelle is my mother-in-law. I know she feels it too. I see it in her eyes that she now feels an obligation not just to mother me, but to make sure the man who loves her daughter takes care of her the way she deserves. Katie wasn't even fazed when I asked her before she had made up her mind what would happen if she met a guy. He might not be too keen on her living with her fake football player husband, I said. But she said that nothing was more important than helping me stay here, and anyone who couldn't understand that wasn't a person she wanted to know. She's totally fine with having to submit paperwork legally, vowing to support me financially if anything happened. Even an actual wife might be weirded out by that. But not her. She's willing to commit to staying married to me for several years, till I'm naturalized, even though I told her I would never ask that of her. She volunteered. She's the most selfless person I've ever met. I just can't get rid of the nagging little doubt in my mind that remembers her hinting that she may never want to be married for real. If that's true, it explains why she has no problem spending the time being my wife on paper. but it also changes everything as far as any kind of real relationship we could have in the future. So what are we doing here? I only wish I knew. And knowing how Eddie would react if he found out just adds an extra layer of complications in deciding what I'd want or what I dare ask for. I find myself saying nothing, just maintaining the status quo to keep everyone happy. 3 weeks ago, we made it official. There are pages of photos in the scrapbook detailing this important moment. Katie wasted no time to get our wedding photos printed. For a normal couple, it's understandable that your wedding day might be the best day of your life. But when you and your wife have never so much as kissed, and barely hugged for that matter, it's even more astounding for your wedding day to be the happiest time you've spent together. The wedding was a mere 3 weeks ago. She looked so sexy in all of them. All day I imagined that she was marrying me for real. The first time I kissed her, on our wedding day, I didn't want to stop. Even when we were away from the cameras, I pulled her in close. So that it feels natural, I kept telling myself. But it felt natural right away. More than natural, it felt right. Like she's the person I was meant to be with. Who else could make you happy playing board games on your wedding night? And then when we did have sex, oh my God, she's like no one I've ever been with. When we had sex for the first time, it felt almost spiritual. Her toned body, full breasts, and oh-so-squeezable butt make me insane. But my feelings for her are so much more than that. It's the chemistry, the playfulness, the animal lust. She can go from being modest, demure, teasing, and innocent to seductive, fiery, tantalizing, devious. I would do anything for that body. I can tell that she revels in knowing that. She takes me out of my comfort zone and makes sure I make the most of my time here every day. In the 3 weeks since we've gotten married, it's been like a honeymoon, but it's our real life. I've seen more of Vegas in the last 6 weeks than the previous 6 years. I've probably done more public making out than the rest of my life combined, too. I just can't keep my hands off of her. I know someone we know might see us, and maybe even the tabloids. But she's irresistible. She took me to the Beatles show at Cirque du Soleil, and later teased me in bed with scarves, saying she was inspired. We've made out at the Atomic Test Site Museum, the Mob Museum, and the Neon Museum. She surprised me with a helicopter trip to Red Rock Canyon, kissing the whole way there. To celebrate 1 week of marriage, she rented a room for us in the desert. We made love in the shadow of the Hoover Dam. Every day she's excited to show me something new. Every day, with each new thing she teaches me, I learn more than anything else that I never want to be with anyone but her. 2 days ago, I finally admitted one important fact to myself. I think I'm falling in love with her. Chapter 18. Tom. By now, this has become my favorite sight to see in the morning time, seeing Katie lay next to me in all of her beautiful glory. As she sleeps, I trace my fingers over the wondrous curves and shapes of her luscious body. I do so delicately, not having the intention for sex even if it arouses me. Right now, I only wish to admire her beauty. It's blissful to wake up to a magnificent view like her each morning. I've already forgotten what it's like to be with another woman. The sex between us is better each time, as well as the conversations in the dark that we share when we finish taking care of each other. Yet I have to wonder, the growing intimacy between us only seems to blur the lines as to where we stand. What does it all mean? As I stroke her soft cheeks, she awakens with a tired smile forming across her face. "Good morning," we say at the same time, sharing laughter and a kiss. Her laugh has quickly become my favorite song to accompany the morning sunrise. "Did you have a good sleep?" I ask in between smooches. "Very well, thanks to you," she giggles. She rises, stretching as she makes her way to the curtains. The sun sheds light on her body, perfectly illuminating how marvelous she is. Turning, she spots me checking her out. "Do you like what you see?" she asks, running her hands over my favorite parts of her. "Come on, Katie," I whisper. "You already know the answer to that question." She wastes no time climbing back into bed when I motion for her to rejoin me. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her closer, She drapes her leg over me and rests her head on my chest, the feeling of which never fails to make me melt into the sheets. "So I've been thinking," I begin. "Oh yeah? What have you been thinking about?" she retorts in a mock Scottish accent. I've been thinking about what this is. I mean, as in what we have between us. You know, outside of the fake marriage," I explain. "Yes?" she whispers seductively. "Honestly, I'm really digging you, and I love how we've gotten so much closer over the last while, but... What is it? Here we go. Should we tell Eddie about us?" She retains her smile as a look of deep thought comes over her face. "Tom, I've been enjoying you too, but I've been thinking about Eddie as well. I don't think either of us, let alone him, ever expected this to happen. So honestly, I don't even know where to begin with my brother. All right, well, it's definitely something for you and I to discuss. There's only two options after all. We tell him, or we don't tell him." "How do you think he'd react if we told him?" she asks. "Well, one thing is for certain, he'd go crazy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not scared of your brother, but I'm afraid of what he might do to try to take you away from me. You saw how Eddie was the day he and your mom came over for brunch." "Yeah, you're right. Plus, he might try and get in the way of your green card situation, too. Throw a spanner in the works." I haven't even thought about that," I groan. "Eddie's been super protective of me ever since we were children. I don't know if it's such a good idea for us to tell him. If he finds out I've slept with one of his friends, he could tell my mom some bull and really drum up a lot of trouble if he thought it was a good idea." "Damn, you really think so?" "I don't know for certain, but he's always been over my shoulder about guys hitting on me. And those are strangers, mind you, not his best friend. Damn it. Well, then perhaps we shouldn't tell him. But I don't know, Katie, how long would we be able to conceal the truth from him? Remember the way he kept cringing at us kissing? Now picture us telling him we're... You know? You're right. The longer this goes on, the weirder he'll find it," she agrees. "I know him. Eventually he'll do more than just prod." The both of us stay silent for a few minutes, stroking each other's bodies for comfort. The intrusive thought of Eddie refuses to ease off. "I'm just as anxious and unsure about my brother as you are. I'm an adult, though. What I do is none of his business. But if it comes down to it, I'll tell Eddie that it was more than just a fling between you and I." I keep listening, waiting for her to expand on what she means by more than just a fling, with some sort of hard confirmation on exactly what we are. I know what I want for us to be, but I feel as though I can't say it. Like the words are on the tip of my tongue, yet something in my throat is pulling them back on a leash. What if it scares her off? She raises her head, our eyes locking with each other. The air around us feels as though it carries words unsaid. From the look on her face, I start to wonder if the same fear is holding her back too. Does she feel the same as me? I feel caught in the middle of my thoughts, as though some force is trying to push me forward, to confess my true feelings to her. Yet I'm anchored down by the weight of the what-ifs, should it all go wrong. "Come on," I say, regretfully biting my tongue. "Let's go make something to eat. I'm sure the answer will reveal itself to us soon." She heads into the kitchen while I wash my face in the bathroom. The mirror fogs up as I splash my face with hot water. Wiping it, the reflection of a troubled man looks back at me, begging for direction. In his brows he carries longing. He wears a look of concern over the rest of his face, like he knows what it is he wants, but has no knowledge of how to get it. The mirror clogs up again before I can give him the answer. I splash my face again, this time with cold water, feeling the bite of its icy cold temperature as it spreads across my face. I join Katie in the kitchen. I come up behind her as she chops some parsley. Though she's a part of the source of all my troubles, she's also my only comfort. My arms envelop her as I bury my face in her neck. In each other's arms is my safety zone, where I forget about my problems and the world around me. She turns around and plants small, delicate kisses on my cheeks before we lock lips in a passionate kiss, massaging each other's tongues. Though I'm unsure of what Katie would label us, this feels like love to me, only it's a forbidden variant. Sometimes I forget she's my literal wife, even if we're undefined emotionally. What we have between us feels so right, but so wrong. After this morning's conversation, I'm more confused than ever. The hardest part isn't even Eddie, it's trying to know how she feels about me. Does she want to take things further? What will happen when Eddie eventually finds out? What the hell will my life look like another 6 months from now? Even as we sit down to eat, my anxieties hang heavy. Hey. Huh, what? I ask. I was suggesting going out on a date today. What do you think? She suggests. Yeah, let's do it. Anywhere in mind? She pauses, chewing her lip as she thinks it over. I want to go somewhere where we don't have to worry about being seen, she admits. Where we can just have a normal date without worrying about pictures and looking like a married couple or Eddie or any of that crap. I may know just the place, I tell her, etching a wonderful smile across her face. What she makes me feel is unlike anything else I'd ever experienced before. She continues eating as I delve deeper into my thoughts. This relationship feels so damn real, but if it isn't, then what is?
Chapter 19. Katie. This place looks like one of the 9 circles of hell. I just can't decide which one. Tom was the one that suggested we come to Inferno. It had sounded like a good idea at the time, so I agreed with a little coaxing. We've been living together for a while now, but our dates always have the pall of trying to maintain a public image. If we go out, we have to act like a convincing married couple, which isn't all that hard, especially ever since we started sleeping together. But that leads to the second problem. If Eddie's around, we have to watch that we don't look too convincing. We're a married couple who has to fake being in love, but also fake that we're faking, and the whole thing is a real headache, to be frank. Not to mention the fact that I can't figure out anymore which of these things is really the fake one. It's not exactly something I want to have a deep discussion with Tom over. Not yet, anyway. This was all supposed to be staged, and even if the edges are getting blurry, I'm not sure what I really hope for is the final outcome. Do I want something more? Or is this just a fun fling? It's tough to have a big heart-to-heart when I haven't figured out what my own heart is trying to say. All I really know is that I do still like spending time with Tom in whatever the hell state of limbo we're currently in. That's it, I realize. That's what circle of hell this is. Limbo? Inferno, it turns out, is a bit more intense than I was expecting. It's loud and wild here, a lot crazier than the more relaxed bar I work at. I was expecting something more like that, but maybe with better music. Instead, half-dressed women roam the dance floor in search of attention and approval, while the men leer and evaluate them with their eyes. The men seem to be in a constant state of alpha preening, trying to impress a suitable mate for the evening while competing with each other. If they aren't hitting on one of the half-naked girls, they're fighting each other for dominance. We just walked in the door 5 minutes ago, but the energy is already buzzing with a maddening sort of energy. It kind of makes me miss my regular bar, where the guys just sit and nurse their beers. Everything seems so much more ordinary there, even if we get the occasional showgirl still wearing her stage clothes. This feels like someone is filming a music video that has gone off the rails. Still, we came to get out of the house and have fun, and that's exactly what I plan to do. I drag Tom over to the dance floor, but he pulls out of my arm long enough to put up one finger. 1 second. What do you want to drink? Rum and Coke, I shout to be heard over the music. He nods and walks toward the bar. I dance by myself for a minute, my eyes sweeping over the decor. Everything is very red, adding to the sense that we are in a hellscape with party lights. The couches, the stools, the walls, all of them combine to make a very bold visual that almost explains why my adrenaline feels so high. If a dance club could trigger the fight or flight instinct, this would be the textbook example. He comes back a moment later with a drink in each hand, Passing mine off, he then puts one hand on the small of my back to lead me across the club. Off to the side of the dance floor, we arrive at a set of stairs. I climb them carefully, trying to maneuver in my heels without spilling my drink. I've never been good at heels, and these ones are ankle breakers. Tom follows close behind, and soon we arrive on a second floor. This floor is almost like a catwalk that encircles the club. You can look down at the dance floor below from the railings, or you can sit on one of the big red couches, placed strategically, and relax. It's a bit quieter up here, but not much. Tom walks me around for a while, then stops when he sees a familiar face. Caleb. He plops down on a couch, sitting next to a friendly-looking man with light brown hair. The man is oddly familiar, and I find myself staring at him for a moment, trying to recall why. What are you doing here? I thought you were busy these days on set. You didn't even make it to my wedding, man. This is Katie, my wife. Tom winks at me, but I don't even have time to respond before it hits me. You're Caleb Calloway, I spit out, feeling my face heat up. Why did I come here in jeans? Sure, my top is cute, but I'm dressed for a country bar, not hobnobbing with celebrities. Am I? The man answers distantly. He's not impolite. He just sounds remarkably disinterested in being reminded he's a celebrity. I guess if I was as famous as him, maybe I'd be bored of it too. Nice to meet you, Katie. He stands up, politely shaking my hand. Then he turns his attention back to Tom. Planned break in production, he explains. I needed the time off for myself anyway. Sorry I missed your party, though. I'm not. The whole fake wedding thing was unnerving enough. The last thing I needed would have been a famous movie star watching me eat cheese. I do note how he calls it a party, not a wedding. From that, I draw the conclusion that he must be in on the joke with us. I can't decide how I feel about that. With everything being so up in the air between me and Tom anymore, sometimes being reminded feels like a slap in the face. I push it down while we make our way around the club, saying hello here and there. There are a few faces I recognize, friends of Tom's I've met elsewhere or saw at our wedding. Most of the time, however, it feels like we are on a date, the way a real couple would be. We drink and laugh and dance, and before long, my fuzzy, alcohol-soaked brain is having an even harder time than before deciding what is real and what is fake. Tom and I are on the dance floor with our hips aligned, my back to his front, doing a move that is suspiciously close to grinding, except it can't be, because friends don't grind on each other in a dark club, do they? Of course, friends also don't tumble into bed together, and we've broken that rule more than once. Sarah? Jeff notices us, hooting loudly from all the way by the bar. As noisy as the club is, I can feel eyes turning our way, and the back of my neck gets hot. Then he walks over, drink in hand, to deliver the next jab more quietly. Nice to see you two friends have such chemistry, he teases. Things heating up at home? At least if anyone from USCIS calls me about your marriage, now I have plausible deniability without perjuring myself. So, thanks for that, seriously. Tom rolls his eyes. With the moment officially ruined, we make our way back to the bar for fresh drinks. Then we sit at a little tabletop, just the two of us, deep in conversation. My mind keeps wandering back to the electricity between us on the dance floor. How good it felt, pressed up against him. His arm wrapped around my waist, his breath on my neck. The conversation lulls into silence, but I'm so lost in my thoughts I don't even notice at first. Finally, I look up to meet Tom's gaze. He's staring at me intently, a twinkle in his eye I can't quite place. Do you want to go upstairs? He finally blurts out. Upstairs? What's upstairs? You want to sit on the couches? I ask. He shakes his head. No, there's another floor besides that, with private rooms. I stare at him for a moment. eyes wide as I processed just what he said. Private rooms? Well, I know exactly what it's like. The back of my neck heats up again, and I'm torn between what he's suggesting and how indecent it seems. But the indecency of it all is, to be honest, not a turnoff. The idea of sneaking off in front of all these people appeals to some baser part of me I didn't necessarily know existed. I feel a grin spreading over my face, and I slam back my drink. "Let's go," I declare, standing up and holding out my hand to Tom. I'm pretty sure his grin is bigger than my own.
Chapter 20. Tom. This feels wrong, I think, as Katie and I walk through Inferno. It feels wrong that I have brought her to Inferno, knowing that I have feelings for her. This was the place I used to come to pick up girls, get drunk, and talk smack with friends. Those are all activities that I haven't participated in since getting married. Bringing her here to this place feels almost like an insult to our relationship. There is no relationship. This is still just a fake marriage, until she says otherwise. Even if you are sleeping with each other. I try to be as stern with myself as I can be. But then I turn and watch Katie, whose eyes are wide with wonder. And something in me falters. Surely I'm not the only one of us who feels this way. Her eyes, golden pools reflecting Inferno's warm lights, scan the place as we walk further and further into it. I feel as though I am getting to know the place again. I haven't been here in so long. I spend almost all my time with Katie now, and I understand why the other men stopped coming around after they met their wives. We only came here because something was missing from our lives. I pull Katie toward the front desk, needing to fetch the key if I'm going to show her my room. I hadn't really anticipated the night moving in this direction. We're greeted politely by a worker with long red hair. Her name is Amanda, and I remember flirting with her once upon a time. Months ago, before Katie. She looks at Katie with narrowed eyes, then smiles at me. I slide my arm around Katie's waist, pulling her closer towards me. "Could you give me the key to my room, please?" I ask Amanda, and her smile wavers. She maintains her mask of professionalism, though, and returns quickly with my key. My private room, the room I spend $2,000 a month on, is on one of the lower underground floors of the club. It is close to the bottom, and the elevator ride down seems to take forever. Katie is shivering, and I turn to look at her. "You okay?" My voice is filled with tenderness that I did not know I was capable of. She nods at me. "This place is just mind-blowing," she says. "I know. I used to spend a lot of time here. I used to know every nook and cranny." There is genuine, innocent curiosity in her voice when she speaks next. "What made you stop coming here?" "I found something better." I speak openly, honestly. I feel her body stiffen next to mine. How much longer can I keep my feelings to myself? I turn to kiss her then, and her lips meet mine, sweet and easy, as if she has been waiting for my kiss all night. I revel in the kiss, in the taste of her, in the feel of her. But then the elevator doors slide open, and we pull apart. I will say that paying $2,000 a month for a room that I barely use has its perks. The staff at Inferno are prepped for any of its guests arriving at any minute of the day. Amanda must be very efficient because when we walk in, the room is perfectly clean. A plate of appetizers and a bottle of champagne is waiting for us. The room is dimly lit, but the golden light set Katie's skin on fire. For a second she is luminous, and words escape me as I look at her. How long are you going to keep pretending that you're not in love with her? The words shock me. It isn't the first time I've thought them, but I've always managed to wiggle my way out with mental gymnastics. This time it feels like an inescapable truth. Is it true? Do you really love her? But she turns to look at me then, and I shove the thoughts aside. I know without a doubt that being in Inferno doesn't bring me the same rush that it used to. I don't need to come here to blow off steam. Now that I have Katie, I don't need a secret club to have fun. "So this is it, huh?" She smiles easily at me. I nod and inhale deeply before speaking. Yep, I've spent a lot of time here. Yeah, it definitely looks like a man cave. I feel like I should take that as an insult. I chuckle as Katie examines every part of the room. It is actually a suite, and we're in the living room now. It is plush and elegantly decorated in shades of gold and blue. The bedroom and ensuite bathroom are just beyond the curve of the wall. Do you bring all your girls here? She looks up at me, smiling. A pang hits me right in the chest as I look down at her, but I force a laugh into my voice and find that I mean it. Mrs. Mackenzie, I'm a happily married man. I don't need to bring any women here. What are we, Katie? What are we? The words echo off the inside of my mind. The smile has left her face. I don't feel the need to keep up the pretense either. I know that we're both thinking the same thing. Katie takes a step towards me, right into my arms. Her mouth meets mine and she lets out a sigh that sounds almost like a sob. Sorry for the interruption. YouTube can't handle all this heat. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with discount code SAVE40 for 40% off all digital products, including the full version of this audiobook. Now where were we? I fall back onto the bed, and she clambers onto it beside me. Katie curls up beside me, nestling her head on my shoulder. Here in this room, I feel free from the judgment of the outside world. From Eddie. And I find myself thinking that I never want to leave. Could we live here forever, eating appetizers and making love? I'd be willing to try anyway. But would she? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 21. Katie. Tom takes me shopping the day after we visit Inferno. Ripples of warm pleasure still thrill through me whenever I look at him and think of that wild night at the club. When I remember his mouth on mine and every other place that his mouth was. Why are we doing this again? I yawn the words as we pull up in front of the shops at Crystal's. I am exhausted. We didn't do much sleeping last night, and we left pretty early this morning. Tom barely let me shower before dragging me out of Inferno and into his Audi. When I look at him, I see the face of a determined man. He has a plan for today, and he is sticking to it come hell or high water. And I'm just going along with it, because I want to spend time with him, and I really have no choice, even if I didn't want to be with him all day. It is shocking in retrospect how much time we spend together. We're practically attached at the hip, and this is still a fake marriage. Although I have come to realize that the lines are a lot more blurred than both of us anticipated. I have feelings for Tom, real, deep feelings for him. Feelings that threaten to overwhelm and consume me. Feelings that my brother probably won't like. Irritation burns through me then. I am 27 and have spent my entire adult life taking care of myself. And yet Eddie still controls my life. I don't want to dislike him, but I know that if my brother doesn't step away soon, I am going to. I look over at Tom again. He is rifling through his pockets and pulls out 2 platinum credit cards. We need to do some shopping. My place still looks like a bachelor lives there. I want it to be more homey. I want it to look like a woman actually lives there. I take the card slowly and can't help the smile that stretches across my face. I do have stuff there, though. He looks at me when he hears the smile in my voice. Are my things not girly enough for you? He jerks his head towards the car door. Come, let's go in and see what they have. He insists. I grin. I am going to enjoy myself today. What woman doesn't like shopping, with practically no limits to her budget? Tom's place is gorgeous, but there are certainly things that would make it feel more like my own. Anyway, Tom grabs my hand and pulls me closer to him. Having your makeup and toiletries on display isn't enough. I want to see you there. It is your place too, after all. Only for the next year or two, though. The words are a joke. I am teasing him, but Tom's face darkens for a moment. When he speaks next, his voice is a growl, and his Scottish accent overwhelms the rest of the sentence. Sure, but I don't want to talk about that. Sure, I agree. My voice is light, easy. Let's just enjoy the day. Every shopping assistant in every one of the luxury stores that we enter knows Tom Mackenzie, and by now they know me too. They greet us with genuine smiles on their faces. Tom did help the Raiders win the Super Bowl 2 years in a row, and they help us immediately. Each store that we enter has some kind of beverage on hand for Tom, who is pushing a giant cart. We finally arrive at an Ethan Allen store that has recently opened, and Tom and I are greeted with the usual smiles. I don't think my apartment is ever going to be the same again. Tom flashes me a smile as I put 2 throw pillows in the cart. You wanted this shopping trip. I shrug at him. He threads his fingers through mine and lifts my hand to kiss my palm. Yeah, because it's your place too, like I said. You should feel comfortable there. I cannot help but stiffen at the comment. Tom sounds sincere, but I know that he just means that the immigration investigator needs to believe that it is my place too. Sometimes I want to stop him in his tracks and ask him to stop making comments like that. I want to ask him to stop saying things that make my heart race and my blood thud in my ears, because I am, unfortunately, starting to become too comfortable in this little charade that we're participating in. At the end of the day, this is a fake marriage so that Tom doesn't have to leave the country. Nothing more. And I am starting to wish we never started sleeping together, because I am starting to forget where I end and Tom begins. I am too familiar with the sound of his heartbeat at night. I am too content with being enveloped by his scent every morning. I am too used to kisses on my palm and on my forehead and on the tip of my nose. And I am way too used to mind-blowing sex. You need to be careful. I have a feeling that this is going to end badly. The words send a shiver up my spine. My skin prickles as my body reacts to the words that burn through my mind. Are you okay? Tom's voice is soft, tender as it always is. I'm fine. My voice sounds distant, even to me. I need more pillows. What is it with women and pillows? Tom sighs dramatically. I roll my eyes at him. I can't help but smile as he goes on and on about the amount of throw pillows I'm putting in the cart, which is already full. The prickling stops and I exhale deeply. I'll let myself enjoy today, but we'll have to talk soon. Okay, well, I actually need 12 throw pillows instead of 4. They are essential to me, as a woman. I regretted the statement right away, Tom says, holding his hands up in surrender and laughing. I hope so. I slide my hand around his waist as we head down an aisle. Now, let's get some towels. What's wrong with my towels? He asks, his tone indignant. They're ugly. They're all in shades of blue and black. I won't have guests coming over with towels like that. They'll become depressed just looking at the color scheme. 2 store assistants burst into laughter as we pass them. I may as well lean into the charade while I'm at it. We definitely sound like an old married couple now. We get new towels in brighter shades, and I declare that we're finally done with our excursion. Tom pays for everything without batting an eyelid, and I lean against him as he pushes the cart out of the store. "This was nice," he says. His rolling, lilting accent makes me shiver, but in a good way. At least we enjoy spending time together. That makes this whole thing easier. Yes, I keep my voice as bright as possible. It definitely makes things easier. Do you want to get lunch now? I think we should have lunch at home. I found some new recipes that I want to try out. We load everything into the car, and before I can get in, Tom slips his hands around my waist and leans down. Our faces are inches apart. If anyone snaps a picture of this and Eddie sees, he'll lose his nut. Tom pulls away, and I exhale sharply. The day was good, but at the bottom of it, underneath it all, there is a sense that we're running out of time. I try to focus on the good of the day as we head home, but it is becoming more and more difficult. By the time we arrive home, I have made a decision. I only hope that Tom goes along with it. Because if he doesn't, I am not sure what I'll do.
Chapter 22. Tom. I end up making a club salad for both of us, though I add a few extra ingredients to bulk it up. I try to get as much protein in as possible, even though I am not playing anymore. And Katie has a healthy appetite, so I always cook hearty meals. Katie unpacks everything that we bought for the day, and we are left with a giant pile of furniture, clothing, and ornaments in the living room. She insists on wiping each item down before we put it anywhere in the apartment and bats my hand away from picking up one of the many throw pillows. I had a slight fear that she'd change things in my apartment completely, but I came to realize quickly enough that our styles are very similar. Katie has also asked me to remove the doors off the plant room. I know she has plans for a water feature at some point in the near future. The changes no longer bother me, as I've begun to appreciate her contributions in making my apartment feel more like a home. "Lunch is served," I call. The apartment seems empty. "Katie?" I call, walking through each room. I find her in the spare bedroom, the room she was meant to sleep in, sitting on the bed and looking out of the window. Her face is serene, but some emotion flashes across her face quickly as I say her name again. I sit down next to her. We look out at the view of the desert, which seems to roll on forever. Our food is getting cold. I want to take her hand in mine, but it suddenly feels like doing that would be a bad idea. She sighs and stands. "Let's eat." I have never, in the entire time that I have known Katie, felt this kind of coldness from her. I'm not sure what I've done wrong, but I'm sure Katie will tell me soon enough. We've both almost finished our food when Katie finally speaks. "We need to come clean to Eddie." The words hit me like a blow to my face. "You mean?" She nods, and I do not bother finishing the sentence. "We really cannot do that," I say hurriedly. My heart tightens in my chest at the look of disappointment on her face. Katie looks down at her food, pushing some salad around with her fork. I see that she has barely eaten anything. "Why do you want to do this now?" I ask her, pushing my plate away from me. "Because I'm tired of running around and hiding what we're doing." "Eddie isn't going to be happy," I murmur. It's a price I'm willing to pay, but it raises a more important question. What are we doing? We've still never clarified that. Katie puts her knife and fork loudly down on the table. I am so tired of caring what Eddie thinks, and I am tired of having to care about his feelings before I do anything. She snaps the words out. "You don't get it. I never should have slept with you. I totally betrayed your brother by sleeping with you." I know that the words are a mistake as soon as they leave my mouth. What I mean to say is not as harsh as the way it came out. I wish I could have known I would fall in love with her. I wish I could go back and do this right. And I wish I knew if she loved me back so that I could feel brave enough to take the fall out. Katie almost recoils away from me, her eyes widening with shock. "Okay?" Her voice is cold, breathless. Good to know that some code with Eddie is more important than me. Katie, you are important to me. I try to keep my voice as calm as possible, but I thought we were still faking it. I want her to tell me otherwise. I want her to tell me I'm wrong. She doesn't. She just gets up from the table then. Okay, glad to know that you still think that. I'm going to bed, in my room. The words are a clear command not to broach the subject any further. The apartment is too quiet without her usual bright presence lighting up every room. I gather up the plates and take them to the kitchen as I replay the conversation over and over again. Then I head out to the balcony that is attached to the dining room. I collapse into a deck chair and place my head in my hands. Bloody hell. What am I going to do? I don't really know why Katie is angry, though I have a feeling that I should figure it out soon. I also do not know what triggered her sudden need to have Eddie know what we're doing. Behind his back, I groan and rub my eyes hard. I wince with pain and drop my hands. Then I look out at the desert that I have fallen in love with. I love the desert almost as much as I love Katie. You only love it because it reminds you of her. The words are a whisper through my mind, dissolving before I can understand what they mean. How long have I felt this way about my best friend's little sister? Have I always had feelings for the pretty little girl that Eddie was always hovering over? I can't believe that my feelings came on this suddenly. All I know is, I am head over heels for her, and I'd kill for a chance with her. A real chance, where there is no pretense, no facade that we have to hide behind. The wind has picked up, and I watch as bushes and trees shiver and shake from the force of the wind. Eddie will kill you when he finds out. If he finds out, I never should have slept with her in the first place. It is like Pandora's box, and I have unearthed something I can never put back. We should have just remained friends, because by sleeping with her, I'm about to lose her and Eddie. I took advantage of her when all she did was do me a favor, and now she's in this position because of me. I'm almost certain that Katie has feelings for me too, though I can't be sure because I can never seem to get her to admit them. Why else would she want to come clean to her brother? Why else would she want to risk kicking a wasp's nest? Unless her plan is to kick the wasp's nest and upset Eddie. I can't believe that Katie would use me to piss her brother off. What would she gain from it? Her independence, maybe. I know that she is tired of Eddie worrying about her all the time. I know that she is tired of Eddie hovering over her all the time. I shake my head vehemently, even though I am alone on the balcony. I know Katie. She'd never use me for something like that. She just wants the truth to come out. So that when someone inevitably snaps a picture of us kissing in public, Eddie won't find out about us through social media. My thoughts are too muddled, and I am not making any sense to myself. All I know is that telling Eddie is a bad idea, but I have a feeling that if I don't tell him, I'll lose Katie, and I'm not sure what I'll do without her. I'm just not certain telling him won't cost me her as well. I lean back on the deck chair and sigh heavily. The wind has picked up violently. That is when I hear a buzzing from inside the house. I jump up, and I come into the kitchen just in time to see Katie leaving through the front door. She's pulling out of the garage seconds later, and she isn't using one of my cars like she usually does. Instead, she's using her own beat-up car that she bought 5 years ago. My heart sinks into my chest as I watch her leave. I think I know where she is going. Will telling Eddie and upsetting him really be worth all this? I think to myself, are you saying that Katie isn't worth the trouble? Are you saying that you don't care about her enough to take the heat from her brother? I'm still not making any sense to myself, but one thing I know is that I care about Katie enough to take the heat from Eddie. But this entire thing just feels like a mistake. I'm about to lose the woman I want more than anything, and my best friend, once Eddie finds out. And I have no idea how to deal with any of it.
Chapter 23. Katie. I don't know where I'm going at first. All I know is that I need to get away from Tom's place, from our place, the place that I have started to think of as home, as my own. I am driving too fast, I weave in and out of late afternoon traffic, and there are several moments when I'm careening down the road so quickly that I see my life flash before my eyes. Don't do anything stupid. I'm not close to being depressed about this. I am simply just angry. I'm angry that Tom has rejected me in the way he has. Was it a rejection, though? I don't think he wanted to reject me. I don't think he meant to hurt me. I just think that Tom is more afraid of losing Eddie than he is of losing me. Basically, my brother means more to Tom than I do. I didn't think that fact would cut as deep as it has, but I also didn't know how strong my feelings for him are. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to tell him in that moment when he was explaining the Godmambro code to me. I wanted to tell him that I was falling in love with him. I wanted to tell him that I could no longer extricate myself from the situation easily. I wanted to tell I wouldn't recover from losing him. I wanted to tell him that I didn't care about Eddie any longer. All I want, is Tom McKenzie. Doing this, helping him, was a stupid mistake. You don't have anyone but yourself to blame. I end up at Eddie's place before I know it. I didn't mean to end up here, but I am here now. And maybe my subconscious pulled me here for a reason. Maybe it is time to come clean to Eddie. It's not like I need Tom's permission. And this will probably ruin their friendship. But the weight of this secret relationship is too heavy a burden for me to carry. Why does it feel like you're the only one carrying this burden? Why does it feel like Tom doesn't care as much as you do? I know that telling Eddie will force us all to have a discussion. My brother might be an overprotective asshole sometimes, but he is good for something, and that is having open, honest conversations with people. I can't believe that once we clear the air, and I admit that I am really, truly in love with Tom, Eddie would try to take that from me. The sob, when it escapes me, is sudden and tearless. It wrenches through my chest, leaving me breathless, leaving me gasping. The front door to Eddie's large mansion opens then. I can see him standing on the porch in the distance. His arms are crossed over his chest and he is frowning, but I know he won't ask me to come in until I am ready. You did what? Eddie's voice is thunderous. I look at him stonily. Now my arms are crossed over my chest. Even though I do not care that Eddie is angry, I understand why Tom was afraid of telling him. Eddie looks as though he is about to commit murder. A vein is throbbing in his forehead, and his eyes are hard, flint-like. Why the hell? Why the hell would you do that? And why would Tom let it happen? Excuse me? My voice is hot. I'm a grown woman, Eddie. He didn't let it happen. I decided to sleep with him. You can't tell me who I can't have a relationship with. Our voices are both raised, and I am pretty sure the neighbors can hear us. I am more sure than ever that Tom was using Eddie's potential reaction as an excuse not to have this conversation. He'll have no choice now. I had thought that Eddie might be understanding. I had thought he might realize that Tom and I being together would mean the two people he loved most would be happy. I thought he'd want me to be happy. Apparently not. I'm going to kill him, Eddie roars the words. And you, he whirls on me. What were you thinking? How could you make a mistake like this? I take a step back. His words knock the air out of me. I'm a grown woman, I say again, who doesn't need her brother controlling her. And it wasn't a mistake. Don't you see that you've gotten yourself into a situation where another asshole has hurt you? You wouldn't be here spilling everything if that weren't the case. So Eddie has figured out my motivations for telling him. And maybe he is right, but his words set me aflame. You know what, Eddie? My voice is soft and dangerously cold. His eyes narrow and he takes a step back from me. I don't need this from you or anyone. You are just trying to control my life, like you always do. It is not up to you who I sleep with. It is not up to you who I date. You're a control freak who has taken some of the best moments away from me because you don't want me to get hurt, and you're hurting me more than anyone else could. His eyes widen and his lips part slightly. You have hurt me with your behavior. You haven't let me grow. You have stunted so much of my life that the damage might be irreparable. My voice has risen 2 octaves. In the back of mind, I am vaguely aware that I sound like my mother. Maybe that is why he has shut up. You have done nothing for me except dictate what I can or cannot do. By behaving like this, you have added nothing to my life. I can't even see you as my brother. You're a prison guard. You're as much an asshole as Tom. And if you ever interfere in my life again, you'll lose me completely. I turn on my heel and walk out before he can say anything. I'm in my car and turning the ignition before I can even think about where I'm going next. I have nowhere to go. Not really. Nowhere except to my small empty apartment and work. I realize now why Tom didn't want me to tell Eddie. I visualize this all going so very, very differently. And clearly it was silly of me, and Tom was right. The knowledge does not help my mood. My relationship with both men might be damaged beyond repair, but for now, I really don't care. I'll just head to work then, I say to myself under my breath. The lightning bulb is the only place that will feel like home now. The only place where I won't have to think about Tom or Eddie. Maybe, with any luck, I'll have a chance to cry on Gina's shoulder, or at least forget all about this for a few hours. I know that my words probably hurt Eddie. He has never seen himself as controlling. He only ever sees himself as protecting his kid sister. But I am not a child anymore. And I won't have any man, let alone my older brother, dictating who I can or can't be with. Eddie probably won't show up at the bar anytime soon. He is probably heading to Tom's right now to rip into him. It isn't fair that my brother will take his hurt out on Tom because of what I said, but maybe this will wake Tom up. I might be falling in love with Tom, but I am not in the business of babying the man I love. He'll have to deal with whatever Eddie throws at him like a man, and yet, I know that I am going to the bar because I can't really go home to Tom and face him. Even though I know I did the right thing telling Eddie and finally confronting him, I don't want to see what that has done to Tom. And I'm afraid that when Tom finally owns up to his feelings for me, I won't like the answer. I'm starting to think maybe I've been unbearably naive this entire time. I am crying when I pull into the bar's parking lot. I park next to the dumpsters by the kitchen doors and sob into my hands. I can barely breathe as the tears flow down my face. The words I said to Eddie ring through my mind over and over. The words become a medley, blending with what Tom told me until I can't figure out who said what. All I know is that I have never hurt like this before, and I don't know when the pain will stop.
Chapter 24. Tom. I rinse the last of the dirty plates, placing it onto the drying rack. I look around at the sparkling kitchen, having spent the last couple of hours cleaning to distract myself while Katie is gone. Part of me hoped that she'd have been back by now. Alas, she's still gone. I check the time on my wristwatch. It's just past 5 o'clock. She's been gone since just after lunch, so now I'm starting to worry. Flustered, I make my way back to the dining table where I hope my phone waits with a message of some sort from Katie. The screen lights up, showing nothing. Not even a call or a text from her to let me know where she is. Yet somehow I'm not angry. Instead, I'm ridden with guilt, knowing I was the one who made her react that way. My anxieties run through the roof with each passing hour. I need to see her, to hear her voice, even if she's still angry at me. Screw it. I'll try calling her again, I say aloud, going into my recent calls. I hit the calls icon on her name for the 5th time since she has left the house, praying she'll pick up. Each dial tone presses further weight onto the pit in my stomach. Katie, I'm so glad you picked it up, I exclaim upon hearing her voice. Listen, I wait. Be sure to leave a message at the beep, and I'll give you a ring back when I can. Thank you. Damn, it was only her voicemail again. I throw the phone down before taking a seat, slumping into it. I I've no one else to blame for this but myself. Telling Eddie about us is something I've always been wary about. I should have still listened to Katie's case, to hear her reasons for wanting to confess everything to him. Rejecting her suggestions outright was the worst damn way I could have gone about it. Katie saw my perils and was kind enough to offer me the chance to change everything. I could have come clean with her in that moment about everything I was feeling instead of letting it become a battle between her and Eddie. I just wish I realized that before saying what I said. Suddenly I feel uncertain of her return. No, surely she has to come back from wherever she retreated to. Maybe she just went to grab a coffee with a friend or to visit Eddie, and the thought of her going straight to Eddie has nagged at me since she took off. I tried not to think too much about it as the anxiety only added to my burden. There was nothing I could do about it anyway. Maybe I don't even care if Eddie knows. Maybe she's right, he should know. I can't even decide what I'm hoping for at this point. None of the scenarios I envision seem to end well. Suddenly the phone rings. I scramble for it, almost dropping it from my hands. Instead of Katie's name on the screen, the person calling me is the last damn person I want to talk to right now. Should I let it keep ringing? Decline it? I'm about to place the phone down when I realize that he might have a clue as to Katie's whereabouts. I take a deep breath and hit the answer button, bringing the receiver to my ear. Eddie, what's up, my man? I greet cheerfully. Don't what's up me, you asshole. You and I need to talk. The rage in his voice makes me glad that he's not talking to me face to face. Hold on, man, just slow down. Why are you mad at me? I ask, praying it has nothing to do with Katie, but doubting that's the case. Firstly, some bastard from USCIS called me wanting to know more about you. The immigration people? I murmur. Why would they call you? They're investigating the legitimacy of the marriage between you and my sister. Now they're talking to the rest of our team, he explains. I rub my temples, feeling a pulsating pain echo through the front of my head. I can't believe what I'm hearing, that immigration is coming for me so soon. As if I don't have enough on my plate to deal with. I'm only glad I didn't tell anyone on my team my secret, even though I trust the people I used to play with. The less people that are in on a lie, the easier it is to manage. Outside of Eddie, the only other people who know about the real reason behind my marriage are a select few from Inferno, mostly because the club is so secretive. I couldn't imagine even USCIS ever looking for me there. I don't want to make anyone lie for me. I have enough of those who I'm trusting in concealing the truth. At least the team isn't in on it, so none of them can let it slip that I'm in a sham marriage. Maybe that's why Eddie is so mad. Perhaps he doesn't know what to tell them. Katie. And I should have shared the supporting evidence packet with him. Either way, I know Eddie has our back, right? This was originally his idea, so he can hardly be too angry at being lumped into it. I don't get it, Eddie. Why are you mad at that? I ask in confusion. I thought you were happy to help us. To help me get that green card. You know, Tom, I'm pretty sick of lying for you. Especially now that I find out you've gone behind my back, he hisses. Eddie, shut the hell up. Before the call, Katie came to my place and told me everything. No. Eddie, Don't try and cover it up, he yells over the phone. I know how you two slept together, how you both tried to pull the wool over my eyes. Even when I asked you, like a man, if anything was going on between you and Katie. You lied to my damn face, man. I only ever expect bull from her, but not from you. You were my brother, and I trusted you. I'm not even angry anymore. I'm just hurt. Eddie, please. I can explain everything, I plead. You broke the code between us, man. The one person I trusted the most ends up being a lying, two-faced son of a bitch. I always heard that the worst thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. Now I know it's true. The quietness in his voice somehow hurts more than when he was shouting. Eddie, just give me a chance to explain myself. Can I come over? Or do you want to come here? I swear we can resolve this. Tom, I don't even know what to say to you anymore. After everything that's transpired after today, how the hell am I supposed to believe a single word that comes out of your mouth anymore? For all I know, You've been lying to me for as long as we've known each other. Anything else you want to come clean about? I promise I'm not what you think, Eddie. Wait, what did you tell immigration? I stutter as a horrible thought occurs to me. All I have left to say to you is that I've made sure you're going to get everything you deserve. His words penetrate me like a bullet from a gun. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Eddie? What did you tell them? I demand. He says nothing. The silence makes me suddenly nauseous. Talk to me. Screw you, Tom. There comes a sudden dial tone, acting as the final nail in the coffin for mine and Eddie's friendship. All strength starts leaving my body as I slouch further into my chair. That was it then. Of all the uncertainty in my life right now, one thing just became abundantly clear. I'm going back to Scotland. There's nothing more I can do about it. Eddie just ratted me out. Yet, I can't even bring myself to feel anger at him, not after this being the result of my own doing. He wanted me away from his sister, and now he was going to get that with the only option I'd left him. Burying my head in my hands, a plethora of questions start hitting me all at once. What the hell am I going to do back in Scotland? How is Katie going to react to this? And then the worst thought of all strikes. Damn! A feeling of pure dread comes over me as I realize she could get into major trouble, that they'll label her as a willing accomplice to fraud. That certainly isn't going to make things any better between us. Katie's already pissed at me, and now her brother just dropped the guillotine on my head for the green card. Do I have to lose everything and burn all my bridges before being kicked out of the country and sent back to Scotland? All I did was say yes to her proposal of marrying me. I never expected to fall in love. Where the hell did I ever go wrong in all of this?
Chapter 25. Katie? Hey, excuse me? Where's my drink? Hollers a demanding voice behind me. What? I ask, turning around. Standing in front of the bar is a middle-aged man, red-faced and with his fists rolled into a ball resting on the counter. Where's my drink that I ordered? This is the third time I've had to ask. Oh, sorry about that. Here you go. I place an ice-cold beer on the counter with a smile. The man looks at me in disdain, rolling his eyes before walking away. Brushing it off, I go back to mindlessly cleaning glasses, trying to distance myself from all of the bull that went down today. Hello, comes a more polite voice, this time belonging to a woman. Yes, how can I help you? I ask. I ordered a round of martinis for my table about 10 minutes ago. I paid for everything already. Is there a holdup? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll get on those right now. I reassure the customer, who returns a half-hearted grin before sauntering away. Screw me, I mutter as I make the drinks. Just focus, Katie. I reach for the vodka bottle, only to knock it onto the floor. My heart jumps when it shatters to pieces, catching everyone's attention. Their heads snap toward me, where I suddenly feel like a deer in the headlights. I duck below the bar, as if they haven't already seen me. Taking a deep breath, I quickly dispose of the broken glass before finishing off the drinks. Apologies about the delay, guys. Watch out, miss. That glass is about to... At the very last second, I notice a glass slip off the tray. I can only watch, horrified, as it spills all over a customer. I'm so sorry. Please, I'll go grab some tissues and... No, it's fine. We'll just go somewhere else, but I want my money back, hisses the customer. Her eyes are glued on me as I fish out her refund from the cash register. I don't have the courage to look her in the eye as I hand over the money. Damn, what is wrong with me today? From around the corner, Gina emerges, wearing a concerned look over her face. I half smile at her, thinking I'm failing miserably at hiding my torment. Hey, are you okay? She asks. You don't seem at all like your usual self tonight. Before I can answer, a customer comes up to the bar. Can I get 2 lagers, please? He asks, placing a $10 note down on the counter. Of course, I tell him before turning to Gina. It's nothing. Really, I'm fine. Are you sure? Totally, I reply, trying to sound convincing. Katie, that's sparkling lemonade that you're trying to serve, says Gina, grimacing at what I'm holding. I look down, seeing I've opened the wrong type of drink. Sighing, I lower my head as she comes up behind me. I'm sorry, Gina. I'll take care of this order. Go take a seat. I slump into the stool tucked away in the corner, behind the counter, positioned low enough so that no patrons can see me while I try not to burst out crying. As soon as Gina serves the man his drinks, she comes over to me. What's wrong, Katie? She asks. I'm having issues with my husband. Man problems, eh? I eye her up for a moment, thinking of how I can talk to her without letting her completely in. We're not seeing eye to eye about an important thing that's been lingering around for a while. We've only just tied the knot as well. Do you think you might have rushed into it too quickly? Gina and I have worked together for a long time, so she knows better than anyone how sudden the marriage came up. I've managed to keep the secret by just faking my way through it, but I'm sure she has her misgivings. I guess you could say that. I chuckle. Don't get me wrong, my husband's a great friend. I don't hate him or anything. It's like we were amazing at the start, but then this issue we've had for a while came to a boiling point today. Now I don't know how to move forward with him. My words are all chosen carefully, none of them truly a lie. So something like trying to keep him happy while looking after your own feelings at the same time? Sort of. To make things worse, it all stems from my brother. He's causing strain in my marriage. And I'm trying not to hurt his feelings through all of this too. It's like walking on a minefield. I see, mutters Gina as she strokes her chin. Well, what about you, Katie? What do you mean? You're talking about trying to keep both your husband and your brother satisfied and happy, but have you ever stopped to consider what you yourself want from all of this? Well, maybe I have at some point. I don't know. Maybe I think more about everyone else. She accidentally isn't wrong. I've never come right out and told Tom what I feel, mostly because I keep waiting for a clue as to what he's thinking. Well, look, I don't want to get into your personal business, of course, but I think you should focus on you. You're trying to please everyone else at the same time, and that's impossible. So you'll only end up being unhappy and resentful. I never thought of it that way. Once you put your own wants and needs first, then you can start to consider everyone else. That's the advice I follow, and it keeps me sane. Just then, another customer calls for service at the counter. I got to serve this guy? Take a break and think about what I said. You're a good person, Katie. You ought to look after yourself. Gina's words are surprisingly heartfelt for her, but they are on point. They replay over in my head as she gets back to work. Maybe it is time to simply be honest with myself about what I want and let everything fall where it may. So what do I want? The first thought that springs to mind is Tom. I certainly want him and what's brewing between us, yet I don't want a relationship that I have to keep hidden behind closed doors. I thought Eddie would understand that. Clearly, that was a mistake. Guilt overcomes me when I think of how I stormed out on Tom earlier this morning. He isn't the problem. None of his reasons had anything to do with me. He only wanted to keep Eddie out of it. I took it personally when, thinking about it, he was never rejecting me. He was objecting to Eddie getting involved. Goddamn Eddie. That man-child has no right to police my life. To approve of who I date. When did he decide to become the overseer of everything I do? I let it happen for too long, but no more. I contemplate going right back home to apologize, but a sudden realization hits me. By now, surely Eddie has confronted Tom in some sort of way. Damn. Tom probably doesn't want to see me after going against his wishes like that. For all I know, Eddie was probably trying to kick Tom's door down right now. I bury my face in my hands, cursing myself for screwing everything up. I turned Eddie on Tom, which likely has turned Tom on me. Why did I act so impulsively? Like a child when I was told I couldn't get what I want. How do I undo any of this now? I can't. Dread fills me as I anticipate having to go back home tonight, thinking of the anger and frustration that awaits my arrival. The door behind me closes as quietly as I can manage. The lights are all off. I expected to come home to Tom, positioned and ready with a verbal bashing for me, but he's nowhere to be seen. I listen out for any sounds, but all I can hear is the hum of the refrigerator. I creep toward his bedroom, where his door remains open. A small light sneaks out from the corner of the doorframe. Okay, he's up. Time to face the music, I whisper to myself, taking a deep breath as I enter. I open the door, seeing Tom asleep in his bed, with his bedside light still on. My heart shatters upon getting closer, seeing dry tear marks over his face. I want to reach out and touch him, to say it's all my fault and kiss him, but guilt turns me around, marching me out the door. My own tears break free, cascading down my face like a waterfall as I make my way to the guest room. I throw my clothes off and collapse onto the bed. This is where I should have stayed right from the very start. Hell, I should never have inserted myself into Tom's problems. Maybe then he would have found some other way to solve his problems without me ruining it all for him, without destroying what we had between us. Guilt shakes me in its grip as I stain the pillow with my tears, made worse without Tom to hold and comfort me. It's all gone now. Whatever we could have had, I never deserved him anyway.
Chapter 26. Tom. I awake with a sudden jolt, feeling a burst of pain shooting from my nape down to my lower back. It's obvious I've slept wrong. Maybe I passed out last night. My eyes feel crusty as I rub my face. Grabbing a nearby face cloth, I bury my head in it, taking a moment to clean myself. Exhaustion plagues my body despite catching a sleep that lasted over 9 hours. Somehow I feel more tired than before I slipped into rest. The room is a mess with bottles of beer strewn across my side of the floor and stains all across my blanket. As I stand, the pain shoots again, but I ignore it. All the years of playing on the field has toughened my body. Sleeping weirdly one night is hardly going to damage me. Besides, nothing could be hurting more right now than my crushed spirit and heart. Yesterday was the first day in my life that broke me. All hope has left me. Where aspirations to stay in America once stood in my mind, they have now been replaced by acceptance of defeat. My life here, as I know it, is over. I wonder if Katie ended up arriving home last night. I was hoping to wake up next to her. Opening the door to the hallway, I stick my head out, glancing around and listening for any sounds of her. In the distance, I spot her coat hanging on the coat rack. Faint remnants of her perfume linger in the air, comforting me somewhat as I close my eyes. Okay, so she's definitely here somewhere, I whisper to myself. The sound of soft, muffled breathing comes from the direction of the guest room. Bingo. Silently, I creep toward the door and open it gently. Peeking inside, I see her body's outline shaped underneath the silk blanket. I can't see her face because she's turned her back to the front of the room. A sudden urge arises within me to join her in bed, to kiss and make love to her. I retract and close the door, deciding it best to wait for her to wake up. Before anything else, she's owed an apology. I saunter to the kitchen with a groggy head in search of some caffeine. Taking the French press, I portion out some ground coffee and put some water on the stove. As it comes to a simmer, I strategize how to go about an apology. Are words alone enough? She deserves more than a one-word apology. Should I prepare an entire speech? Maybe I should run out and buy her a necklace or something. Questions continue running through my mind as I pour out my coffee. The smell of the Arabica beans hits me as the steam rises, igniting a rumble in my stomach. It growls with hunger, giving me the answer I'm looking for. Without hesitation, I get to work cooking breakfast for when she gets up. I still have to look after her while we have the rest of our time here together, to make up for what I'll be missing when I go back to my home country. If our time is limited, I want to make it count. That is, if she'll let me. A half hour passes. I'm taking a sip from my second cup of coffee when I hear the door to the guest room open. My heart starts pounding as I hear footsteps approach behind me. Okay, here we go, I mutter, taking a deep breath. Morning, I greet as Katie ambles into the kitchen. She pauses, looking at me worriedly as if I'm about to shout at her. In her expression, she carries fatigue and defeat. Hi, she mumbles before glancing to the table. Is that for us? She asks, looking at the plates of food lined atop of it. Yes. Do you want coffee or tea? I offer. Yeah, I'll take a tea, please. Katie takes her seat, looking bewildered as I walk over with a mug for her, popping a chamomile tea bag into it before pouring in some water. I plate up some sliced fruit and waffles for her, topping it off with syrup. Tom, she whispers. Yes? Why are you doing all of this? She asks. The pit in my stomach almost prevents any further words coming out of my mouth. Katie, I want to apologize for my behavior and choice of words yesterday. A look of confusion comes over her eyes. She crosses her brows and narrows her pupils. She stutters for a moment before answering. What? No, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you, Tom, she replies. Come on, you don't have to say sorry for anything, I say, shaking my head. No, Look, I have something I need to get off of my chest. After what happened between us yesterday, I went right to Eddie's place, and I told him everything about you and I. She speaks as though her words are constrained, like they carry a lot of weight. When she stops, she recoils as if bracing for another argument. Katie, it's okay, I reassure her. About Eddie, I already know that you told him. Damn, I had a feeling. How did you find out? He gave me a call sometime in the afternoon, I explain. How did that go? She asks, grimacing as she talks. About as well as you'd expect. I chuckle. Look, all of this is my fault. I should never have gotten you involved in this. I know you offered, but it was unfair to place you under so much pressure at once. Wait, mumbles Katie. So, you're not angry at me? Not one bit. Tom, I don't know what to say. I felt like this is all my own doing. I pull her chair closer to mine. Don't be silly. I'm responsible for everything. Oh, Tom, she groans as she embraces me. Screw Eddie. We don't need him for your green card. We can still make this work. Unfortunately, I don't think we can. What do you mean? She asks, pulling back from our hug. Is it me? No, it's your brother. Eddie had an interview with an immigration investigator yesterday. He ratted us out. What? She practically shouts the word, the loudest she's spoken all morning. My time here is running out. Soon I'll be sent back. I'm just waiting for an official notice from immigration. I lay a hand on her lap. I want to use the time I have left to make things up to you. And don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you stay out of trouble with the law. My money can probably at least have some influence there. Oh, Tom, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Eddie to do that. God, me neither. But I can't do anything about it now except take what's coming to me, I reply, shrugging my shoulders. Katie stands, walking around in circles. She's pacing silently, and I follow her into the living room. Are you okay? She finally asks. No, I mumble. I'm pretty damn far from okay, but this is my issue to deal with. I need to face it head on like a man. This whole situation was screwed right from the very start. I should have anticipated it sooner. I'm sorry for roping you into it. No, I'm sorry. I never should have gone and told Eddie. Then we wouldn't be in this crap show right now. She slumps onto the couch. Damn, Eddie, even now he's trying to control my life by getting you booted from the country. It's all my fault. I sit down, taking a place beside her. I wrap my arms around her waist, pulling her in. She rests her head on my shoulder as she starts to cry. Stop that, it's okay. You're not the one to be blamed, I tell her, raising her chin. I don't view you any differently than how I did before. I break off, feeling a lump form in my throat. What is it, Tom? Asks Katie. I just don't know if I can handle the worst part. Tell me, and I'll help. I'm going to have to leave you.
Chapter 27. Katie. That's the worst part? I echo after him, wondering if he's saying what I think he's saying. Leaving me? What does that mean? I sat up at his words, and now I'm leaning away from him on the couch so that I can see his face. My eyes are stony, my jaw is tense, and my heart is burning. I'm angry at Eddie. I'm stunned by Tom. I feel faint at the prospect that maybe I didn't just mishear what I feel like there's no way he could have said. I have feelings for you, Katie. Real feelings. It's not fair to you. I didn't want to have to leave the States, but now the worst part is thinking about leaving you. Actually, the worst part is realizing everything I've put you through as a result. You didn't sign up for any of this, so I just have to accept that it changes everything. I'll help you move back into your apartment if you want, he admits, looking forlorn. Wait, slow down. Let me get this straight. You realize you have feelings for me? And your first instinct is to want to run away as far as you can? To call it off and say goodbye? If he feels the same way I do, how can he even imagine walking away now? No, I'm not running away. I'm going back to the start. I'm putting everything back where it was before. I shouldn't have used you the way I did, but I didn't realize it until I fell for you. I broke our friend's agreement, but I'll fix it the best I can. It's not like we can just go back to what it was before, Tom. You want to undo it all and forget all of this? Hit reset like you'd be happier if you never met me? No, not at all. It's the opposite. I'm so sorry, Katie. You deserve so much better than this. This time together, being with you, falling in love with you, it's made me realize that no one should be with someone in a marriage that's for anything other than love. He shakes his head. It kills me that I know you still question whether this is real. You shouldn't have to, especially because nothing has ever been more real for me than this. I'm in love with you, Katie. It was never right for me to involve you in a marriage to someone you didn't love. But you didn't, I begin to say. No, Katie, I messed up. I realized so quickly after the wedding that this is what a relationship should feel like. This is what love should feel like. This is what you should build a life on when you find it. And it wasn't fair of me to deprive you of that. You need to be with a man who can really be your husband. But Tom, I know you think you're helping and that it's the same, but it hasn't been fair to you. I know you're committed to helping me. No, Tom, listen, I say. I put my hands on both sides of his cheeks. Look at me. There's been one thing on my mind since I became your wife, and it hasn't been helping you with the paperwork that's keeping me here. Every single day. All I know is that I want to spend the next day with you even more. Anything that happens, you're the first person I want to tell. I don't deserve to have a husband I love, Tom. I have a husband I love. You. We look at each other for a while. Both of our faces bear a sense of awe. Like if you just walked into a psychic reading and immediately the person tells you all of your relatives' names. It's uncanny, like discovering the message from the universe you've been waiting for has been here the whole time. I've wanted to tell you for a while, he says. I've had so much hanging over me. I didn't need to risk everything with you too, or risk hurting you. And now it's hopeless. My immigration stuff is one thing, but messing up your whole life is another. There's no difference though, Tom. I want my life to be with you, so your life is my life. Your immigration issues are my immigration issues. Wherever you go, I'll be right there too. The question now is, where do we go from here? I don't know. Eddie sounded like he was on the warpath, he says, sighing. Look, I don't care what Eddie does. If he actually cares about us and not just himself, he'll be overjoyed that the two people he loves most fell in love with each other. Anyone who's not completely selfish would support us completely. If he can't get over himself, then I'm more than happy to walk away without looking back. I'm done with his craziness, I say. Yeah, I'm less concerned with Eddie's reaction, though, than with what he actually said to USCIS when they talked to him. What do we do if I have to go back? Scotland to Vegas is a pretty far long-distance relationship, he says. Yeah, it is, but I wouldn't be doing long distance, I say. You wouldn't? He looks worried. So you just give up on us? No, silly. I wouldn't do long distance because there would be no need to. If you fly back to Scotland, I'll be on the seat right next to you. Wouldn't that be an adventure? I've never been. Do you think I'd like it? I think you'd love it. And it's the UK, so we wouldn't have to live in Scotland necessarily if you didn't want to. We could live in England. We could live in Wales. We could live anywhere that would have us. His face brightens a little, holding the first glimmer of hope. Okay, good, because I don't know how I'd handle haggis. Or bagpipes. You sure you've never been to Scotland? With that description, I swear I'm transported back home. Don't forget the freshwater tank under the house for Nessie. No leprechauns, though. That's Ireland, remember? No, but really. Think about this, Katie. You have a life here. I can't ask you to leave it. What's there to think about? I've already done so much thinking every day with you about what our life can be like together. Vegas is just another place. What do I have here? A brother who's auditioning for the role of warden, and a seedy little job in a seedy little bar. My husband being here is the biggest draw, honestly. Oh yeah? Tell me more about him, Tom says. He has the cutest little accent. And the cutest butt, I say with a laugh. No one makes a Scotch egg like him. I didn't even know they existed until I met you. He's super handsome and super fun. And his dreams are my dreams. Everything with him is an adventure. We wouldn't even have to just go to the UK and stay there, you know. You're right. We could live on the road and travel, stay in one place until we get sick of it, then move on to another when the mood strikes us, he says. Beaches in the south of France, skiing in the Swiss Alps, biking through Spain. I could teach people American football or coach people in fitness, he says. We could even have a video series with our travels around the world, with an accounting of our shenanigans. An American and a Scotsman walk into a bar, he adds. The jokes write themselves. See, there's nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter where we are. As long as we're together, we'll be happy, I say. For a split second, I thought to myself, it'll be nice even if immigration denies our case, because then we can travel. That's a silver lining for sure. But we can travel even without getting denied. So let's make a deal. If we get denied, we make plans for traveling and starting a new adventure. And if our case is approved and I get my green card, we celebrate with an exciting adventure on some far-flung trip somewhere. Deal. See? This is why I love you. My amazing husband. I love you too, Katie. My amazing wife.
Chapter 28. Tom. Katie holds my hand as we make our way to her brother's place. The whole journey has been silent, but she understands I'm just trying to think of how to tell Eddie everything that's on my mind. She strokes my hand with her thumb, an oddly comforting sensation that helps keep my nerves in check. If I'm going to leave America by force, I have to tie up all of my loose ends. Part of that includes giving Eddie a piece of my mind. Katie is already researching how to come to Scotland with me, and I'm damn sure going to take her, despite how Eddie feels about us being together. We chose to walk so I could have some extra time to prepare, but time is running out as his house comes into view. Despite how gorgeous his place is from the outside, I get the vibes of a haunted house from knowing who's living behind those closed doors. I take a few deep breaths as we come to a halt outside. "Tom, how are you feeling?" asks Katie, resting her palm on my face. "Exactly what you'd expect for someone who's about to confront a traitor," I groan. "Are you sure you want to do this? It could be dangerous." "I know, but my chances of staying in this country are already so slim, they may as well be zero. What more have I got to lose by doing this?" "Just be careful, okay?" she says, planting a kiss on my face. "Okay, wait out here for me," I reply, returning another kiss. I grudgingly make my way up the path leading to Eddie's front door. It feels as though I'm a soldier venturing into enemy territory. Once I reach the door, I start raining down heavy fists, coupled with non-stop ringing of the doorbell. The door opens with Eddie standing there, a confused look written all across his face. "Tom, what are you doing here?" he asks, as if surprised to see me. "You and I need to talk," I say firmly. "Well, okay then. Come on in." He steps aside, gesturing for me to enter. His lack of anger catches me off guard. Cautiously, I step inside, being mindful not to turn my back to him for 1 second. He leads me to the living room, motioning to the couch. "Do you want a drink?" he offers, pointing to a nearby decanter of whiskey. "No." "So, what do you want to talk about then?" he asks, wearing an expression softer than expected. Listen, Eddie, I'm not going to waste your time any more than I'm wasting mine. I'm in love with your sister, all right? It's something that just happened when we were getting to know each other better." He nods, his eyes narrowing in on me with each word I utter. "Look, I'm sorry for breaking the goddamn code or whatever, but I'm not going to apologize for loving Katie and wanting to be with her. She's an amazing, incredible woman who doesn't need any policing from you." His eyes dart to a family picture hanging atop a marble mantelpiece. In the picture is him and his sister as children. It distracts me for a moment before I shake my head, trying to find that frustration that had been fueling me. To be honest, I couldn't give less of a damn about how you treat me after I leave America. But don't you dare take any of your anger out on her. She's your damn sister, and you ought to treat her better. If there's a way I can take her to Scotland with me, then you best believe I'm going to do it, and I don't care. You'll just have to deal with it because we won't have you looming over her shoulder anymore. With all of my anger out of my system, I brace myself for a shouting match with Eddie and possibly more. He looks me up and down, leaning forward as he does so. Drawing himself up, I expect to hear a long-winded speech, but instead, he only emanates a heavy sigh. "Come on," I mutter. "Don't you have anything to say? Where's all that trash you were talking yesterday?" "So, you must really care for my sister then?" he asks calmly. "Well, yes, I do. Very much so," I reply, almost stunned by his demeanor. "I see," he says, rising to make his way to the picture. He picks it up, looking at it longingly, then glances at me. "Eddie?" "I'll protect her with my life," he tells me, placing the picture down. "But I'll no longer do it at her expense. You're right, I'm not her father. And even if I was, she's old enough to find a good husband who will care for her. You're my best friend. If you're serious about stepping up and being her partner, it's hard to argue with that. Why wouldn't I want her with one of the greatest guys I know?" He saunters over, taking a seat beside me. "I was so damn wrong to have ever judged you. Katie's never seemed happier than she has been in the past few weeks, and I have you to thank for that. Maybe I need to take a look at my own issues and deal with them. I can't keep projecting them onto others." He turns, looking me in the eye. "I'm so sorry, Tom," he says with a breaking voice. "My whole life, I've heard that Katie's my responsibility, I'm her big brother, and I have to save her from all the guys that will be out to get her. And I got carried away, so far that I forgot I trusted you. I forgot you weren't one of them. I only hope you can forgive me." I pull him close, wrapping my arms around him. "I just don't want to go back to Scotland without losing my best friend. You've always been there for me." He chuckles, pulling back from the hug. "You probably don't need to worry about that anytime soon," he says, still laughing. "What do you mean?" "I didn't actually rat you guys out to the immigration investigator. I don't think I could ever be mad enough at you to really do something like that." My heart rate spikes, feeling a sudden weight off my chest and a burst of joy. Wait, for real?" I stutter. "Yeah, man, I was just so angry after what Katie told me that I wanted to hurt you any way I could. My bad." "Eddie, you son of a bitch," I say in astonishment. "You had me pulling out my hair yesterday. What did you tell the investigator then?" I ask. "Honestly, they ask pretty specific questions. I just agreed you were married and living together. I told them I've even been at your place. The thought of ratting you out definitely crossed my mind. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't have that type of bad blood in me. I couldn't do that to my best friend." "My man," I exclaim, shedding a tear as we embrace once more. We say our goodbyes, promising to meet up soon for a drink before I race outside the door. He wishes me good luck as I run down his driveway. "Katie!" I yell as she turns around, eager to share the news. "What happened? Tell me everything," she says as I come up to her. I told Eddie everything on my mind, and he just accepted it all. I don't know. It's like he had some sort of realization he can't control the world around him. I think knowing that we plan on staying together, and it's a real relationship, helped. Either way, he supports us being together." "Really?" she exclaims, seemingly just as shocked as I am. "Well, then that's good because I'll be coming to Scotland with you. Guess he'll have to believe we're serious then." "No need, Katie. As it turns out, he never actually told the investigator anything other than we're legit." "What? Then what was—" "He only said what he said because he was angry and wanted to make me sweat," I explain. "Our case is still as valid as it ever was." "You're serious?" she asks, still shocked. "So you're not leaving after all?" "Well, nothing's confirmed as of yet," I admit. "But as it stands, I still have a fighting chance to make it all work," I say, ending my sentence with a laugh. "Ha ha!" she yells in delight as we embrace. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," I tell her. "There's still a road of uncertainty ahead, and I'm going to need you by my side. You have me always, Tom. We'll fight through this together."
Chapter 29. Katie? Don't be afraid. Maybe things will actually work out this time. As happy as I am with Tom, I've gone back to spend some time in my own apartment for a few days. Not because there's any strain between us. Things between us feel more concrete and settled than ever, despite the uncertainty regarding our future. Whatever it is, I'm confident we'll face it together. What I have come to see, though, is that I have outgrown the need for this space. There's no reason to pay rent on this dinky, dull box every month. If Tom stays in Vegas, we'll obviously be staying in his penthouse. And if he goes to Scotland, we'll be staying, well, still not here. So I kissed him goodbye, letting him know my plans. I didn't pack everything I owned up when I first moved in, for obvious reasons. There isn't a lot here, but there's still some things to settle. "What the hell even is this?" I mutter, staring at the contraption I just pulled out of the kitchen drawer. For the life of me, I can't place where it came from or what I'm supposed to do with it. Well, junk pile, I suppose, I finally decide, chucking it into a nearby box. It's funny how being here fills me with a sudden longing. I can't explain it. I hated this place a few months ago, before Tom. At the same time, there's a part of me that finds it hard to let go. I get distracted going through all of my items, wondering if I'm making a mistake parting with them, parting with my own place at all. I have to keep reminding myself to not be scared, This is the right step forward. There isn't a doubt really in my mind about that. It's just hard to realize you're saying goodbye to a whole era of your life. That night, I end up deciding to spend one final night in my old bedroom. Memories, I suppose. I call Tom to tell him goodnight, and he seems to understand. Then I wake up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It must be late in the morning because the sun beyond my curtains is red and orange. My phone buzzes insistently again, and when I finally look at it, there are numerous messages from Tom. All of them are messages asking me to dinner. I wonder why he is so insistent on this, why he couldn't just wait until I came back in a day or two. But I smile anyway, cheered by the fact that he can't wait to spend time with me. I text him a thumbs up emoji and get up from bed. Going to dinner with Tom means that I'll have to go back to his apartment. I have no nice clothes or toiletries here. In the end, I decide I'm too eager to see him to wait anyway. We've only been apart one night, so why do I miss him? Love is wild. Quickly, I take a few boxes of things that I've collected out to my car. Then I come back in, giving a final look around. It's in better shape than it was before anyway. Not done, but close. Then I grab my phone and bag and head for my car. I get back on the highway and head to Tom's apartment, which is about 20 minutes away from my own. When I get there, I pull into the parking garage and the space assigned to us and scramble for my keys. Tom clearly isn't home when I get inside. The lights are low and the curtains are drawn. I head straight for the guest bedroom. Even though I spend more time in the master bedroom, most of my things are still in the bedroom that I picked out when I first moved in, especially clothes. It just seems to work for us, having separate closets. That may be a future renovation, wherever we end up. I get into the shower right away, reveling in the hot water and the orchid-scented body wash. There are more messages on my phone from Tom when I get out of the shower. All of them are instructions about where to go when I have finished getting ready. I dry off and see to my hair. Once I have beaten my curls into submission, I swipe on some lipstick and mascara. Tom said to dress semi-formal, so I find a dress and sandals and follow the instructions he sent me. The instructions lead me to the garden behind his apartment. The garden, which is covered in fairy lights and filled with white roses and lilies. Oh my God, I murmur the words underneath my breath. What the hell did he do? I did it for you. I whirl around at the sound of his voice. He is standing on the steps behind me, holding a bunch of bright pink peonies. His brow is furrowed and his eyes shimmer with concern. Concern that I don't like what he has done for me. Just then, the doors open behind him, and 3 chefs come out, rolling silver food carts into the garden. I thought we could eat, he says and comes up to me. He takes my hand in mine, and I squeeze it slightly. I thought we could also talk. His voice, when he says that, is thicker. He squeezes my hand back. The meal is 5 courses and consists of all my favorite foods: seafood, Korean barbecue, and Mexican food. He really remembered everything about you. Tom leads me wordlessly to the table that the chefs have just set up. So you wanted to talk? I ask him after we have finished our first and second courses. Yes, I want to know what you think about everything that has happened. I'm lost for words for a second as I try to sort my feelings out. What does he mean? What is he asking? I thought we were solid. I was just packing up my apartment. I'm very happy with where we are now, he adds hurriedly, as if reading my mind. I just keep thinking about it, you know? Does it bother you that we got married as something of a joke? Doesn't it feel like it changes things, looking back? I don't know, I say honestly. I hadn't thought about it that much. It does feel like it sets our relationship off in a strange way. But what can we do about that now? We are silent as the chefs bring our 3rd course out. We eat quietly for a moment. Then Tom speaks, sounding almost nervous. We've done everything backwards. Marriage came before love, but it doesn't change the fact that I love you now. I don't want to slow anything down or start over. My mind is made up. You are all there is for me. I feel the same. I agree. I love you. I'm in this all the way forever. The smile that stretches across Tom's face is the broadest I have ever seen. Thank God, he breathes, and we both burst into laughter. The chefs come out then, as if they were waiting on some kind of silent cue, with bottles of champagne. They leave after the champagne has been poured. It is then that Tom gets down on one knee, and finally, I begin to piece together the root of his questioning. Katie Olson, will you do me the greatest pleasure in this lifetime and the next by marrying me? Again? The ring that he pulls out is different from the one he proposed with when our relationship was fake. The diamond is a solitary stone, surrounded by tiny pearls. The band is white gold, and when he takes it out of the box, I catch sight of the engraving on the inside. What does it say? The words etched on the inside are 2 lone words, yours forever. When I burst into tears this time, I am completely, entirely happy. I fall off my chair and into Tom's arms. Of course I'll marry you, I whisper furiously at him. You didn't have to ask. I'm going to keep asking for the rest of our lives. There is pure determination in his voice. So you're going to get a different ring every year? I laugh through my tears and pull away from the hug to plant wet kisses all over his face. If that is what you want, he says seriously, you'll get whatever you want for the rest of your life. Our lips meet then. The kiss is desperate, and right then I can't even remember when we last touched each other. He slips the ring on my finger, and it fits me perfectly. It is so perfect. The words escape me in a gasp as the last rays of the evening sunlight bounce off the diamond.
Chapter 30. Tom. Katie works nights at the bar, which means that she sleeps late in the morning most of the time. I never really minded that, though, because I kind of like having the mornings to drink my coffee and pull my brain together before she sees me. If I had to pick, I'd rather have her sleep through breakfast. Mostly because I enjoy having her around for lunch and dinner every day, which wouldn't necessarily happen if she was in a different job. Today, however, some of the wives from Inferno invited her to lunch. I don't mind that, of course. She's allowed to have a life and friends. I just didn't realize quite how dependent I got on her keeping me company at lunchtime. But when Jeff calls right after lunch and asks me to meet him at Inferno, I start realizing the fact that she's out might be a blessing in disguise. I wouldn't want her to see the current nervous wreck that I've suddenly turned into. I just can't help thinking there must be an issue with my green card, and it's about enough to make me sick. My stomach churns the entire drive there, but I manage to make my way to the downstairs bar. The downstairs floors are for members only, and the only part of the club open during the daytime. I'm surprised to see as many familiar faces as I do, considering it is nearly 1 p.m. on a Thursday. Creed, Bruce, Lane, Lord, Jaden, Fred, and more all sit around the bar and at nearby high-top tables. Most of these men are married now, some with children. They rarely make it here on a busy Friday or Saturday night. So, what are they doing here in the middle of a workday? It makes my stomach twist even tighter, fearing whatever news I am about to get. Interestingly, Jeff is the one face I expected to see, who is conspicuously absent. Where is he? I glance around at the unexpectedly crowded space, but he is nowhere. Hey! Bruce calls out, waving me over the table where he sits with Jones and Fred. Want a drink? I what? No, I stammer out. To be honest, I'm not sure my stomach would hold down liquor in its current state. I'm almost too frazzled to be able to voice a coherent thought, but I try anyway. Is Jeff here? He called. I thought, did he call you guys? What's going on? I ask nervously. God, I am babbling, I realize. Bruce just stares at me with that impassive look he always has, arms folded in a way that reveals nothing. Someone taps me on the shoulder and I flinch. A year ago, I was a middle linebacker they called Tom the Tank. Today, I'm cowering in a bar, afraid of bad news. What has become of me? I turn around, trying to clear my throat in a way that sounds more masculine than I currently feel. I see Creed standing there, his face just as expressionless as Bruce's. In a way, that makes me feel even worse. Bruce, at least, is always somewhat blank, but Creed's face typically contains vivid emotion. Sure, it is generally sarcasm or loathing, but those are still emotions. To see him so subdued makes everything suddenly bleaker than ever. I know where he is, Creed says flatly. Come with me. My heart thuds so loudly in my chest that I can hear the beat echoing in my ears. I stand up and follow him down a long hallway. We turn right so many times that I think we should be back where we started. I begin to wonder if he is screwing with me. Finally, he opens a door. He holds it open with one hand, gesturing for me to go first. I do so, entering to see a room that is nearly completely empty. Along one wall is a desk with no chair. The only chair is against the complete opposite wall, but it is a padded metal chair, not the kind you would typically use at a desk anyway. I glance around in confusion, as it is immediately obvious Jeff is not here either. It's not like I could miss him in such a sparse room. My brain registers a strange click, and I turn around to see the door has shut behind me, and Creed is nowhere in sight. I cross back to the door, trying it anyway, but it just confirms what I already know. I have been locked in. Those damn assholes set me up. What the hell is going on here? Too late. It hits me like a bucket of cold water being poured on me. The inferno hazing. Incidents from the past with the other men's wives come rushing back to me in a flood that makes my nerves race and my anxiety skyrocket. I was right to be worried, but about the wrong thing. I should have been worrying about Katie. Damn. They invited her to lunch on purpose. All the clues suddenly fall into place, and I realize how obvious it was in hindsight. But I never saw it coming. My blood pressure spikes, and I can feel my face getting hot with anger. I pound on the door, shouting for anyone who can hear me. I yell threats and obscenities. I demand to know where Katie is. I vow to hurt them if they do a thing to her. None of it seems to make a difference. It is the single most agonizing, most helpless moment in my entire life. Katie has already been through so much because of me. Realizing I accidentally led her directly into another trap, and there isn't a damn thing I can do about it, is both infuriating and soul-crushing. It feels like the moment in a movie where the male lead would rip his shirt and drop to his knees, and I swear to God I'd try it if I thought it would do any good. But no one is even here to see it. What the hell do I do now? A noise sounds from behind me, and I whip around to find a small screen hanging on the wall in the corner. It resembles a computer monitor. I walk toward it warily, peering at the black background. Is it watching me? Does it have a camera? And if it does, who is watching on the other end? I poke the screen, only for bright green words to appear as though someone typed them into a computer of their own. Stop that. The obstinate part of me wants to do it again, and my hands twitch to control the impulse. Luckily, another message flashes across the screen, distracting me from the urge. Go to the desk. Get out the paper and the marker in the top drawer. Curious, I comply. Fetching the items, I hurry back to the monitor before I miss another step. You will be asked 10 questions. Each question, you will write your response on a piece of paper and slip it under the door. You have 60 seconds. Ready? Really? This all seems a bit anticlimactic. All of this for a getting-to-know-you quiz I could circle in Teen Vogue? Still, I nod my head, unsure if someone can see me or not. Uncapping the marker, I get into position, waiting for the first question. Question 1. What are you most afraid of? Answer honestly. It's not the sort of question I would expect from one of the Inferno guys. Something about it makes a vein of annoyance bubble in my chest, resenting the attempt at crossing a personal boundary. My hand hovers over the paper, instinctively ready to scrawl out a rude response like your mom. And then the screen fades away from black, seemingly live streaming a feed of Katie in a room of her own. She's surrounded by several of the Inferno wives, and my urge to rebel against this stupid game is suddenly gone. I'm too nervous not to play along. Not if they have Katie, and not knowing what the repercussion might be. It's not like this is really that hard, even if my pride hates having to do it at all. I answer every question in stride, loathing them all. Still, I do as they demand, sliding every paper under the door with some of the most personal details I have ever revealed to another person. When the last piece of paper is gone, my gaze wavers between the screen and the solid wood door, wondering what the hell happens now.
Chapter 31. Katie. I look around at a sea of curious eyes. Feeling nervous suddenly, lunch with the Inferno wives had been fun, even if I was surprised that Ebony suggested at the last minute that we meet here. Judging from the last time Tom and I had come here, it didn't exactly seem like the place you went for a midday lunch with the girls. Whatever. I didn't feel the need to poke holes, so I showed up as directed. It had been a bit different than I expected. The girls and some of their husbands had shown up with pizza. Technically, I did get the lunch I was promised, even if the whole thing felt slightly off-kilter. It wasn't bad, though. Just kind of strange. I'm starting to think everyone at this Club Inferno is kind of strange. Well-meaning, harmless, but weird as hell. Still, it was a pleasant enough lunch. We chatted and had a good time, and I almost relaxed enough to forget how bizarre the whole thing was. That is, until the women split off from the men and started dragging me through an endless maze of hallways to a private room. No matter how many times I asked, no one wanted to tell me where we were going or why. Kayla just kept telling me to settle down. Andrea and Jen giggled that this was the first time they got out of the house all week and told me to stop rushing them. And now we're all stuck in this room, and everyone is looking at me like I'm the one who should know what the hell is going on. How do I know? Why are they looking at me? They brought me here. They know that, right? Because it looks like they don't. Andrea straightens up suddenly, nudging Jennifer. Jennifer's eyes dart around the room, and then her face brightens like she just thought of something. All in all, this scene is not getting any less weird, though I still hope it's harmless. So, we're going to ask you 10 questions about Tom, Jennifer begins. You have to answer them as honestly and accurately as you can. Okay, I repeat slowly, furrowing my brow. Something starts getting passed through the crowd until it reaches Jennifer's hands. She unfolds it and starts to read off the first question. I'm surprised by how personal each question is. Around question 3, I really start to sweat. It springs to mind suddenly how odd it is to be questioned like this, and I can't help wondering if somehow this has something to do with us being interviewed over Tom's immigration status. It's a thought I try to tell myself doesn't make any sense. These girls know all about Tom and the green card. They certainly aren't USCIS agents, and this isn't a USCIS office. It can't be. But the more the idea worms itself into my head, the harder it is to get rid of it. As crazy as the thought is, none of this really makes any sense. It is ridiculous, but the entire situation seems somehow ridiculous. It's hard to decide just where the line is, and I find myself too nervous about the possibility that this could be an important interview to blow it off. I anxiously think about every question, carefully phrasing my answer and searching my memory for the best response. I hold my breath, watching their faces for anything that tells me if I am doing well or not. My heart flutters nervously in my ribcage, my throat going dry. Finally, the most boring yet torturous series of 10 questions I have ever been asked is over. The girls huddle amongst themselves, and I see several cell phones being pulled out as they seem to tabulate something. The next thing I know, Andrea is standing up triumphantly. "You passed!" she shouts. The girls all cheer, and I can't help but grin in relief, even though I still don't understand what is happening. At least I know that passing must be good. "I passed?" I echo, a bit confused and seeking clarification. "You and Tom got every single answer right, actually," Kayla clarifies. "You guys really know each other." "Oh," I respond, thinking this over. I'm a little surprised we got a perfect score. The questions were tough, and I was nervous. "So what does that mean?" Andrea and Jennifer look at each other and shrug. "I don't know," Jennifer admits. "The guys never really let us run one of these before." "One of what?" I find myself asking. Kayla pushes open the door, letting us out. "It means we go hit the bar like the guys," she declares, ignoring my question. Everyone begins to stream out into the hallway, leading me somewhere. This time, I don't even bother to ask questions. I figure it will make sense whenever it makes sense. I have accepted at this point that it likely never will, and I find myself able to make my peace with that. We bump into Tom and a couple other guys. He sees us and comes charging forward, practically shoving his way through the other women to wrap me in a big hug. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, it seems incredibly over the top, considering I saw him just a few hours ago. It seems that Inferno Tom is just as weird as the rest of them. I am beginning to suspect it is something exclusive to this building. They must test this place for carbon monoxide, right? He twirls me around in his arms. I giggle, thinking that I have to admit that this place is at least memorable. I've never had a day here I could easily forget. He finally puts me down on my feet, gazing into my eyes lovingly. Then his face shifts, and he begins looking around at our audience with a challenging look on his face. "Are you okay?" he demands. He looks away from the women to scan me over, studying me intently as though he's expecting to see proof I've been beaten with a bag of rocks or something. He huffs when he sees that I appear to be fine, glowering at the women again. "What did you do to her? If you hurt one hair on her head..." Kayla rolls her eyes. "Oh, simmer down, Tom," she scoffs. "I'll buy you a drink at the bar." The girls start moving their way forward again, and Tom wraps his arm around my waist protectively. It feels nice, even if I am now just as baffled by Tom as the rest of them. It's a harmless sort of confusion, though. They're all nice, weird, sure, but still nice. I'm not sure I'll ever really get the dynamic of this place, but I don't think I mind. And when the girls order a round of shots at the bar and everyone raises them high in the air, I feel almost proud. To Katie and Tom, they cheer. "Welcome to Inferno." I have no idea what test I have just passed or why, but I swear I feel my heart growing 3 sizes anyway. When Tom leans down to kiss my nose, I beam up at him, happy for whatever success I have somehow managed to stumble into. To Inferno, I toast back, confused as ever, but somehow feeling at home.
Chapter 32. Tom. With 2 cups of coffee in hand, I merrily make my way over to the living room couch, setting the mugs down on the table in front of us. Collapsing onto the couch, I plant a kiss on Katie's cheek. "So here we go," I begin, grabbing the notepad and pen from the table. "Take 2 of the marriage between Tom Mackenzie and Katie Olson in action." She squeezes my arm as she laughs. "Come on, let's focus," she tells me after catching her breath. "All right, well, what will we be doing differently from last time?" I ask. Everything will have to be bigger and better, that's for sure." "Ha ha, now you're talking." "I suppose Eddie will be your best man?" suggests Katie. I wouldn't have it any other way," I respond, noting his role. "Let's make sure we make out extra hard in front of him this time. You know, as petty vengeance for that scare he put us through." Not a bad idea, Olson," I chuckle, writing her suggestion. "So, thoughts on food?" I really like that buffet-type style we had last time, but let's kick it up a notch. I'm thinking of authentic fine dining, like haute cuisine. Some Michelin type of quality, eh? That can be arranged. Like I said before, money is no problem. We'll have more than enough to cover everyone. She squeezes my arm again. Are you sure you're cool with it? I know it's not cheap. Of course I'm sure. You deserve the best of the best, Katie, I affirm her. Her face lights up with a radiant and infectious smile. That explains why I have you, she whispers, kissing me. I want to take care of the cake. There's an awesome little bakery I know that specializes for weddings, birthdays, things like that. We can get cute little figurines of us to put on top. Sounds good. What are you thinking for the type of cake? I ask. Red velvet. You read my mind. Now then, what about venues? Well, anything other than a damn planetarium, she says, laughing. Oh, hey, come on now. That planetarium was pretty damn cool. We spend the next hour making the rest of our decisions, joking about how the sequel is usually always better, and working on our guest list. I'm mentally exhausted by the time we get around to wrapping things up. Okay, I mutter, noting down the last detail. I think that's just about everything covered. Did we miss anything? I ask. No, that's it. Let's review it all before we finalize everything, she says. I'm going to take a breather outside for a few minutes first. I need some fresh air. Won't be long. Cool. See you in a few minutes, baby. She imparts a kiss on my lips before I head out the door. The air outside is cool and crisp, gently refreshing my energy as I lean against the closest wall. From afar, I spot my mailbox, piquing my curiosity. With my mind being so preoccupied with the wedding, I had completely forgotten all my thoughts of my green card, feeling a wave of both dread and exhilaration running through my blood. I wonder if anything came for me today, I mutter to myself, ambling over to it. I unlock the mailbox and open its small door. At that moment, a gust of wind blows rampantly through the air, whisking an envelope out from the mailbox. It flies up into the air before beginning its descent in a twirling motion. I stand underneath it, reaching for it and laughing as I realize how silly I look to passers-by. It lands in my hand, and I turn it around to see where it's from. A large black stamp from Homeland Security jumps out, causing my heart to almost stop when I see it. Not believing what I am seeing, I almost pinch myself before thinking of Katie. It's... Oh my God! Katie! I yell, turning back toward the house. I sprint back inside, frightening my wife, who's still seated on the couch. What's happened? She asks in a panic. Look, I exclaim, holding up the envelope. Her eyes focus and narrow before widening intensely, excitement coming over her face. Did you feel inside for a card? No, I can't. I'm too nervous? I stutter. Well, what if it's a green card? She retorts. You know it is. They told you they were sending it. Open the damn thing. Yeah, you're right, I respond, sitting beside her. With shaky hands, I try to open it to no avail. Here, let me do it for you, she offers. With ease, she opens the envelope before handing it back. I look at her as she rests a hand on my leg. After taking a deep breath, I pull out the letter. Oh my God, I shriek, seeing the green card glued to the letter. Look, it's official. It all feels so different, seeing it in person, as a real and tangible thing I am now in possession of. Baby, well done, exclaims Katie. I can't believe what I'm seeing, I sing as I dislodge the green card from the letter. Holding it up in full display, I grin at the words permanent resident. Come here, you, I tell Katie, pulling her in for a hug. We lock lips in a passionate kiss as I'm overwhelmed with a sense of victory. A wave of joy bursts through my body as our eyes meet. I'm so happy for you, she says, tears streaming down her face. How does it feel to finally have it? I groan, struggling to find the right words. Doesn't feel real at all, you know what I mean? I've been waiting so goddamn long for my green card that I can't believe I actually got it. I knew we'd crush your final interview. What did I tell you? Says Katie, beaming at me. It was a month ago and I still have nightmares, I admit. That interview was so nerve-wracking I felt like throwing up. Did you really think it was that tough? She asks, wide-eyed. I thought it was easier than I expected. Well, in the end it wasn't easy, nor was it difficult. But my anxiety was through the damn roof, so that was the worst part for me. It was all so worth it, though, I respond, stroking Katie's face. I'm so happy you're here with me. There's no one else I'd rather have gone through this journey with. Oh, Tom, she moans as we kiss again. I think this calls for a little celebration, she suggests. Oh, hell yeah. We'll deserve to say the least. Go sit down and I'll grab us a drink from the refrigerator. I return to Katie with a pair of wine glasses and an expensive bottle of champagne. I'm glad we bought that, she says, gesturing to the bottle. Do you remember what we said when buying it? That it would be a celebration of one of two things, us moving to Scotland or us staying in America. I'm so glad it was the latter. I fill our glasses as Katie throws on some soft music. A toast to our future, I announce, clinking glasses with her. The champagne leaves a fruity taste on my tongue with an icy bite. I'm still in shock, says Katie. Me too, it feels like I'm dreaming. There's so many wonderful things going on in my life right now to be grateful for. Let me tell you, after this wedding, the next thing for me to do will be to become a fully fledged American citizen. If you can get the green card, then you can certainly get the citizenship, she reassures me. You think so? I think I'll make a plan. For what exactly? She asks. On how to stick it out for a few more years in this crazy-ass country. We burst into laughter before clinking our glasses again. She moves closer, planting a kiss on my cheek before resting her head on my shoulder. For as long as we have each other, Tom, you and I will be able to conquer anything and everything that comes our way. I'll always be right by your side.
Chapter 33. Katie. My wedding dress is a cloud of jacquard silk with tulle sleeves. I didn't want white, so the designer came up with a creation of ivory and champagne. Tom has done most of the planning, and I know that this time around, the wedding will be bigger and more lavish. He was being absolutely serious when he said he'd always give me whatever I want, because when I visit the venue for the first time, the morning of the wedding, all words escape me. The wedding will take place at the edge of Lake Jacqueline, and Tom has hired out the entire property. The venue has been flooded with color. Pinks, lilacs, and robin's egg blues adorn the venue. Florists have arranged white roses, baby's breath, and pink peonies, and the arrangements stand on every flat surface. Real crystals hang from the ceilings, and white and pink jasmine creep up trellises against every wall. When I turn to Tom, tears are streaming down my face. You keep outdoing yourself, I laugh, hiccuping as I wipe tears away. How am I ever going to make this up to you? He lifts a hand and gently wipes my tears away. You don't have to. All you have to do is show up later and make me the happiest man alive. That is the cheesiest thing you've ever said to me. I giggle and lean on him unsteadily. I know, he snorts with laughter. I keep breaking new records. I guess I need to get ready. He leans down to give me a chaste kiss and smacks my butt lightly. I giggle again before running off to the car, where Gina is waiting for me. She'll be my maid of honor today, and we both have a lot of work to do to get ready. My mother is waiting for me back at Tom's apartment, which he vacated for the week of the wedding. Instead, he is staying with Eddie. Come, darling. My mother hurries me into the shower. You need to get ready. I already spent yesterday at one of the best salons in Vegas. I spent my day being waxed, threaded, and depilated to within an inch of my life. My curly hair received several treatments and has been in tight braids for the entire night. When I get out of the shower, my mother untwists the braids, and my curls fall to my shoulders. I get ready in record time with the help of Gina and my mother, and eventually I am stepping carefully into my dress. The white limo arrives at Lake Jacqueline at 2:30 in the afternoon. Somehow we aren't late, as the wedding starts in half an hour. How do you feel? My mother looks at me, and I notice that for this wedding, she doesn't have the same anxious expression she did last time. The look of a mother afraid her daughter is making a mistake and carefully withholding her feelings. Now her face is kind, soft. She believes in this marriage. I feel like I'm finally where I'm supposed to be. I breathe the words and sit back in my seat, careful not to damage my dress or flowers. You look like you're at peace, my mother observes, and Gina agrees. As always, Gina blurts out something unexpected and shocking. I can't wait for you to start popping out Tom's babies. Damn, y'all are going to have gorgeous kids. My mother and I burst into laughter at Gina's words. We don't miss the snorting chuckle from the limo driver either. At exactly 5 minutes to 3, the small orchestra starts playing our wedding song, and my mother helps me out of the car. Gina goes ahead of me, looking radiant in her pale pink dress. I follow her, leaning on my mother's arm, looking ahead of me, looking at Tom, who is waiting for me at the end of the aisle, with Eddie by his side. Looking at the beginning of the rest of my life, the ceremony is over in a blur. All I remember is saying my vows and crying as Tom said his. And the kiss. I remember the kiss. After the ceremony, Tom and I are ushered away by photographers and Gina, who touches up my makeup before we take our photos. Are you okay? Tom brushes a kiss against my forehead, which the photographer promptly snaps. For a moment, we are locked away in our own world, with no photographer in sight. I've never been better. I smile up at him. The afternoon is fading away quickly, giving way to nighttime. I don't want this day to end. Me neither. This day is perfect. I get to marry you, and my parents and everyone else I love is here. I'm always stunned at Tom's openness about his emotions. But now, for reasons I don't really understand, his words crack something open inside me. Tom's brow furrows with concern when he sees my tears, but I shake my head and reach up to kiss him. A flash goes off in our faces. When we pull away from each other, the photographer is smiling down at her camera. That might be the most perfect shot I have gotten, she announces. And now, I'm sure you'd like to go see your guests. We both sigh with relief and head over to where Gina is waiting for us. She hugs Tom, and we walk to where the guests are waiting for us. They cheer as we walk inside, and we are greeted by numerous hugs, kisses, and tears. Everyone from Inferno is there, as well as Tom's extended family and my own. Eddie scoops me up into his arms and kisses me on the cheek before placing me lightly on the ground. When I turn, an older man and woman are standing behind me, with Tom between them. Katie, this is my mom and dad. His mother does not wait for me, but pulls me into a hug, and I fall into her arms. She smells like lilacs and whiskey, and her hug is so overwhelmingly soft that tears well up in my eyes again. Tom's dad greets me gruffly before handing me a dark velvet box. When I open it, a jeweled necklace is gently nestled in the velvet. The jewels are diamonds and pearls and match my engagement ring perfectly. Tom's mother pulls me into a hug again when I start crying in earnest. Welcome to the family, love. Her Scottish accent is more pronounced than Tom's, and her husband takes Tom's hand in his. We're so happy to have you here with us. She's a fair lass, boy. Tom's face stretches into the broadest smile at his father's words. You couldn't have picked a bonnier lass. And the bairns will be lovely too. Tom's mother smiles her agreement. After it is clear that Tom's parents have given us their blessing, we are swept away in a night of bliss. Tom changes from his tuxedo into a white shirt and kilt, and I change into a tea-length dress that matches the colors of Tom's kilt. A bagpipe player joins the orchestra, and the music swells around us harmoniously. After dinner, we have the requisite speeches. Gina gives a speech, and Eddie does too. Your makeup is completely gone, Gina tells me laughingly, after Eddie has ended his speech. When I take her compact mirror, I see that she is right. All the crying that I have done has completely washed my makeup away. Time for our first dance together. Tom whispers in my ear, and we stand up to loud cheering and whistling from the crowd. The music starts as soon as we step onto the dance floor, and we dance to the song Like I'm Gonna Lose You by Jasmine Thompson. Tom bends his head to whisper in my ear as we dance. We should slip away after we cut the cake. He kisses me and I smile against his lips. That would be nice. What did you have in mind? I ask him teasingly. I just want to spend time with my wife. He shrugs. I just want to stay in this moment forever. So do I. And I really mean it.
Chapter 34. Tom. I can remember every second of the ceremony. Katie cries for most of it. So does Eddie, though he cries quietly. The reception takes place after we take our photos. While everyone is very formally dressed, it feels informal, casual. It is just friends and family in attendance after all. The people attending are people who have known us both for years. After a while, Katie and I kick our shoes off, and I change into my kilt, while she changes into a dress that matches the colors of my kilt. Katie's tears when we entered the reception area confirmed my theory that sparing no expense was the right thing to do. Our first reception was nowhere near as extravagant as this one, but Katie deserves everything I can give her. And it's not like I can't afford it. Real crystals, diamonds, and pearls have been incorporated in some shape or form into the venue. Flowers were flown in from all over the country, and we hired 8 private chefs for the evening, along with 3 entire kitchen staffs. Our 5-tier cake is rolled out just before the speeches start. Gina, Katie's friend, tells some rousing tales about Katie's past. Just glad that she settled down with someone like Tom. I've never met anyone better for Katie than Tom Mackenzie, ladies and gentlemen. Our guests clap and cheer at Gina's words, and I throw her a grateful smile. When I look at Katie, she is quietly weeping, her head bowed. When she looks up at me, a small smile stretches across her face. Eddie makes a speech next, and this time it is my turn to cry. I am not gonna lie, y'all, he starts. Then he looks over at Katie and I, and a slow smile stretches across his face. I didn't think this would work out, and I won't deny that I did not approve of them at first. An unnamed guest boos loudly, and several people burst into chattering laughter. Eddie holds his hands up in his defense. Okay, I know. I was wrong. I guess I wasn't ready to let go of my baby sister. But I forgot that she had grown up into a beautiful young woman with her own life. Anyway, now I know that Tom can take care of her. Katie smiles, and for a minute I'm struck by how similar their smiles are. Eddie clears his throat. More importantly, Katie can take care of herself, and I trust that she has chosen someone who we all can trust with her heart. Katie, I'm so proud of the woman you've become. And Tom, I know you will take good care of her. Thanks, my brother. Eddie comes over to me and I stand. He pulls me into a one-armed hug and claps me on the back. He drops a kiss on Katie's forehead, and in a minute our first dance is announced. I take Katie's hand in mine and we whirl onto the dance floor. Katie and I try to slip away after we cut the cake, but several children gather around to gasp at Katie's dress. She laughs and lifts the youngest little one, Gwyn, into her arms. Katie feeds Gwyn some cake before walking up and down and expertly helping Gwyn fall asleep. For a second I am lost in a dream where, a year from now, Katie has just given birth to a baby. Our baby. Our baby has her smile and eyes, and my dimples. I imagine at this point, we will have also just moved into a house from the apartment. It is large, with high, sweeping ceilings and windows that give excellent views of the desert. Our baby has a large room with 2 rocking chairs, one for each of us. In my dream, when I walk in, Katie is rocking our baby to sleep. In my dream, our mothers are downstairs, helping cook copious amounts of food to help us through the newborn stage. Katie's curly hair hangs in longer ringlets down her back. Everything is perfect. The noise and laughter of the wedding brings me back into the present and away from the imagined world that I was indulging in. But when I look at Katie, I know that it doesn't have to be an imagined world. Someday Katie will be an amazing mom to our children. I decide, right then and there, to get in touch with my real estate agent. I want to come home to a house, not an apartment. I want my children to have enough space to run around in a backyard. Katie hands Gwyn off to her mother and walks over to me. "Everything is winding down," she murmurs. "I think we can finally slip away." When I look around, I see that she is right. Many people are sitting around in groups, drinking the last of the wine available from the bar. Their shoes are off, and almost every woman has her hair down, including Katie. I take her hand and we walk quietly out of the side door. We intercept a waiter who is on the way into the venue with more food, and we grab a few plates of desserts and finger foods. Katie and I find a bench outside. "Feels like we finally have time to breathe," she says as we snack on the finger foods. I was starting to get a little overwhelmed. "Why?" I take some cake off her plate. "I think because everyone was so nice, and I've been crying all evening. I think I was about to cry again." She laughs her bright, perfect laugh. "They're happy tears, though?" I ask her, already sure of what her answer will be. "Of course they are. This is the beginning of the rest of our lives together. I couldn't be happier. That's all I want for you. For you to be happy," I tell her, and plant a sticky kiss on the tip of her nose. She laughs again. "At least I cried all my makeup off then." "What are we going to do next?" I ask her as we dig into more of the food. "Well, I was thinking." She pauses to swallow more cake. "I've never been to Scotland, so maybe we could go there?" Excitement races through me immediately. "That would be great. I could show you around my hometown. I could show you all the places I used to visit when I was younger." "I'd love that," Katie murmurs and places her head on my shoulder. Just then, we hear dozens of footsteps behind us. When we turn around to look, we see a crowd of our guests are joining us outside. They settle on the grass around us or on other benches. Someone requisitions several bottles of wine, and the wine gets passed around several times. It is close to midnight when our wedding guests decide to start leaving. As Katie and I walk back to where the limo is waiting for us, I am again pulled into an imaginary world. Every year from now, we will have a renewal of our vows on this very date. We will spend our lives surrounded by our friends and family, surrounded by love. When I look at Katie, who is still eating cake, I know that is what she'll want too. She falls asleep when we're only halfway home. I pull out my phone on the way home and begin researching for a trip to Scotland. Katie is still asleep when the limo driver pulls up in front of the apartment. I lift her carefully into my arms and carry her through the door, up the elevator, all the way into our penthouse apartment. She only wakes up when I place her carefully on the bed. "Thank you," she murmurs, kicking off her shoes and curling up on the bed. "For the best wedding reception anyone could ask for."
Chapter 35. Katie. It has been 6 months since Tom and I got married. For the second time, that is. And we're finally on our way to Scotland. We leave home early in the morning and head for the airport before the sun even has a chance to rise. We fly first class because Tom won't have it any other way. Even though the flight is 12 hours, it feels like no time passes. I have been more and more exhausted lately, mostly because Tom and I are in the middle of a move. And to further the exhaustion, the altitude that we're flying at seems to be altering the taste of the airplane food because everything tastes wrong. I give up trying to eat after a while, simply because the nausea that it encourages isn't worth it. I fall asleep, though sleep is fitful. The restless sleep seems to urge on bizarre dreams that don't make any sense. The dreams are curious amalgamations of scenes from my childhood and memories of recent events. When I wake up, I have a splitting headache, but I realize we're about to land at Edinburgh Airport. A car is waiting for us at the airport, and a moment of dizziness rushes over me as I climb into the vehicle. But once I'm inside and settled, and the driver switches on the air conditioning, the hot dizziness passes. We drive from Edinburgh to a town in East Lothian, where Tom grew up. Our trip coincides with the early summer season. In Scotland, the air is hot and crisp, and Tom says it is unusual for this early in the year. A stiff, warm breeze blows, and when we arrive at the manor house that is Tom's childhood home, another wave of dizziness washes over me. I sway slightly as we walk into Tom's parents' airy, warm home. His mother and father are there to greet us, and one of Tom's cousins takes our bags. "Hello, lass." Tom's father pats me awkwardly on the head. His wife throws her head back and laughs heartily. "How are you doing?" "I am well enough. How are you?" Tom's mother pulls me into a tight hug, and I hug her back gratefully. "You're looking a bit peaky, love." Tom's mother pulls back and looks at me with concern. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I think I'm just suffering from jet lag, and the food on the airplane was terrible." "I don't know what she's talking about," Tom says as he walks ahead of us. "That was some of the best plane food I've ever had." "Maybe you're coming down with something," his mother says sympathetically. She walks us to our wing of the house and explains the history of the town while we walk. "I'll send up some tea in a bit." "We have the Highland Games happening now. My husband will insist that you join us. It is one of the greatest tourist attractions around here." Tom's mother says this as she shows us into our rooms and then leaves. "The Highland Games?" I ask Tom, who has pulled the curtains open. Sharp, bright light spills into the bedroom. He comes over to me and kisses my forehead, as he does randomly almost every day. They're games and events that celebrate Scottish culture. They don't just happen in Scotland. Usually anywhere where there are a lot of Scottish people. I pull my clothes and underwear off and head for the bathroom as Tom continues explaining. The excitement in his voice makes it clear that these games are something he has been looking forward to for a while. When I am done in the shower, Tom brings me a cup of tea and some dry biscuits that his mother brought up for me. There is no milk in the tea, and it is slightly bitter, but it makes me feel better almost right away. My mom has always been great with illness and all that. Tom hands me one of his t-shirts, and I take it before he lifts me into his arms and carries me to the bed. "You need to sleep," he whispers as he puts me down and pulls the covers over me. "You're exhausted." "Why aren't you?" I ask him, slightly grumpy. He laughs, his voice bright and warm. "I'm home. I just feel good being here." I fall asleep slowly as Tom continues talking about his love for his country. Soon I am falling into peaceful unconsciousness. We attend the first event of the Highland Games the day after we arrive in East Lothian. The event is taking place in the village square, and Tom, his parents, and I walk there. I am wearing a sundress and sandals. My hair, which has grown since the wedding, hangs long and curly down my back. My skin glows in the sunlight, and after having more of Tom's mother's tea, I feel amazing. The sounds of bagpipes resound through the air as we walk to the village square. There are various stalls with food, drinks, and snacks for sale. Tom's parents seem to be well known, and many people come up to Tom to greet him. It looks like he is a minor celebrity in his childhood town. Most of the men, including Tom's father, are wearing kilts, and almost everyone has a plastic cup half filled with whiskey. Tom and his father head off to participate in the hammer throws, and his mother and I remain on the sidelines and cheer them on. Suddenly, I am pulled into a tug-of-war by Tom's mother. It is men against women, and people of all ages are participating. The youngest, a 5-year-old little girl, stands right at the front, leading us in the tugging competition. I still feel slightly dizzy, but I put my all into pulling the thick, wiry rope, and somehow, and I am still not sure how, the women win. Tom's mother and I stumble backwards laughing, and Tom comes over to lift me into his arms. He whirls me around and I lean down to kiss him. Afterwards, We continue walking through the village square. Tom and I wander off to an outdoor restaurant that is offering sit-down meals amidst all the excitement. "Shouldn't we invite your parents?" I ask him anxiously, but he waves his hand in a vague gesture. "Don't worry about them. We'll meet them back at the house and eat some more there." I steel myself to eat a Scottish breakfast, which includes black pudding. "My mom will make haggis later." Tom laughs as the waiter puts the plate down in front of me. "Don't eat it twice." He laughs at me as I gingerly eat some of the salty black pudding. The only way to describe it is that it tastes wild. But I soldier through it before going on to eat the rest of an otherwise delicious breakfast. The dizziness returns again as we walk back to Tom's house for lunch. "I don't think I've recovered from the jet lag yet," I say to Tom, whose hand I am holding. I groan slightly as the headache returns. "We're almost home, sweetheart," he says, his voice comforting me. "And my mom will make more tea soon." Tom calls out to his parents when we walk in through the front door. His mother calls out to us, and we head into the big farm-style kitchen, where his mother is standing in front of the wood stove. His father stands next to her and is cutting up vegetables. "I'm making haggis and soup, darlings, and I've put some more tea on for the lass." We take seats at the table. Tom pours me some tea while I snack on some dry biscuits. "I'd like to try some haggis," I tell Tom's mother shyly, while Tom and his father take the food out into the dining room. Tom's mother hesitates, and when she does speak, her voice is almost delicate. "Haggis isn't good for someone who's expecting a barren love."
Chapter 36. Tom. The Highland Games are always fun, but getting to see Katie experience them for the first time makes them all the more enjoyable. Determined to make the most of every moment, she doesn't hesitate to try new dishes or to stop and talk to the bagpipers warming up before their performance. I can't help but beam at her as she soaks in the novelty of it all. It's like seeing the games with fresh eyes. By the time we walk home, exhaustion is catching up to me. I know Katie is tired as well. She's been a bit under the weather since the plane trip, the jet lag difficult on her. We eat a late lunch at home. Katie mostly just sips at a cup of tea, seeming uninterested in the haggis. She's quiet and seems a bit distracted, but I assume it's simply a byproduct of a busy day. We talk a bit with my parents before heading upstairs for an afternoon rest. I immediately collapse onto the guest bed, ready for a break. I assume Katie will be too. "Do you want me to turn off the light?" Katie offers. She's standing in the doorway, somehow still on her feet, and seemingly about to go back out. I'm surprised she doesn't want to lay down with me and begin reconsidering the idea of a nap. I glance at the clock, noting it's only 4:30 in the afternoon. "No, I should try to get adjusted to the time zone," I say. "It's too early to go to bed for the night, and if I sleep now, I'll probably be wide awake later." Instead, I sit up and reach for my book on the nightstand. Katie nods and heads back out. I start reading, but haven't gotten past the first 5 pages when I hear my mother shout, "Katie and I are gone out for a bit. Bye now." Odd, I think to myself, but not completely out of the blue. Ma has taken a shine to Katie. I do get that my mother, thanks to the distance, doesn't get to spend much time with Katie and wants to make up for that now. I turn back to my book and will myself to stay conscious. Fortunately, James Patterson's immersive prose pulls me right in, the legal thriller keeping me wide awake and engrossed. When I look up again, it's nearly 2 hours later. As I swing my legs off the side of the bed to stand, I realize that I never heard Katie and Ma come back in. It's possible I was so absorbed in my novel, I missed the sound of the front door opening and closing again, but I decide to investigate. I pad around my parents' main level, peeking into the kitchen, the sitting room, the back patio. They're all empty. When I come to my father's office, also devoid of any family members, I'm struck by his new decor. 6 small pots of plants adorn his well-worn oak desk. The vibrance and cheer they bring stands in stark contrast to the traditional Scottish furniture and dark hues of the book spines arranged on my father's shelves. The image of it makes me chuckle a little and raises some questions, but I'm still more interested in finding my wife. Just as I turn to leave, though, I hear my father's voice behind me. "Found the latest additions to the family, have you?" he says. I turn to see him walking into the office. My plants," he clarifies. "Oh yeah," I say. "Aren't they something?" My father is beaming and makes his way over to the desk to stand beside the flower pots. "They're unexpected. Never took you for a plant man," I tell him. "But they seem to make you quite happy." "Happy? They're a goddamn delight. I tell ye, Tome, every time this chrysocanthion sprouts a flower." He pauses to let out a whistle. "Yaldi," I say. I try to suppress my laughter. The man's going soft in his old age, but I'm pleased to see he's found something he enjoys. His partial retirement was a big deal for him, so it's good to know he's got plans he's invested in for his future. "That's good, duh," I tell him. "Have you seen Ma and Katie?" I ask. "You should try growing them yourself, Tama," he suggests, totally ignoring my question. Realizing he is fully enthralled with his plants, I just nod along as he details his watering routine. Da babbles on about his horticultural endeavors for 10 minutes or so, and there's still no sign of Mom or Katie. It's been nearly 3 hours since they left. At this point, I'm really starting to worry. Finally, just as Dawes launched into the differences between cuttings and seed germination, I hear the front door unlock. "Haw!" Ma calls. "Haw, hen!" Daw calls back, then resumes his tirade against customs policies regarding the transport of live plants or cuttings across international borders. When he finally reaches a stopping point, I assure him quickly that I'll consider smuggling some cuttings back to the States. Then I get out of Dodge before he tells me what kind of manure he uses for fertilizer. I find Ma in the kitchen pulling the kettle off the stove, but Katie isn't with her. "Fancy some tea, hen?" Ma asks. "All set, Ma, thanks. Where's Katie gone to?" "In the lavvy," she tells me. "Aye," I acknowledge and return to the bedroom to wait for Katie. 5 minutes later, she still hasn't come out, so I knock on the bathroom door. "Who is it?" she calls out. "Me," I say. I hear the lock click open suddenly, and Katie's face appears in the door, cracked just enough to grab my wrist and pull me inside with her. "Katie, what's going on?" "You were out for a while, and I was starting to—" I trail off mid-sentence as I notice a plastic stick in her hand. "Is that a—" I can't even finish the question. "Yeah, it's a test. But don't get excited yet. I really don't know if it'll be positive or not," she tells me. I can feel my jaw drop, and a million questions swirl in my mind. "Are you feeling okay? Are you late? What's got you taking a test?" I rattle off in no particular order. "Yes, I'm totally fine. Your mom had a suspicion, that's all," she assures me. I'm about to ask another meaningless question about my mother's pregnancy intuition when Katie's phone timer dings. She hits the off button and holds out the test, her hand still covering the screen with the results. "You ready?" she asks. I pull her in close and place a kiss on her head. "Yeah," is all I can manage. With her other hand, Katie grabs the end of the test and removes the other one covering the results. We both gasp at the plus sign that greets us. Katie looks up at me in shock, and I'm sure my face is just as astonished. Then she throws her arms around my neck with a squeal, and I can't help but lift her off her feet to hug her. "Oh my God," I say. Katie laughs. I place her gently back on the floor. "I know, right?" she says. "We're gonna be parents. You're gonna be such a good mom, and such a MILF," I tell her. She laughs again and then presses her lips to mine tenderly. "Let's go share the good news," she says. "I'll FaceTime my brother and my mom, and you collect your parents," she says. As she calls her family, I leave the bathroom to find my folks in the kitchen. "Ooh, whole gang's here," I can hear Eddie remark virtually from behind me. "What's the occasion?" Katie looks at me proudly, then back at our family. "I'm pregnant," she shouts, unable to contain her excitement or the news any longer. Everyone erupts with cheers and congratulations. My parents throw their arms around Katie, a knowing smile on my mother's face. Daw turns and shakes my hand firmly, and I could swear Eddie's got tears in his eyes. I'm struck suddenly by the realization that things have come full circle. Just a year ago, I was fresh off my injury, planning to retire at the ripe old age of 29, and I was lost. The future wasn't a new challenge to be welcomed, but an uncertainty so profound, I wasn't sure I could handle it. What the hell was I going to do with the rest of my life? I doubt I realized it then, but this is what was planned for the rest of my life. Me and Katie, raising a family together. It is exactly what I always had in mind. Even when I didn't know the answer was right at my own retirement party, dutifully collecting glasses and empty beer bottles.